I can actually enjoy having a conversation with people and not having to be like, no, I have to focus at maximum at all times, like Zomboid requires. All right, for those who missed last stream, we have begun an all endings run in RimWorld. We made decent progress. We are using the no research, random research mods. So what that means is our research tree, we started with absolutely nothing here. And I know you can see what the research is down there, and that's actually very unfortunate. That's because it doesn't work correctly with Anomaly. So it does require me to manually go in and disable and re-enable the mod settings in the game. It still will randomly assign the research, it's just, now I can see it. And the reason I have to do that is because Anomaly, it physically couldn't choose any of the researches, so you could never research Anomaly stuff. Which would basically make trying to do the Anomaly stuff near impossible, because trying to do, like, Revenants without the Nerve Spiker and or, like, the Flares, it can be done, but it's extremely difficult without having just raw numbers to throw at it. Revenant is the one event in Anomaly, I would say, early game is, like, really, really devastating, but then late game is one of the, like, safe events, because the Revenant shows up and you can just throw so much damage into it, you almost don't have to care. We are currently trying to recruit some people. We grab these two Yetkins. We got a nimble one who is good at medical and all that. Probably going to be a person who's just going to clean and haul. And then we got another nimble one who is good at plants, and we lost our actual planter last time. So I'm going to try and get them to fill in that role. We're doing relatively well in our research. If we actually look at this, I do have a bunch of the earlier tech that we care about. We're not missing any critical ones from the earlier part. That's good. We did get a couple things I don't need from the random thing. Like, we got the water wheel generator, like we always end up getting when we run random research. But yeah. So we don't have the air conditioning I would need. The geothermal would be really nice. We don't have even smithing for getting down the machining and all that. We just gotta live with that. That's just the nature of it. But we did get lucky in this run in that I've had runs I get all the way up to Space Age Tech and I'm still waiting on Complex Clothing. And we got Complex Clothing and Complex Furniture like back to back right at the beginning, which were the two big pain points I've had in runs in the past. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so at the moment what we're doing is we are working on cutting up the brick to enclose the surrounding area and trying to recruit enough people so we got a more balanced workload. Because right now, I'm having to take Strider as our cook. Strider has no idea how to cook in the game. And we don't have a single person with a passion in growing. We're kind of hurting on a bunch of stuff. We finally got a crafter. So you get the ideas. We're juggling some of that. We did get, randomly we got an event that we got a high mate child, which is going to have interesting implications, but that should be fun. But we'll figure all that out. Now, for ideology, looking at that side of things, we are a prolicizer guilty ideology, which does mean when people come up and are like, we would like some food, if I tell them no, our people will get angry about it. Okay, so we've got you converted. So start the recruitment process for you. I normally don't like taking the Yatkins and the Neanderthals and all that just because I really dislike the aggressive trait. I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. But I was gonna say, I normally don't like taking anyone who has a tendency for social fights, because I find social fights in RimWorld to be one of those things that really can kind of undermine you. Oh, we got a bear in our zone. All right, let's rally, because especially with a child in our group, that bear is sooner or later gonna hunt one of us. How many dangerous animals? Do I have just the bear? Okay, so it is just the bear. So unfortunately, we're like weirdly a very melee heavy group right now. Bungie have really, really high ability to shoot. I'm just gonna get rid of it now before it comes back. It's just gonna be one of those things that can cause us problems. Alright, so get you in front. Okay, so you finally actually hit it this time. Do we score any hits that affect mobility? No. They were all body hits. Because I was hoping that on the get-go we would have caught like a leg or a spine or something like that. But that's fine. That bear's dead. Now I don't need to worry about it. So get people patched up. Rongor can go to resting. Get to doctoring. And we're good. Because otherwise that bear, I was just going to forget about it. And then I'd be in the middle of doing something and have someone like way over here like picking up some goodies that someone dropped. And then I get, you know, bear is hunting your person and looking at and going, well, crap. I'm getting caught by that plenty, so when I start to notice something like that, I'll try and jump on it pretty quick. But you actually got back up. I mean, you're still gonna die. You've got so many bleeds right now, you're gonna get down. There it goes. I was just surprised with, you know, 6 hours left of being absolutely riddled with bullet holes and all that. Alright. When your colonists are too close at the wrong time and says, hey, what's your sign? Alright, so as long as they keep cutting those bricks, will be good. Those bricks probably need to be moved inside. So what we could go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and copy the settings here. And that's just where that was at the beginning. They can just go here. And for right now, we'll choose paste. And guess what's happening here? You're going away. Because once we close it off, I am making this kind of a one-way in, one-way out. Technically, I'll have the second route. Oh, wait. That's not set up right. Glad I caught that earlier. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this snake around where we'll put a deactivated turret there. And that's just to cause the enemies to not all bunch up in one spot. Safeguarding a thing for mech cluster? Nah, I'm good. We are way behind the ball on our weapons, tech, and equipment. I've got one auto pistol. And no ability to make EMPs or anything. We are not ready to take on a proper mech cluster and not have it go horrifically badly. Okay, so we've got both of them converted. We are going to try and recruit them. We do already have the xenogenetics. If I can get a reliable type of power, Dealmaker has shown up. Alright, so what do you got? A beautiful body modder with body mastery and void fascination with maximum social and shooting. Not maximum, but very high. No passions in anything and no health problems. Yeah, I'll take that. So a stunning, good-looking stranger stands in front of you. Her face beams with confidence as she opens her hands in a gesture of fellowship. She says she is here to make a deal and will help you in exchange for simple hospitality. This is her purpose, and she always fulfills her purpose. Sakura's eyes are pure white. Using local folk knowledge, she has mastered her metabolic and circadian rhythms. At least that's what she claims. She never sleeps and never needs to eat, though her eyes, you see a primal hunger. She may be very useful, but she's something she's not telling you. Yeah, so I'm not going to have us name this person yet, and the reason I'm not going to do that is because there's a very good chance she could either betray us or whatever. I'm also going to have her drop her gun, and I'm going to go take it on one of my other pawns. Thank you for the freebie, and now you can have my bow. You know you play RimWorld? Yeah, no, I play a whole bunch of games. RimWorld's one of the most played games on the channel. Now, for right now, she doesn't need to sleep at all. So we can just go ahead and clean out the sleep schedule. And there's a pro and a con with that, by the way. A character who never sleeps does have a pretty high risk of having various mood breaks from different things, just because they don't get the bonuses you would get from a lot of stuff. So that should work, because now I can have them take over cooking. Yeah, I can have them take over cooking, because they never sleep and all that. That should free up Darth to focus on planting for right now. But like I said, we'll wait to see what the negative is. Because all of these characters have something negative. They'll have either their organs will start failing, or they'll betray you, or like, oh man, they'll have, what was it, crumbling mind. There's a handful of things they can have. Oh, right, metal horror. Thank you for mentioning that. That is something I actually needed to be considerate of. We do not want that person cooking or doctoring, because that is a very common one, is that they'll be the source of metal horror. So that's good that you mentioned that, because I totally forgot that's a normal thing that happens with them. It's been a little while since I played. Because yeah, that is one of the negative events they can have, is that person can be infected with metal horror. And bring that in. Surgery still works to reveal metal horrors. Only when you've researched the metal horror enough. When you go and do the operation that's like invasive... Where is it? Surgical inspection. You have to know, you have to have researched the metal horror 3 times, that specific one, before it does literally anything at all. Otherwise, you're just cutting up your people for no reason at all. But yeah, but if I take them, and I have it so that they don't doctor, and they don't cook, those are your primary ways you infect other people, or if they sleep together. Sometimes just run off with a bunch of gear. I haven't run into that one. I've had them betray you, which just means they go to attack you or whatever, and usually it brings in sight stealers. Oh, right, that wasn't... That's fine, too. I hadn't intended... Yeah, it's fine. We'll just do it this way. That was actually meant to be the proximity sensor, but we can put the turret there. Yeah, 2 metal horrors pop out while you're fighting chimeras. Yeah, there's some logic behind the metal horrors, and I know there's going to be people who actually know the details on it, where it will basically kind of go, hey, you know, there are now more, like, there's now roughly the same number of metal horror infected people as not, and they will pop out because the idea is they can now ambush you and should have a good chance of winning. And so it can happen during a fight. As if we don't cut people up on the daily basis? I don't. The metal horror meta? Yeah, like the behind the scenes how they work. Yeah, generally you'll almost never see me do cannibalism. You'll almost never see me like lob off people's limbs so they don't fight me in prison cells. You won't see me organ harvest people. You won't see me do most of that kind of stuff. I basically don't engage in the slavery mechanic. I used to do a lot of that stuff back in the day, but like once the novelty of that wears off, it's kind of like, eh. If you remember correctly, surgical inspection, yeah, I would believe that. I don't see a need to surgically inspect them right now, because if they do have organs decaying, I can't do anything, and they have crumbling mind, I can't do anything about that where I'm at in the game. So there's not really a reason, like, if it happens, it's just a pawn that's gonna die, I won't be able to deal with it, but that's the reason why I didn't assign a name to that person. Because there's a very good chance that person will die. Sometimes they just leave. Like, they don't even steal stuff. Like, sometimes it's like, you know, they thank you for staying and then they leave. And it's just, you know, all in all a positive experience where they just help you for a while. I want to say it's one of the more common outcomes, too. Now, in a pinch, if I was like, I really want that pawn and I want to save it, I would risk popping the Ancient Danger to do it. This pawn? Probably not. If it was someone with the unnatural healing, I would absolutely, like, risk a run on popping an Ancient Danger when we're sitting there with no armor and no good equipment. Because unnatural healing is such a ridiculously powerful thing, it's worth it. Like, unnatural healing is just super duper ridiculously over the top that you're willing. All of you are expendable. Everyone here is expendable if I can get someone unnatural healing. That is a worthy trade in my book. Because it's like having unlimited mech healing serums. You think the main advantage of finding Crumbling and taking K early is you know that's the downside, no trader horror? Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. I just don't see... Like, for me, it's not a thing I'm super worried about. Like, if I was desperate for a cook, sure. There is a chance that that could reveal that for me, and then I at least know what I'm in for. Alright, we've almost got our perimeter enclosed, which will be nice, because at least that way I can control where most of the fights happen. Not all of them. You'll always have those around. The other side benefit of that is once I get that set up, I can bring the two animals I've got here inside the perimeter. If you do find it, you could banish them before it's too much. You mean the metal horror, or... Because mind crumbling and all that, I mean... Ultimately, you just eventually banish them or whatever. Because Mind Crumble doesn't even get cured by, like, unnatural healing. I think you can get rid of it by taking off someone's head and resurrecting them. Oh yeah, the failing organs? Yeah, I don't need to banish them for that. Because I wanna say banishing someone... I'm trying to remember what the number difference between banishing and a colonist dying. I want to say they're both pretty similar on being bad. Alright. Boxfox Merle made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects normal space to the void, a dimension hidden behind the substructure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking its influence into our reality. Boxfox Merle wants to study the monolith farther to learn more. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Let's see, oh my god, unnatural healing, first thing you do is get a Psychic Shock Lance, because that pawn is never leaving your colony. Oh yeah, like, I talk about how it's very rare I will take, you know, like, we've been taking a couple prisoners and recruiting them because our skill balance is really bad after we took a loss from an early game plague with no doctor. No decent doctor, which even called out that's a big risk that I was taking by not taking a doctor, and I got punished for it. So we've been actually recruiting a lot more this way than I normally do. But yeah. No, unnatural healing, where usually I won't kidnap people. Like, I mean, these people attacked me. But, like, where I won't, like, kidnap refugees or anything like that. It's just not a thing I do normally in my runs. When you get, like, an unnatural healing and they go, they've had a lovely time, and they thank you for your time, and they're leaving. You're like, no, you're not. No. No, you're not. Sorry. I hate to say it. You're just too valuable. You cannot be permitted to leave, unfortunately. Alright, so we've got the limestone floor down and all those. Still working on the granite there. I guess we'll limestone floor this place next. And that's because on this tile I have limestone and granite. It's not strategically like limestone is better than that. New recruit. Peace talks. Alright, so you joined faster than I expected you to. And you do have some shooting. Let's double check. You, yeah, you don't have a penalty against range, but you do have a disposition towards melee. But right now, I mean, very genuinely, I have more than enough melee people. But rather you go ranged. Alright, so we got that person's actually sticking around. So we're going to say recruit. And we recruited them so fast, they haven't recovered from the injuries we inflicted to them during their raid. That's how fast they joined us. So we'll take you off that. Deprioritize that. So you're now our growing person. So that's good, because Darth didn't particularly have a passion for growing. We just had them kind of moonlighting as that. So Darth is basically our cook now. They're bad at it, but they're basically our cook now. And this will be our first named pawn for this stream. And that's a lie. That is a bug I need to fix, and I will never remember because I got to figure out how to do it. And we have Luxray. For some reason, I thought we already had someone named Luxray. These runs all blend together. Okay. So, we do have peace talks going on nearby us. That is a way that we can potentially get someone who hates us to not hate us nearly as much. There is benefits to getting some of the different groups to like you. Some people, when it comes to like min-maxing the game, they will deliberately keep it so that like the tribals hate them, but that the other factions are cool with them. So let's see if we can't run out there really fast. So our leaders would be Infinity Simplex and Jaywalker, I believe. So we're gonna go ahead and run them over there real fast. Yeah, it's half a day each way. So I'm gonna tell them just to get out of here real quick. Now it's a little bit of a calculated risk there because I don't really have a second doctor. So if we run into problems, that could hurt us pretty bad, like if we got hit with plague in the meantime. Oh, right, it's because you are here with your 19 social. That's probably why we're winning people over real fast. And whatever your ideology is. Oh, you're already our ideology. That's even better. Yeah, so just trying to get them out of here as quick as I can. Because if we manage to get a good peace talk, that'll help us. So who the heck was it that we're even doing the peace talk with? The Dole-Wet Union. And they are the Neanderthal tribe. I would not mind getting the Neanderthals to be friendly, because Neanderthal raids can absolutely get gnarly. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So we managed to get them off our case. It means that I won't be seeing raids of Neanderthals anymore. Not often, at least. You can have like pyre ones. All right. So the moment our doctor left the title, we've a raid. There's 6 of them. 2 have guns. 1 has tox grenades. All right. Well, that's not my favorite. And you're still pretty hurt, right? No, you're not hurt. You basically have like... You're basically in good shape. Okay, well, this is gonna be interesting. So I don't have a really good spot. This definitely feels like a group I probably want to tie up in melee. I wish they weren't all stacked in one tile so I could see what the heck they even have. Yeah, so you with the gun has a really good shooting. You're a genie, so you should go down to like 1 hit. Where's the other gun? Yeah, so the big concern of the 2 with guns have really high skill in shooting. The melee were not slouches in their own right. I really wish they wouldn't mash up as one big unit that starts separating out a little bit. Move on. Yeah, so I could probably snag both the ranged people on their own if we play this right. The big thing is just letting those tox grenades go loose will be a problem. Yeah, that's not terrible of a split pull. So let's get on them. That wasn't I really did want them to pile up like that, but it is what it is. Let's try and get Strider to break away real quick. Try and get you to break away. You stay tagged on you. You stay tagged on you. You try and get around to you. Okay, so we got everyone that's supposed to be ranged all tied up. Alright, you might be able to break away now. So a little bit of a messy fight. Oh, we got one back here. I totally forgot you're even involved. You two try and intercept you. Okay, never mind. Drop in real fast. Okay, so how bad did we go? Because that was a bit of a messy fight. Sakura got pretty messed up. But generally speaking, that actually didn't go terribly. You're a waster, so I can't take advantage... Well, actually, are you a waster? Yeah, you're a waster, so I can't take advantage of you because of the drug things. I'm glad you ran away, because I wasn't even paying attention to what you were doing. Alright, so. Real fast. I'm going to have you grab the machine pistol. And you grab that pistol. That axe is going to probably be better than your weapon. But I think we're good for now. Oh, do you have flak jacket by chance? I should check that. No, you just have crappy clothing. Alright, so... You need to get into the bed down there. You need to also get down there as fast as you can. Because I need you patching people up. They don't really have a good doctor. It's giving me Psych T, yeah? If you're wondering why I didn't just start slamming Psych T, I definitely do use Psych T in my colonies, but I don't use it as like a combat bonus kind of thing, really. Like, I know strategically it's a good one to have, but... Oh, that's Rongor. Wait. Oh, you're still on your way down. Oh, you meant for the wasters? Yeah, I actually don't... So usually the Site T I only keep a little bit around. I mean, I could take it. But even then for the wasters, unless it's like a really good colonist, I probably won't. I know there are tough bloodlusts that are a really solid melee pawn. But stuff like Psychopath and Bloodlust I tend to avoid due to the tendency for a lot of social fights. And I think Waster also has the aggressive trait. Not as confident on that. Yeah, aggressive. Yeah, so it's just one of those things that I could certainly do it. I just don't want to deal with them constantly fighting. Alright, you get to bed. I'm gonna now put you as doctoring as well. I feel ya. You always take them if they're kind, but otherwise it's the easy pass. Yeah. Yeah, this one I'm definitely taking more aggressive people than I prefer. Because we kind of have gaps in our skills. Normally, like I said, I would be passing on most of these. Do you have anyone good at social? Just Sakura, who's pretty roughed up, and Rongor, who's pretty roughed up. We'll get everyone patched up first, and then we'll worry about the next thing. Peace talks were successful. The delegates reached a new mutual understanding in several substantial issues. The relationships have gone up by 63%, and Phoenix the Negotiator gained 6,000 XP. Nice. I do think that was absolutely worth it. Alright, well, Rongor... Actually, I'll still have you do the talking. Even though you got roughed up pretty bad. Even at your 59, being at 18 social, I think you're my best bet there. Hey, Belnar, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were you streaming today? Can I get a shout out for Belnar, by the way? Absolutely fun, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Stream team that I'm on. Plays a lot of indie games and all that kind of stuff, survival characters. According to Twitch, was playing Exogate Initiative, which is excellent. Played that the other day. But Twitch has been known to lie. Alright, so let's get rid of the short bow, let's get rid of the tox grenades, the worn out hat, the worn out clothes there. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, so playing Exogate Initiative, fantastic game. Definitely, yeah, I played that the other day and I had a good time with it. I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. Go ahead and sell a bunch of that stuff. We'll keep the money for now. That way if we get like the opportunity for like a Zeus hammer or something later, we can snag it. Alright, so downside with that fight as well, we didn't take any serious injuries. Basically everyone got hurt except for Strider and Box Fox. Which that actually went about what I hoped. We drew the melee in here and I walked around to catch the range from behind. And it did split the melee, which was fine, but we were able to tie up all three of the ranged weapons right away in the fight. And then it was just a matter of seeing if we could knock them down before they knocked us down with their melee people. Which is how it went. We didn't get anyone downed. But yeah, that'll be a lot better when we can enclose the area, because then I can sit here and do the whole thing where we open that up. We get this cleared out where I have cover, they don't. And then that should mostly make things a lot smoother going forward. But yeah, no, for those who didn't check out Exogate Initiative, if you ever seen the game Evil Genius, it's a game where you build like this mountain layer, and Evil Genius you play as like a Dr. Evil kind of cartoonish supervillain or whatever. And there's different ones you can choose from. But like that style of like supervillain, like, you know, Lex Luthor kind of characters and all that. And you'd send your agents out on missions to do stuff like screw around to different countries of the world and all that. And you would have missions to go like steal the Statue of Liberty or whatever. So what happens in Exogate Initiative is game loop, it's very close to the same thing, where it's like you have this mountain base and everything, except instead of being like these cartoonish, silly, you know, supervillains or whatever, you're a for-profit Stargate. So if you think of like Stargate, the television series where they go to a whole bunch of different worlds and collect things, you send people out in the missions to do those things, and they'll give you like dialogue saying, hey, well, we found this machinery, do XYZ, that kind of thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But what you do instead, though, is like you're trying to make a bunch of patents to make money to continue to support your corporate overlords and all that. But like you're doing Stargate stuff. It's kind of cool. It is a little dystopian, though. We're like, oh, we've figured out, you know, the ability to just simply walk through a gate to another planet. Yeah, of course it's gotta be profitable. Of course that's the most important thing. And we'll have to clean all that out. Can't remember. So, all these have movement. Sounds like Ixion levels of corporate dystopia. Well, Ixion was a little different. Because if you look at Ixion's start, the whole idea there is, in a lot of ways, are like, okay, we're trying to achieve fast and light travel. We think we got the tech. And, like, they don't depict it as particularly dystopian there. Like, they've got this new fast and light travel, and the test just goes really badly. Like, really, really badly. And then there is, like, I don't think it's a corporate competitor or something like that. There was, oh man, I'm trying to remember what the other side. Yeah, no, really badly. But that's the thing. It wasn't so much a corporate dystopia. It was people underestimated the danger of a scientific test, and it was bad for humanity, is the way I will phrase it. Because I don't want to spoil too much. But it was real bad for humanity, but it was genuinely an accident. That perhaps they should have heeded more caution or whatever, we can argue that. But I wouldn't really call that a corporate dystopia, like where you get into all these other games where it's like, Hard Space Shipbreaker would be a corporate dystopia. Yeah, had you looking at the screen like, oh, that's not good. Oh yeah. But like Hard Space Shipbreaker is a corporate dystopia where, they've effectively recreated the company town world where you would take a job, become horrifically indebted to the company, and you had to buy all your materials through the company store, and you get where that's all going. Where you're basically a forced indentured servitude that has no real hope of escaping your indentureship. Or no practical way. You hate Hal so much. Yeah. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Yeah, exactly. It's that. It has a whole story about like unionization and everything. It's fun. I do remember when I streamed that and we were just talking about, we weren't even talking like from a political standpoint. We were just kind of talking about like historically what had happened and like, what Hard Space Shipbreaker is effectively recreating in their game. Like in real world, we had the company towns that were like super predatory, going after very desperate people around, in the early turn of the century and all that. Getting you out to go out like the middle of nowhere desert to mine gold or silver or whatever. You didn't have really a means of getting out of town. Like you couldn't go to like the neighboring city. There wasn't a neighboring city. You were paid in what was effectively, it's called scrit, but it was basically monopoly money that the company accepted and not actual cash, so you couldn't even pay someone to take you out of there. And you would be put in horrific amounts of debt. The company store would overcharge you on everything. You'd have to buy all your tools to do your job. So you get out there and there's just no escape outside of finding someone sympathetic who is willing to, smuggle you out of there kind of thing. Alright, got another raid. And once again, they're all mashing up into one tile. That's weird, because normally when they show up, they usually show up in like a group that's a little spread out, but this is all they're like weirdly mashing up into a singular tile. And I do find it annoying, because it can find a little bit tricky to, assess what you're in for. So 6 shooting on you. Luckily, the one with the bolt action has literally 0 shooting as a brawler. You're scary. So Doug needs to die. Doug is a scary person. Yeah, so it looks like the only real dangerous one in there is Doug. Now the downside is a lot of our people still have significant injuries, so we're much easier to make dead. The good news is I do have more of my forces here. I might just be a little overzealous and just pop the combat shout and just go a bit much. I'm a little worried about Doug one-tapping someone. Oh, hell yeah. Separate out from your support. Where are you going? Just go right here, friends. There's Kelly. So there's Doug. I'm gonna go ahead and tell people to focus fire Doug. Okay, so you're just gonna walk off the tile. Alright. So the good news is that's yet another weapon upgrade for us already. Let's go ahead and grab that bolt action. Actually, I'll probably take that over the machine pistol. We put that to good use. So who got injuries? Just Jaywalker? Just got a bruise? That's it? Yeah, so he definitely overkilled with the combat shout, but I was just like, you know what? I was worried Doug up here with 12 melee and brawler and all that. I'm like, there's a good chance Doug's gonna take someone limb off. Let's just nip that in the bud real fast. But fortunately, all their range had terrible shooting and all that, so that helps. Oh wait. You got a poor one? Go ahead and grab that over your poor quality one. You cannot shoot that, but let's grab that gun and drag that back. Because unfortunately, Illicit being a high mate means they will be a pacifist. Still waiting to see the deal with Sakura. You have a question? No problem. Go ahead. Make sure no one's still bleeding. I have had so many times here where, like, everyone will look fine, there won't be this over here, and then someone gets medical emergency as they're bleeding from, like, 5 places, and I still don't have the medical alert. I've had that too many times. I still haven't quite pinned down what causes it. They've just gotten to the point of just not trusting the lack of UI over there. I actually was running a mod for a while that was, like, a medical tab that I could click and it would show literally everyone, like, what amount of bleeding they had and everything, so I didn't have to drill into every individual pawn just because of it. Yeah, so soon we're gonna have that back area enclosed. Still working on this up here. Then we'll get that enclosed and we'll be really good. Getting our floors put down. What advice can you give someone new to streaming? The first thing is don't go into streaming with any expectation that you are going to have any success. Like, not... It's just one of those things that, like, for as much of it is stuff that you can kind of help, you know, help yourself and all that, a lot of it does still boil down to luck. You can play all the cards right and still never get off the ground. Especially, like, the earlier part, like, getting your first, you know, 5 viewers and all that, is one of the biggest mountains to climb. Because a lot of that just depends on you getting lucky and getting the right raid or getting the right thing. But some of the things that you can do to help yourself is be mindful of what games you're playing and all that. You'll have a lot of people who do lean into the whole thing of, like, picking, like, whatever the biggest game is. They're like, there's the most viewers. And you're just going to get lost in the noise. Because you have to take into consider where your viewers are going to come from. And generally, the 2 main ways you get your viewers is through networking is the main one. That as you network with other creators and all that, and you have shared communities and all that, it will help a great deal with a lot of that stuff. And there's all that. At the same time, also be mindful of if you're playing kind of a game that's just way too niche as well, like there's just not really a viewership either, that can have the same kind of problem, where it's just no one's looking for it. That's when people talk about game discoverability, that's what they're referring to. The opportunity to potentially grow your channel in a game. But you gotta be a certain amount of conscious that. Now, let's see, you tried this morning Pokemon Silver, Soul Silver? I have no idea. Let me look, see what happens. Let's see. Pokemon Soul I'm not seeing something called Pokemon Soul Silver, but Pokemon Silver has an average concurrent viewership. I'm going to assume you're doing this in English. Has an average viewership of 1 viewer. Pokemon, there was something called Soul Stones. Has an average of 0 viewers. So you get the problem there. You're playing something so niche, no one's looking for it. And it's always one of those things. One moment. So that's where I make the comment about, is a game viable on Twitch? Especially when you're starting out, you have like no viewership. That's actually one of the most liberating times of content creation, because even if a game only has like 10 average viewers, but it does so consistently, that's a game you could potentially find growth in, because 10 is bigger than 0. And for the record, I don't need a game to have as many viewers as I normally draw in to be worth considering. But it is a thing that if a game has like no viewership, think of that as how many people are looking for the game on the platform, how many people are doing a search. Pokemon in general has seen success, but it depends on which game, or if you're doing a challenge. Yeah, that's another thing to consider, is people look at like Grand Theft Auto 5, for example, and be like, oh man, Grand Theft Auto 5's blowing up. I like Grand Theft Auto 5. I'll play Grand Theft Auto 5 on Twitch. And they'll play the story. And they'll have like no viewership. And like, I don't understand. This game's so big. Why is no one finding my stream? And the reality is they're looking for Grand Theft Auto 5 online RP. That's like 95% plus of that category. And so you're just not doing the content people are looking for. You just want to have fun? Oh, I mean, in that case, just stream and don't worry about it. Like, you're not going to grow, but... Or, sorry, I should say you're not likely to grow, but that's fine. If you're doing it for literally just fun, then just don't sweat it. Just have fun with it. If you're only streaming to 5-10 people, who cares if you're enjoying it? But, like, if growth is something you're considering, then it is something you will need to... You'll need to make sure your sound audio is decent quality, review your own VODs, and be like, hey, what are the things I am liking about watching my stream versus the things I don't really enjoy about watching my stream? What can I do to improve those things that aren't as good? And what can I do to get more of the things that are good? But yeah, if you have any intentions of trying to grow a channel, you'll have people give you advice, play what you want to play, and it's well-meaning advice, and it's not... It's like mixed quality advice kind of thing. And the reason I say that is, play what you want to play ends up being genuinely bad advice in a lot of cases, because, like, for example, let's say you want to play, like, Path of Exile, but, like, you're just a tiny content creator on there, you're just gonna get lost in the noise, you're not gonna find growth. But at the same time, what they're trying to say is, don't just play something for numbers. Like, play something you're going to enjoy, because it will reflect in your content if you're playing something that's not something you're interested in seeing or doing or whatever. So it's more like kind of a, like, it's one of those things that genuinely, when you're looking at it, you kind of want to approach it in the sense of, like, okay, is this a game I will enjoy that is also viable? And viable means there is some level of growth opportunity, as well as it's not too oversaturated that you're just going to get lost in the noise. So there's a whole lot of things. What if you want to be a streamer, but you don't like your own face or your own voice? Well, your own face, VTubing is extremely popular. And all that. Like, very genuinely, VTubing is being seen as a growing more and more and more in popularity over the years. So if you still want something to represent you on the screen, that's always an option. It can be expensive or cheap depending on what you do. Like, the PNG style tubing is relatively inexpensive. The full, like, you've set up a model that's got a skeleton to it and all that kind of stuff, that can get real pricey real fast. A good model that's got good rigging to it can be very expensive. You probably should be a melee pawn. Is there someone here we can pull off of that? All of you have a passion for melee. And you're a brawler, even. I guess we'll just have too many melee pawns. It is what it is. Here, you can go ahead and grab that mace. That'll probably be pretty good for you. Yeah, so now my combat group, like, I'm getting skills I need, which is, like, the doctoring and all that. But my balance of, like, my combat group is real bad. Alright, so you can help out with research. Yeah, you can help out with research. And you can also help out with hauling and cleaning. Because unfortunately you won't do dumb labor. Alright, so we've got Rual here. We'll go ahead and draw them. And so that'll be Draconic. But yeah, as far as your voice going, the reality is, if you're going to stream, you're going to need to have your voice there. It's not that you couldn't in some way possibly succeed, but you would have to come up with something very novel and new that I can't think of. Because like text-to-speech generally is going to drive people away if that's like your regular dialogue and all that, and a lot of games aren't going to give you the chance to pause and type or whatever, and then trying to do voice dictation, it's not reliable enough. It just isn't. So you are going to have to deal with that. Generally speaking, almost everyone, when they hear their voice recorded, is not going to like their voice. We do it. You can do a voice changer. Usually voice changers also end up being very obnoxious too. So I'm not sure I would advise that. Like, you could do voice changers like a gimmick or all that. But like actually using a voice changer like as a regular thing on your stream is pretty difficult to do for like a long-term anything. And I'm not saying don't try it or anything like that. It's just that's gonna be a hard one to get much growth or engagement with. Let's plan for this to be down there. We can go up here. Yeah, and most people... Yeah, exactly what Connor's saying. The reason why most people have their own voice is because you're hearing it through their jaw and other stuff. Hearing a recorded version of your voice circumvents that expected difference in your hearing. Yeah, no, it's absolutely a thing that when you hear your own voice inside your own head, it's got far more resonance than when you hear it recorded. So your voice always typically will sound higher pitch, like when you hear it like recorded, as opposed to when you hear a recording of it. Sorry, versus where you hear it yourself. It's just one of those things that as you do it, you'll get adjusted to it, and it'll stop being as much of an issue. But yeah, no, I would discourage using like a voice changer to lower your voice's pitch or whatever. A lot of voice changers sound pretty bad. You can make them work, but in my experience, you'll have better results, and genuinely, it'll be helping with your confidence in the long run if you just kind of just go and just do it, get used to it. Like, keep doing it till it feels a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, as far as not being on screen, that's fine. You also have people, like, literally don't use a camera of any kind. That's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You can find success. To be fair, it's a little harder to grow with no camera. It absolutely can be done. You can succeed 100%. It is a bit trickier. A lot of people do want to have some representation of the person streaming so they can have like reactions and all that. But yeah, you stream from your tablet and you watch your own stream to mod it. You could try some amateur voice acting. Try changing your pitch and cadence until you find what you like. Yeah. Just don't try and strain yourself too far. Like if your voice, like if you're a if your voice isn't naturally particularly deep, don't be like trying to hop on and be like, hey chat, how's everyone doing today? Like you're like really putting on a voice. Even if you can make it sound authentic, you're going to strain your vocal cords, and it means you're not going to be able to do that long term. Like that'll be something you'll only be able to do a little bit before you start really, really having discomfort and all that. Alright, so we could take a pause in the recruiting, because they do have quite a few people now. So basically we got Strider as our cook, who can mine. We got Jaywalker as our construction person. We got Reddit here as a crafter. Ronger is currently a hauler / cleaning person. We got Infinity Simplex, who is primarily doing cleaning and all that. Sakura is helping with the growing stuff. Luxray is helping with the growing stuff. And Illicit NZ is a child, so they're limited on what they can do. The desire for some sort of representation of a streamer is a parasocial thing. People need to be connected to others, and forming bonds that can be around disembodied voice is much more difficult. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily... Like, I wouldn't use the term parasocial because it's got a lot loaded with it, but it is a thing where it is much harder to relate to a person if they're just a disembodied voice. I agree with that, and I have that as well. That said, I've absolutely found creators over the years that I very much enjoy their content who don't get on camera. But, it is harder to get, you know, connected, like, feel like there's that any type of connection when there's the whole thing. Yeah, it's parasocial, the technical term without the negative. Well, I mean, even this interaction we're having right now is parasocial. There's one of me and there's a whole lot of you. You all get to have more engagement with me than I get to with you on any individual basis. So as a result, because all parasocial is really saying is there's a significant imbalance between, like, my understanding of you and our connection, relationship, whatever, and the other way around. Like, when I talk about the things I've gone through in my life and all that, all of you hear that, but if someone lurks, I almost know nothing about them in return. And so that by definition is parasocial. But parasocial only becomes a negative thing when, you know, people start acting on it in weird ways, like showing up at your house and being like, you know, you're meant to be together, and you're like, I don't know who the hell you are, man. Oh, I'm Poopface on Twitch. Like, man, all I know is that you worked at a bar one time. I don't know who the heck you are. Like, this is not okay, man. Cool, so we got that. As I mentioned, the random research doesn't work with the anomaly stuff. So I have to manually choose the anomaly stuff, but the other stuff works. Alright, so that is officially the point where now I have to just suck it up and deal with the fact that we're going to have to deal with not having geothermal power. Because I absolutely want the bioferrite shaping table to be used. And it requires electricity. And I have not bothered getting that hooked up because I was just kind of holding out in the hopes that we would get geothermal. The random research says no, so the answer is no on that one. Alright. Poopy McPoopface? Yeah, the legend of Poopface, yeah. But yeah, so I get what you're saying, but it is, I would just phrase it as, like, it's harder for someone to relate to a content creator, it's harder to have that engaging experience if there's no representation of you on the screen. Bioferrite? What bio is that gained from? Bioferrite? We basically take the bone and bone goop out of living things and making metal out of it. Or composite, I guess. It's probably ethical. If you really don't think about it at all, in any capacity. No problem. Yeah, no, it is a thing to keep in mind. Like, the big question isn't do you want to do it for a living. A lot of times it's do you want to grow, whether it's a hobby or an intended revenue source or whatever. Do you want to grow? And if the answer is yes, then expect to network, expect to spend a lot of time off stream doing research and figuring out like what does and doesn't work. You know, what games are having updates and all that. Even if you're going to be a person who focuses on just one game, which is fine. That's a strategy a lot of people use. Doing your research to making sure that one game you choose is something you're likely to be able to stay in there. This is why I'm saving all that money. It's the time, chat. Because we got goodies in here. And you know what I'm going to go ahead and take? I'm going to go ahead and take that Zeus hammer. Take that Zeus hammer right now. Alright, who am I going to consider our best melee pawn? Who gets the Zeus hammer? Probably Rongor? A little worrisome that they're chemical fascination. More like something you do, you're bored out of your skulls most days? Yeah. Do we get all the plus points we need for the month? We were 1 short as of the beginning of the stream. Okay, so we've got keeping a prisoner for a while. And we can get a whole lot of goodwill for it. So unfortunately, you are going to be losing your bedroom. It's just the way it is. Because I will take a whole lot of goodwill. And someone to, you know, gain a couple of ideology points off of and all that. And everyone's getting food poisoning because we just don't have a good doctor. Yeah, so our technology is getting kind of weird. We've got Rongor rocking a Zeus hammer. We got a bolt action, a couple of guns. We managed to loot off some bodies. We don't have body armor, unfortunately. With the random research, I don't have control over it. And flak armor requires quite a bit of lead-in technology that I just don't have. I'm going to probably wait till we get the microelectronics research here. And kind of figure out what we got going on next. Most likely, let's see, power-wise... Yeah, power-wise, I can go ahead and put some wind turbines down here. Wire them in and drop a couple of batteries into a room or whatever. I'm probably just gonna need to do that.
Thank you, Sir SE_the_mage for continuing your gifted sub.
And thank you, Sir the Mage, for continuing your gifted sub from Randall Thor. I really do appreciate that. It doesn't tell me, like, I love how the message broke. It's like, user for subscribing for sub months. I believe if that's a tier 1 or 2 sub, it's not telling me what it was. Oh, it is a tier 1 sub. Yeah, that should, it's not telling me. Sorry about the echo. It should update that plus points in like a minute or so, because there's a little bit of a delay. That should bump us over the 100. Well, bump us to the 100, which is all I need. So that should get us locked in. Alright, so I'll have those. I'm trying to remember, do you have a beauty to you? Yeah, you're minus 15 beauty for the batteries. So I do want to kind of tuck those into a corner or whatever. You know, very, very out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. Oh, a shelf's missing from up here. That's a crafting room. Yeah, I could literally just put a battery room up here. I probably should. The problem is that's just another structure to be built. Put some space there. Hey, Jaywalker. Go break that. Good job, buddy. Yes, this is one to, We're not going to go in there very often. That's probably one to go ahead and put a granite door, so just fires and all that I just don't even have to care about. Alright. So yeah, so get the batteries in there. In the meantime, we can go ahead and say power, conduit. We're going to run the hidden conduit. Right there. And straight on up and through. Same deal here. Same deal there. Luxray is apparently waiting for us to get a new bed, so is sleeping on the ground. It looks like the bot broke. Yeah, no, I've had that. It's sometimes the upgraded subs just don't work. Like, so far as the bot goes. Like, when you make a new sub, it works fine. Like, for the record, it all still counts. Like, everything still helps the channel and yada yada. But, like, the actual notification, for some reason, that one notification sometimes doesn't catch stuff, and I don't really know why. I'll need to try and test that some more after stream. Okay, so that should give Jaywalker a bed. Sorry, Luxray a bed. And what we're dealing with now is doing that. Clearly looking at Luxray's favorite color in this colony, clearly Luxray's from the 90s. That bright, like, neon green, very, very, very clearly 90s style. And also go him, because of all the characters here, that's definitely the color that pops the most. And very, very, very clearly, that glows in the dark. There's no question about it that glows in the dark. You're in the 80s, thank you? Right. But if you're from the 80s, that means you grew up in the 90s. Look, I was back for that time as well. Our fashion tastes were what they were. We don't need to acknowledge the dark times. Our music was what it was. Good, bad, or otherwise. What optimization mods do you use? I am not using any optimization mods. Oh, they don't have much money. Give me your medicine. Gift. You can have that. Keep working on that reputation. Those are not the dark times. In fashion? Like, don't get me wrong, I got my judgments about modern fashion too. But, the bright neon clothes and torn bleached jeans and frosted tips. I'm okay with frosted tips not being a common thing anymore. And let's be honest, we look at our 90s music, we had a couple of good songs. There was a lot of popular music from that time that was really a mess. Frosted tips? Oh yeah, frosted tips are when you spike and just the end of it is bleached. So you have just like the little white tips on your spiky hair. Our music was pretty good. Yeah, I would say the music was hit and miss. We had some good music, we had some real bad music. Popped collars that made vampires jealous. Oh yeah, popped collars were a big thing. The dark times of fashion were the 70s. The 70s, I wouldn't call those the dark times. They were definitely interesting choices, though. Frosted tips greater than broccoli haircuts? What do you mean by broccoli haircuts? I mean, to be fair, I'll take a frosted tip haircut over a bowl cut. Bowl cut was a practical haircut. It wasn't a stylish haircut. Broccoli haircuts? Alright. I'm curious. I mean, it's not my style, but that's just what's popular these days. I don't think that looks particularly bad. For that, the broccoli haircut is basically where you have this shaved, and then this is usually curled. It's style. It's more effort than I'm willing to put into my hair. It's fine. That doesn't strike me as particularly awful. Auto cut trees. There and there. Yeah, no, bowl cuts are a practicality thing. No one approached bowl cuts as like, that's styling. It's because, you know, your parent could, like, we got its name, you'd put a bowl on your head and you just cut along the bottom of the bowl. Like it was a budget haircut. Well, we've been becoming friends with them, and honestly, I don't really care about that stuff, so get out of here. At least people are done stretching their ear with gauges. Aw, man. Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna knock people and, like, what they choose to do with their bodies or whatever, but that was always one of those ones that, when you see, like, it's one thing when they had, like, a little gauge or whatever, but when you see, like, the really giant gauges, and, like, you know, you genuinely have to worry about, like, the bottom of your ear getting torn kind of thing. That was always one of those ones I'm like, man... Nah. There's a lot of that level of body modification that it can look cool, but like for me it's a lot of like costume cool stuff. I wouldn't want to make it a permanent alteration. Like where people do the thing where they cut their tongue down the middle so they can have like the snake tongue. It's like it's really cool looking, but you know, doing that past, like, just kind of as a one-off thing, it's like, and again, people want to do that with their body, hey, that's their body, their choice. They can do what they want to themselves. Monolith study complete. Draconic Dork has completed her study of the monolith. The structure is a conduit that links to the void, a reality hidden under every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With the channel open, Draconic Dork believes she can reach through the link and permanently close the conduit, or find a way to harness its dark power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Yeah, the horn implants, that kind of stuff. Like I said, that to me is kind of fun. Like if you're going for the vibe of almost like committing to like a cosplay, like lifetime cosplay kind of thing, like you're not a character actor, you get the idea. You're going for like a certain style or whatever. I can certainly see where that's fine. Like I said, I'm not gonna judge someone because like, hey, they did this thing. But yeah, it's always one of those things. It's just like, I mean, it's cool that you're into it, but man, that's a little wild for me. That's definitely well outside my comfort zone. Alright. Okay, so we've got a raid for the people I just said we were trying to befriend. So it's 6 people, all melee. They probably are going to beeline for that gap in my wall to go burn these fields and or destroy those. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try and race down here and see if we can't get to that gap first. Now, the catch is that tree kind of sucks in place. Oh no, you're going up. That I hadn't anticipated. Up actually works better for me. If you want to go ahead and go into my my defensive position, I am A-okay with that, friend. I was expecting it to go down this way. Man, it looks like they're gonna come up and over and attack me here. Apparently the cougar was hungry and attacked him, so that's gonna split him up into 2 groups, which is even better for me. Where where are you going? What is slowing you down? Food poisoning. Gotcha, we got multiple people with food poisoning who are busy throwing up. There's so many people with food poisoning who are not moving at all fast. Yeah, so you just have a bruise that you got down by. Oh, don't destroy my building over there. Don't be a jerk. Alright, Jaywalker, you try and cover this side. That's not helpful. Please go down already. Okay. That's fine, we'll let burn. Alright, so we got 2 people downed. Both of them, it's literally just bruises. It's the fact that they had bad food poisoning. You, on the other hand, are terrible, so you just get to die there. And we'll worry about the rest later. Oh, you're still alive over here, aren't you? Nimble, trigger happy. I don't... Like, if you had some other thing going for you, I'd take you, but right now I've got so many people who can melee. Rescue them. Rescue them. Let the others deal with the fire. Yeah, that gives you an idea of how bad food poisoning can be, that... Oh, come on. That food poisoning just slowed us down so much that half our people couldn't kind of get to the fight in a timely manner. Oh, you just had a bruise. Only like 2 of you got hurt. Why are there a billion of you in here? Okay, so this is telling me, and I quote, I have 1 person that needs medical need. A single person needs medical need. That guy needs medical need. That is the only one that needs medical need. But if we look at the top here, you got a bruise. You got a bruise. You're bleeding. You're bleeding. You're bleeding. That is one of those things that I've been pretty upset about lately with RimWorld. That I don't know what happened, but you cannot trust the you can't trust the medical treatment needed thing. Because again, it's saying only that person needs it, while I've got multiple people who are bleeding right now. This needs to say everyone who's got an injury and sickness that is untreated. And it's not a mod situation. Yep, and now that they're in the medical bed, nobody needs it. It seems like it sometimes clears it when they're in a medical bed, it stops marking them as needing medical treatment. Let's see, would you consider removing an organ from a raider if a pawn needed it in that moment? If it was big enough, yes. Like, if I have someone who, like, has the organ failure or something like that, there is a possibility I'd do in that case, yes. But otherwise, nowadays, with how easy it is to be able to heal missing organs and all that, I don't need to do it. Because the thing you gotta keep in mind when you do the when you do that kind of stuff with the organ harvesting and all that, if you haven't gone out of your way to build your colony around not giving a crap about that, then everyone starts getting really mad about it. That you have to kind of go out of your way to make sure your colony is full of psychopaths and stuff like that, or your ideology doesn't care or whatever, before you can just start wrecking people and it not making everyone unhappy. Yeah, I know a bunch of people who've made their ears pointy and all that stuff. That one seems far more minor to me than the, like, cutting your tongue in half to have, like, the little two prongs and ear gauges and all that. But again, like, people want to live that way. I'm not gonna also be like, oh, why would you do that or anything? It's like, it's not what I would do, but it's your body. It's a little weird to me, but again, it's their body, their choice. Like, if it makes them happy, who cares? Alright, we got a transport pod crash. If I don't help them, our people will get upset about it. Don't you dare join my colony. Don't you dare join my colony. I'm gonna make it very, very clear as I possibly can be, Holmes. Don't you dare join my colony. Okay, so who had the infection? There you are. Let's pre-health them just to get them through that faster. You found the village elder? The problem is in RimWorld. In RimWorld, a colonist like this at 92, I'm genuinely concerned they won't be able to get out of the title. Why don't you want them to join? They're 92 years old, they have dementia, hearing loss, cataracts, bad back, like, paralytic abasia on top of that. I just realized I did that and they've joined our colony. Okay, I was thinking it was a different event. That's fine. We will invite them into the colony. I will put them into permanent cryostasis. You know what? They'll be one of the ones we launch. Because this punch is gonna die rapidly. Do you at least have good skills? I mean, to be fair, you do have good skills. It doesn't do us any good because bad back is gonna absolutely obliterate your ability to do anything. Yeah, so Holmes is getting sent on their way. Masterwork end table. Cool, man. So happy for you. Oh wait, where? Rongor. Where'd your Zeus hammer go, friend? There it is. Told you to equip it. I can de-age them. The problem is de-aging doesn't get rid of these. All of these, I have to heal. De-aging would be required if I plan on keeping them. Because what'll end up happening is they're going to start having heart attacks regularly. Like, RimWorld, you hit like 68 and they're like dead, corpse walking. RimWorld shows zero kindness to people who have any type of age. They're like 68, basically a dead person. Corpse walking, no chance. De-aging gets rid of those? I haven't had it do it in the past. So I have had it where, if I've gotten one of those things from aging, sometimes it'll get rid of one of them. But I've not had it remove most of these. I think I've had to get rid of bad back like once before. That'll be our mission. We'll set up a ritual and we'll just start de-aging them again and again and again. Or you turn them into super cyborg. I mean, the challenge with that is they'll still have heart attack and everything. Yeah, no, I've DH'd people. Like I said, I haven't had to get rid of it. Like, I don't expect we could DH this person down to 18. It wouldn't get rid of all of this. Bionic heart? Does bionic heart make you immune from heart attack? Then you realize she's 86 the frail bad back. You're gonna need a really good doctor. Yep. Yeah, no, most likely, before paralytic abasia goes away, we'll probably already have them dead from heart attack at 92. RimWorld is brutal. Brutal when it comes to age. I wonder when the paralytic abasia wears off. Like where all these will land. I'll get them scheduled. They're in the colony. I'll try and keep them. And I mean, technically they're a doctor. I'm a little worried behind them in the queue with how slow they're gonna move though. They can also help with a couple different things. They can help with growing and with the planting. Another masterwork end table. Yeah, so we're trying to enclose this room. Once I get that enclosed, we can shove the batteries in there. One thing we will want to do. Grab that compact machinery. Grab that steel. Probably grab that steel as well. And that compact machinery. Okay. Because we're now at the phase where I actually start caring about that stuff. Can you harvest a transplant brains? No, you could do heart, lungs, liver. No, sorry, kidneys. Heart, lungs, kidney, I believe, are the organs you could transplant. You can do a lot with bionics and with stuff like healing mech serum and unnatural healing and the and stuff like the bionic sculptor and all that. You can actually do a lot to recover people. You can kill them off, leave them outside, hope wildlife eats their head, then resurrection serum them. Yeah, there's that way to do it. The other way to do it is, I believe you can go to a corpse now. And I want to say you can, remove their skull to do a skull spike. I believe you can do that. And then mech resurrection serum them to get their head back. As a crafty way of getting dementia since it's considered to have affected the brain. We still don't know what Sakura's thing is. I'm guessing it's probably metal horror. Because of how well, it's either metal horror or they're going to leave peacefully. If they leave peacefully, I'm letting them go. Because while they do come in here with a lot of social, that's basically all they're bringing to the table. And I mean, the fact that they don't need to sleep and all that's definitely powerful. But Oh yeah, no, you don't need 19 plus doctor, but yeah, no, it is high risk to do the heart surgery. You can get by with a doctor in like the 12s and 14s. You just want to make sure you're using Glitter World. You want to make sure it's a sterile place. You want to make sure it's got well lighting. If you can catch it when they're on a inspiration and all that, it could do really well. But yeah, no, you only need like 12 to 14 is fine. Because a lot of times when they fail that one, they just cut them up real bad. Yeah, you can check the surgery chance of their bio. Yep. But yeah, if you have like a inspired surgery, I think usually it's a freebie. Oh no, doing the heart surgery is way better than 10%. No, I've definitely done a lot of heart surgeries over the years in the game. The big thing is when you fail one, you stop doing more surgery. Like, let them recoup before you cut into them again. I've gotten impatient before because I really needed an important pawn back on their feet. And, you know, you're like, okay, I'm risking killing them, but, like, this needs to be done, and then, you know, then you kill them. Alright, so right about to get that enclosed. And then we'll put the batteries in there. And that'll bring the power on. Now, because we're using hidden conduit, as long as they don't have stuff exposed to the rain, I just don't have to worry about the bzzt event. No, I saw the DM, I haven't had a chance to respond. I will simply ask, is it because you have a specific cost or a specific RP thing in mind? Because while amused, I will say my voice does not cater well for me pretending to be female. It does, I cannot, it very much screams of man playing woman voice. Perfect. Do you know when the next event is? I haven't heard. I gave you context with DM. Yeah, no, I see it. I won't spoil it on stream or anything. Alright, so we got a mech cluster. Or, oh no, just mechs in general. Like three weeks or so? Gotcha. Let's restrict everyone to home zone until we see what we got here. So we've got a Lancer and a Pikeman. So they're going to wait to attack us. So right now, I'm going to stay all cooped up here. For those that don't know, so a fellow member of the House Frequency stream team, really, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been doing a bunch of Product Zomboid and stuff. Are you in? I will give it a try. If we got a group of people doing it, I am willing to give it a try. Yeah, and I figured it's a group from the context. You won't be the only guy. Well, no, I figured that much. That is, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, for those who aren't catching what this is, it's for a event that Burt Black hosts on Product Zomboid and all that. There's another bot to north? Yes, there is. A Legionnaire by itself. Alright, I could pile on that thing with melee and trash it when it comes after us. They're all really nasty ranged stuff. So the way we're going to want to fight this is just to pull them inside of a building or something and just smash them so they don't get a chance to shoot at us. Because my luck is if I let any of these get a single shot off, I'll probably lose a pawn, because it's just my luck. Now granted, this time I have no armor or anything, so at least when I get one punched, it's at least like, okay, yeah, it's no armor. But the number of times I've been like cataphracted down and gotten one tapped in the face by a Lancer that managed to pick off one shot before I got on it genuinely makes me salty sometimes. That's Scyther? There's no Scyther. There's a Lancer, a Pikeman, and a Legionnaire. There's not a single melee unit in the whole group of them. Yeah, and the Lancer and the Scythers look the same except for the weapons. Okay, they're beginning their assault. Illicit. I'm going to need you to do the important task of running into this room, ducking your head between your legs, and openly weeping, and hoping the sun rises tomorrow. For the rest of you, there's a good chance they're going to target my wind turbines down there. So what we're going to do is try and position ourselves, let's say around here. And the reason I'm thinking that is we can figure out which way they're going to go and then pile on them in melee wherever they're at. I don't care if they group up. I'm a little melee heavy right now, which is actually perfect for this situation. The worst thing we can do is have them be really spread out. We're all that kind of stuff. Well, Holmes can't stand. Okay, so you're gonna go trash my furniture like a big bunch of jerks. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and run up this way. Oh, wait. Where are you going? You going for my... Because I don't care if they trash those beds. They can trash those beds all they want. Let's build new ones. Okay, so clearly you're going around this way. So that's fine. And get on him. I'm gonna need to try and get these ones in as close as we can. Alright, first one done. That was probably the most dangerous one, because he still shoots his gun even when you do tie him up in melee, where the other ones don't. Get on him. Yeah, we'll probably be able to... Yeah. Get the zap. Alright, get in there. Be fast before the other one can get around the corner. I'm going to go ahead and duck on through. If I go through that door, that's definitely going to get a shot or two off of me. Let's try and duck through this door real fast. Duck through this. Keep going, keep going. Keep going. There you go. Alright, and ambush. And we're good. Your bed again? Yeah, because those aren't enclosed or targeting the bed. I don't care, it's wood. Okay, you can stop openly weeping in the corner there. Yep, so we got a couple of bruises from needle guns and a couple of bruises from mechs punching them. But otherwise, no real injuries, so that went smoothly. Alright, meanwhile we need to go power. Batteries. I just realized I have absolutely lost track of time, chat. Bear with me. My wife should already be home, and I need to run downstairs and put something in the oven. I'll be right back up. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just gonna see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. All right. Of course. Of course. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him. I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. So I'm about to go... Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just spontaneously say it.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp. But you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And like, are very not comfy. All right, and I am back. Sorry for taking an extra minute. Just dealing with some plans on it. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Simcopter 1 if we didn't already get one? If not, I'll get that now. Shout out for Simcopter 1. For those, okay, we already got it. So for those who don't know, Simcopter 1, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Somebody definitely recommend checking out. Does a lot of fun stuff over there. Has done like Project Zomboid, pops into like The Sims, does like a lot of simulation and strategy and all that. Just really good times. We've done like hardcore World of Warcraft. Lots of fun over there. Very relaxed and welcoming community and all that. Definitely one of the places that after my stream I do spend a good amount of time. But yeah, good times over there. So you get almost everything in inventory legendary in Factorio, but never actually finish the game. You don't want to figure out the layout of not a cargo ship, but a real fighter one. It's an interesting project in Factorio to make your I want a ship that can go as far as possible kind of ship. That can be a very difficult thing to get sorted. I found it very fun. I enjoyed that. Like, there's definitely... I remember it took us, like, 1 or 2 things. Well, good luck, Boomalope. Because I believe they will not treat you if you don't have a bed. I feel like that was a thing. So you can go animal sleeping spot. Take it off the post there. Have you run back to the bed. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in. So go ahead and make the caravan hitching post inside here now. Ooh, let's not put it right there. Because what they'll do is if I put it right there, they'll keep walking in and out of those doors. And that'll become extremely obnoxious. I'll put it over there. There's no food there. Basically, I need to get this place enclosed already, so it's not a problem. Alright, so you need medical treatment for what now? What do you need medical treatment for? Alright. So we still don't know what Sakura's deal is here. They're a person who wandered in. My suspicion, as long as they've been here, is either one, it is the metal horror, which I think is unlikely. I feel like we would have had our first instance of gray flesh by now. Or 2, it's the one where they just leave after a while. I feel like if they would have betrayed us, they would have done it already. If they were going to have any type of organ failure, that would have happened a while ago. So my guess at this probably is most likely they're just gonna leave. Because the ones that leave, they will stay for a season 2-ish or so, and they'll just like thank you for letting them hang out, and then they'll just go. So you're waiting on stealing components. Right. Because Darth is the one dealing with stealing components. Oh no, they should. Right, so as soon as you catch up with your cooking, you should do that. We're also saying here, I've got a lot of people who are, we have a lot of people who are helping out with the growing stuff now, and I've actually got way too much food there. So what I'm going to potentially do, something I usually wait till later, we will go ahead and put in vegetarian fine meals. And usually I don't focus on that too much. Let's actually put that after sight tea and everything. So basically, if I'm just sitting on so much extra food and I have a cook that's just got the time, we'll go ahead and make fancier food. We can also go down here, orders. Cut down a bunch of trees again, because I'm going to need the wood. And keep that going. We also need to get the hospital done. I'm trying to wait till we get this last bit of the perimeter closed up. That way we can at least control where we're engaging the enemy, and as well as getting our batteries online. Because once we get the batteries online, we got a lot more we can do. Surprisingly, I haven't had another anomaly event happen yet, which is big surprise just because we have awakened the anomaly. And so far we had one batch of Sight Stealers is the only thing that's shown up. We've had just normal raids ever since then. Which I can use Void Provocation to nudge that along. Now, where we did get Holmes here, who is 92 years old and not really doing so good. Ooh, Bionic Arm. We want this. 3 prisoners for 6 days. Alright, well first... let's go ahead and do our Sky Lanterns real fast. Get our mood bonus for that. Keep our ideology points. Can you join the server? Sure. I'll have to catch up to a lot of that later. Okay, and I'll catch up with all that later. Okay, so I've got that. So with this, what I'm gonna do is not gonna be great because there is a certain amount of risk you take when you shove a bunch of prisoners into one room. But we'll go ahead and do that because I need the Bionic Arm. Because Jaywalker lost their arm in a fight with a Neanderthal way back. And this finally gives me opportunity to potentially fix that. So I capture all of them. And you are... yeah, so you're here for a quest. Those 3 are here for the quest. Okay. Prisoner, convert. Prisoner, convert. Prisoner, convert. We don't have anyone like super amazing. Sickly and tough, jealous, great memory, neurotic body modder. Eh. Neurotic body modder can be pretty decent, but eh. I've actually got a lot of pawns right now. And it's a bit of a mixed bag in a bunch of the ones we have. So it's probably best just not to bring on a whole bunch more people just because. So the things I need to do is finish these bedrooms, so I got the spare rooms. Get this area and the little holes down here patched up. And then once we've got all of that, I will probably go here and we will build out the hospital to be a larger hospital. I'll put down the nicer floors, which will eat up a whole lot of our silver. To that way get it to be like a sterile room. We've got the batteries online, so we can start replacing some of these lights with batteries. Or, sorry, with electric lights as opposed to the torches. Alright, we can go ahead and do that. Yeah, so pretty soon they'll be able to tear that off. Are you dealing with food poisoning again? Yep. All day, every day food poisoning. One day our doctor will get good at what they're doing. And then we'll only get food poisoning slightly less. Right, now because I have so many prisoners, it will be a whole thing where, sorry, where I have so many prisoners, there'll be a whole thing where we're gonna put in a lot of time just dealing with prisoners. That's fine. Oh, it'll also be a good time to go over here and say production, electric stove. And we get the electric stove going up here, and then we can shut down the fuel stove. So that way I don't have to worry about constantly having the stove gone on and off as we have to run down bits of wood and everything. Okay, so Anomaly, I don't have any of the art goodies yet. It'll definitely be worth eventually, once we get these rooms floored in here, putting some walkways to get between some of these locations, just so people can move faster throughout the base. But that'll be a later thing. We're still busy replacing materials we've lost. Sorry. We're still using our materials to build things I need just for keeping the base fairly safe. Like, at this stage, being almost 2 years into the game, being a little over 2 years, sorry, I got that backwards. Being about year 2 now, I really should have my base enclosed by now. Luckily, we've been fortunate that most of the raids have not been too bad. And we're not playing at like a super easy difficulty, but we're not doing like 500% naked brutality or anything like that either. We're at Strive to Survive, which for me I typically found is like the healthy medium where it's still challenging enough you can't just like ignore stuff, but also it isn't one of those things that you have to like really min-max a whole lot of stuff just to make it either. Because I used to do the 500% naked brutality kind of stuff, you know, Ice Sheet back in the day before it got nerfed and everything else. I just got bored of it because every one of my bases started to just kind of look the same all the time. Just because when you're playing in that difficulty, you know, you are playing at a difficulty level that you do need to lean into whatever meta strategies you can come up with. And you know, people's like, oh, well, I won't use a kill box, but they'll use a different meta strategy. And it's just, that's not judgment of them, that's just what you have to do at that difficulty level. Like, if you're not using a kill box, you're using kiting tactics. If you're not using kiting tactics, you're, you know, you're abusing, like, death dust mines or whatever. Alright, so we have ourselves a exotic caravan. We can get some pretty good goodies out of that. Alright. So I don't care about the explosive traps that much. I don't care about a recreation book. You get a book on plants. The Psychic Shock Lance is actually really good. Some of these implants could be good. I don't have that good of a doctor, though. So I think I will take the book that teaches plants, because it's inexpensive and very useful. Are you going untreated? No, you're okay. Yeah, you're gonna make it. Did you pick up the book and grab it yourself, or did I overlook it? I think you grabbed it already. Because, yeah, we're just continuing to add books to our supply. As people read the books, they just kind of get a little thing. There was an anomaly book, too? Yeah, no, I skipped the anomaly book. Most of the time, the tomes I don't bother with. I usually can research the stuff in the tomes very quickly anyways, and it kind of just makes it so I don't really have a need to worry about it. Like, this you can get, if you're aggressively grabbing the anomaly things, you can get through literally all of the anomaly research in just a couple in-game seasons. Like, literally get all of it. That's actually one of the reasons why when people are just trying to roll credits, like, do a speed run of anything, you could do an anomaly run very easily in one play session if you're just gunning for it. Like, I mean, easily as in time-wise. Obviously, you know, you still have to manage it and succeed and everything. But time-wise, if you're just, like, void provocation, okay, grab one or two things, research it, void provocation, you know, very quickly you can do that. If you're willing to use cheese strats and everything to make it so you can handle some of the events very easily, like, it's kind of beelining to the disruptor flares as fast as possible for the potential of a revenant. Hey, and we've converted one of the prisoners, which is enough for us to reform our ideology. So let's go ahead and go in here and see what we're going to be reforming today. Alright. So I don't think there's another meme I want right now. We're gonna leave all that alone. The flares are great, not just for Revenant. Oh yeah, no, the flares are probably one of my favorite things we get out of Anomaly. So let's see here. We can't add another role. I could add another ritual. I'll add a second sky lantern ritual. I'm gonna not change anything else. We're gonna go with that. Because I do make it a rule that I'm only changing one thing in my ideology per cycle. Growth moment for illicit NZ. I could choose one thing to make illicit NZ good at. I don't have a good cook. Ooh, we got some choices. We got industrious and we got fast walker. Both of these are really, really good. Really, really good. The other two can go burn in a fire. But fast walker or industrious. Fast walker is your universal. It doesn't matter what they do. It's better. But industrious is good if we're going to be cooking, crafting, or anything like that. I think I'm going to go with industrious for now. And I'm going to hope we get jogger as an option in the future. So with that, though, we can now go into illicit NZ. Illicit can now help with there. And illicit is going to become our actual dedicated cook. For right now, they're not going to be able to do much cooking. Just unfortunately. This also opens illicit up to help with other things, potentially. So I will allow illicit to help with the plant cut if they've got nothing else going on. Yeah, industrious. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Industrious jogger is like just a win. Okay. So last time we went on one of these, it went badly because they sent a really small team and we got bullied in a big way. So this time we're going to bring the alpaca with us. It is a pack animal. Let's see here. So Infinity Simplex is going to go. You're one of our doctors. Well, actually, let's leave Jaywalker and Infinity Simplex behind. Strider will go. Sakura will go. Let's see. Draconic will go. Box, you, and Rongor. This is... Alright. Let's be greedy. Let's be really greedy and trying to get in and get out. We're just going to try and go in there, smash it with everything we got, grab our stuff, and then get back out of here as quick as we can. Because the one downside is when you start taking, you know, decent numbers on your caravans, sometimes they have difficulty forming. It's one of the reasons why when people ask me if I could change one thing about the game, they go, what would I change? And it's just caravanning. Just caravanning. I don't even care like how they re-implemented it. Caravanning has always been, to me, the weakest part of RimWorld. Okay, so as you can see, I didn't leave much here at home. My plan is it's 0.1 days away. I want to just beeline over there, knock it down hard and fast, and then get back home. Solar flare, that's fine. Get them out of the edge so they don't disappear. Alright. Thank you, wifey. I love you more. Alright. So what do we got here? We've got just a couple enemies and then a main building here. Nothing obviously won on the outside. That's a pretty big winner. So let's go ahead and start moving on up. Like naval battles in Total War. Well, I can't speak about Total War, but yeah, no, it's just definitely one of those things that it seems like every other version of the game, we get more reasons to want to caravan, but like the caravanning mechanic still isn't a great experience. Bionic spine. Okay. You have my attention. But this is why we're doing this. You could find organs, you could find some, like, good weapons and all that. Alright, let's just finish you off. Okay, so you got the splitter up there. Alright, we got ambush has triggered. That's fine. We actually are in a pretty good position for dealing with the ambush. We just put a group here. Put a range back there. Okay, so it's actually a decent number, so let's drop back a little bit farther. I don't have an amazing choke point to deal with on this area, but that's okay. I think this'll do. Because they'll be able to bunch up 3-on-3. My hope is just to pour shots in. I could retreat to one of these rooms, I just don't know if there's something dangerous in there, and it'd be very easy to back up and realize the room is occupied. And the good news is most of those things die in just a hit or two. The flesh beasts aren't exactly known for being particularly tanky enemies. Alright. What we're doing right now is just peeking in these rooms. Because anything you don't see, you can't loot. I'm just trying to get a quick visual on what's here. I still need to kill that one enemy up there. We'll likely need to kill stuff, or we'll likely need to destroy some of this goop to see what's in some of those rooms, but that's fine. Alright, so we've got that. Okay, so you took a hit, 1 minor scrape, 2 minor scrapes, are fine, still here. So that one will need to run over and knock down a couple of pieces of the goop to get a peek in that room. We got loot there. Cool, we got a shard. Okay, so we can go around here, deal with that one. You got this handful more rooms to check. And now we should be good. Spine for homes? Yeah, so I'm not going to prioritize putting the spine in homes. What I'll likely do is I'll likely hold on to it and we'll try and work on homes. And if we get homes to the point that it's looking like he's not just going to die of heart attack on us, then I can go ahead and do the spine. I'll probably also want to wait till we got a better doctor as well. Because right now our doctor situation is, could use improvement, to say the least. Ooh, glad we checked. There's some plasteel. Alright, so you all just start smashing that. And you all get over here and start shooting that spot. Okay, so that's good enough. That's all I wanted to do is we wanted to check those rooms in case he had any more of those nodes. So with that, I should be able to reform caravans, send them home, except, we can make sure they've got stuff. Those cloth bags might not be a bad idea. So we want the shard, we want the plasteel, those are valuable. We want the bionic spine, and let's go ahead and grab some of these weapons. Probably actually not those. You know what, forget the weapons. We want the gold's good. I don't really care about the furniture so much. Travel supplies, let's grab the pemmican. I will grab the sleeping bags. Honestly, we can grab like all of this and be back. Grab the pile of Saiti, don't care about stone chunks. I will grab the junk weapons. I'm not gonna grab all the tainted clothing. Tables I don't care about. Those are heavy and I just don't care. Alright, so that's good. We got ourselves a bunch of goodies out of this. Nothing good in the weapon category, but, you know, everything else is solid. And they'll patch themselves up on their way home. So yeah, that was a solid winner. All we need to do is get home in time to not get into having this place get raided. What were they doing? It was a... What was it? Like the rescue thing where they're like, oh no, please help. And you always show up after things have already taken a turn. Also, holy crap, the colony group asked? Yeah, that's one of the things that happens with Guilty. Is because you'll have, like, the refugees and all that they go and show up and they're like, I would like to join you. Please help me. And you look at them and they're just in dire straits. And you're like, oh, man. This person's, like, a misogynist. They have an annoying voice. They're just downright an awful pawn. But if I say no, all of my people are going to throw a fit because, you know, I let someone who needed help, you know, I left them to rot. But it's one of the reasons why I like Guilty. It does have some good rewards, but at the same time, it really, really makes you have to make a lot of those decisions that you normally would never consider a pawn. And then Guilty shows up, it's like, you know what you're gonna do though? You're gonna consider that pawn anyway. Alright. Okay, so we converted another one of the prisoners from their quest. So furniture, let's start getting our wall lamps online. Because this is one of the things that makes me really like Anomaly. Is I really like with Anomaly, there is a reason for me to use lights. I mean, there is without Anomaly. There's a movement speed bonus. But generally speaking, without Anomaly, it's just not that important. But with Anomaly, it's like, no. You really, really want to make sure everything's well lit. Just because otherwise what happens is you hit the Noctil event. And then everyone starts actively dying. Alright, so all of the prisoners should be converted now. So we've already got 4 more points towards that stuff. So do not give that fuel and get rid of it. And for right now, I'm going to leave these walls made out of wood. I just don't feel like dealing with it. As we start getting a surplus in blocks, then I'll worry about it. The hospital, on the other hand, I'm going to replace the walls. This one should have the walls replaced as well. But we'll worry about that as I find myself having a surplus stuff. What I was really hoping is we get lucky and get a little bit of uranium in. I like making my containment rooms for Anomaly out of uranium because it's just so much stronger. I was wrong. I thought we had gotten all of it, but there's apparently one more prisoner to convert, but that's fine. So we literally just did an ideology reform, and because we have Prolicizer and Guilty, we're already back up to 6 towards our next ideology reform. Both those ideologies do a real good job at leveling up quickly. Alright. So I got just that corner to fill in, and that one tile down there, and then our perimeter's finally enclosed. We'll also want to go over to here and say miscellaneous. Pen marker. Drop that there. Oh, right, I could do the... Alright. We'll put the orbital trade beacon there. And the comms console for right now. Instead of putting in there with all the other stuff, because that'll just be another thing to get targeted and destroyed. The comms console is one of those things that will just pop in once in a long while and tag. We won't do a lot of work with it. So it's probably fine to just get shoved in some corner where I can ignore it. Yeah, so pretty soon I'll be able to cut the animals loose just inside a perimeter. We are starting to make a lot of pemmican, which that's some good news. I'm not entirely sure where we're getting the meat from, but you know I'm not going to complain. How bad have the research picks been? They've not been that bad. All things considered. Serum synthesis. Oh. I see. There we go. No, that's anomaly stuff. I see the bug. There we go. Yeah, that's the reason why I have that, even though it's the random research, is it's picking things in anomaly, and it will pick things that you can't research at the time. It's just a bug with it. Because unfortunately, research and the other thing are different. But yeah, no, it's been relatively good. We got mostly earlier tech. We're missing one good thing with the smithing and the machining and all that. That's kind of a big deal. We have gotten to microelectronics and all that. I'm deliberately not building the table for that because I'm trying to snag geothermal. Security doors would be another big one I'd want. Air conditioning's kind of important, and smithing, machining, and flak armor are kind of important. So I'm deliberately not getting the higher tech bench so they can't research the later things yet. Because it will become more and more of a nuisance. Yeah, so I'm glad I wish I had noticed that earlier. Yeah, I do hope they fix that. Just the mod so that it recognizes when it's anomaly tech, so that it'll just... I would like it where it automatically assigns one regular anomaly tech, one advanced anomaly tech, and a basic research randomly, because that means it'll cover all your bases. But right now it just doesn't know what to do with anomaly. But as you can see, it was picking anomaly technologies that I couldn't research yet, because it requires advanced anomaly stuff. So I physically had something I couldn't research that was just blocking me from doing anything. I just realized they weren't putting the stone in here. Okay, so you got another room floored. Cool. So let's go over here and say floors, limestone. Alright, so we got these three prisoners, so carry to the shuttle, carry to the shuttle, carry to the shuttle. And we do have an attack. It is a significantly large attack of Neanderthals. And there's the bionic arm. That's the reason we did that. Let's haul that back in before things kick off. Everyone is restricted. Oh, you've been restricted to the home zone. You know what? I'm surprised that hasn't caused us problems. To be fair, though, we don't really need much outside of our home zone in this colony right now. So they are going to prepare. We might be able to take advantage of this. Did you drop off that bionic arm? Yeah. So let's grab everyone. We're going to be the aggressors on this one. This is a very large Neanderthal raid. But what I want to do here... And I don't have enough animals to cause them to enrage to be worth anything. There's some mega sloths, but those are too far out of the way, unfortunately. I mean, I could go over here. You know what? That actually might work. Let's try and be fast. I can try and run over here. I can animal war call. Get the Mega Sloth to attack for us. Have the Mega Sloth tank them for a little bit while ours roll in. We would be able to command shout and then just take the initiative to get those. I'm hoping we'll be able to get close enough to get... Oh yeah, we can get a lot of stuff in here. Yeah, this shouldn't be too bad with the war call involved. That should go well. Apparently I'm too far away. I was hoping they'd follow me. That's fine. So plan straightforward. I want to pick off some shots, do a little bit of damage before they start their attack. Try and draw them into the animals we war called. There we go, we're close enough to start shooting. Yep. Alright, let's... They should come after me. And then that should run up to them and explode. We've got one that's broken off. Hey, Alyssa, just as a precaution, if I can have you hide in your bedroom, that'd be swell. Oh yeah, really get in there. Okay, so let's get everyone into actually a decent position. So we'll grab you one back here, drop all you in behind them. So he's just trashing a light because he's a big old jerk. I was hoping more of them would go down with this, but that's fine. Okay, get out of here. Okay, so he smashed a light. So that was his giant play against me as he ran up and broke a light. That Boomlope was MVP. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate a good Boomlope. The Mega Sloth also did a good job in just taking hits for me for a while. Because every hit that was against him was one less hit one more hit I wasn't taking. Alright, so Draconic lost an eye. Which is not great. We'll get you sorted out, buddy. You know, you're bleeding a lot. I'd really like you to go to bed, buddy. How good a doctor are you? You're 12. You're good. Alright, so Jaywalker, once you get in here, let's get your bionic arm put in. Once you're not seriously injured, I guess. Did you get a DR? I do not know what you mean by a DR. As a reminder, when you use abbreviations and it's not obvious in context, I'm just going to ask you to read it out because I won't know what you mean. Doctor? Oh yeah, no, I have a doctor. Sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not used to seeing both letters capitalized like it's an abbreviation. Yeah, so we have a doctor. But actually, I'd take that back. We have two doctors. Yeah, no, to be fair, it was just having both letters capitalized made me think they were referring to, like, another game or something like that. As opposed to capital D, lowercase r. Nah, that one's fair. Well, they're all gonna burn. I don't really care about their spears and all that, so they can just burn. It's fine. You're also confused? With that, the Diara you'd also ask what I meant? Yeah. Yeah, no, with both capitalized, I thought we were talking about, like, some piece of equipment or something I was not catching the name of. But yeah, no, I've got 2 doctors. I also have Holmes here, but Holmes is 93 and has Paralicapasia and is not really a good pawn. Like drilling rig or something. Yeah. Like, that's the reason I was confused. Well, sucks to be you, Megasloth. Hey, Allison, how's it going? Yeah, so far things are going pretty good. Starvation and Draconic. Why are you not... Why is Draconic not eating and all that? It is always the mystery. They're like, starving. I could get up and get food. No. I want to starve. Let me just be sad. Yes, it's literally just that corner there. And most stuff's in place. We just gotta wait for Jaywalker to not be permanently injured. Cargo pods, and they are of rhinoceros leather. Okay. Yeah, so I've got a bunch of components we can mine on the map. It's just right now, until Illicit Z is able to cook more reliably, consistently time-wise, Darth is the one carrying the cooking. So I'm splitting their time between cooking and dealing with the mining and all that. We got a decent number of meals, so I might have them switch over. Pretty soon we're going to end up losing a lot of the, we have to start having a lot of the crops go. I'm honestly surprised our food is just continuing to balloon. That's a decent-sized field, but it's not that big. When I consider that's not food, that's not food, that's not food, that's not food. It's just boom, 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 and boom. I'm really surprised our food is just really ballooning quite as much as it is. Oh, right, they're still restricted. I keep forgetting we had them under restriction. I need to not have them like that. Because that's why nothing's getting mined right now. Just need some of those components and whatnot. Do not allow anything rotten in there, please. Stop bringing the skeletons in here. Yeah, so Strider's starting to get a little bit of mining done. We can start getting some of these other things that require components online. Like the bioferrite shaper and the electric stove and all that. When they cut those down, I should be able to get a little bit of bioferrite out of them. Maybe enough to get the shaper table made. And after all this time, Strider finally gets to go back to their one passion, which was mining. Alright, so let's make sure it didn't choose something we can't do. Alright, that's Electro Harvester, that's Void Provocation, that's Disruptor Flares. There, fertility procedures. Cool. It'll be really nice. I do want to manually flag that one. I do look forward to the anomaly stuff getting more done, so it's doing that. You think they wanted the skeleton in a closet? Yeah, they took it very literally. Alright, Strider's also reading about how to plant things. As you do. Alright, so let's go ahead. Operations. We would like to install the bionic arm on the right shoulder. I'm going to have Infinity Simplex deal with that. It's going to be their job. Because they're our best doctor by a very large margin. They're going to be chilling right underneath the light. Don't botch it. I'd really like to have Jaywalker back in the two-armed team. Goodbye, bionic arm. It's fine. I just didn't want to wait to take all the time to build out our hospital. It's been so long. That also means we're not getting any construction done. Ooh, almost killed you. Oh, surgery. It's a little annoying that it destroys the limb when it does that. I'm okay with it having an odds of or a chance, I should say, of destroying a limb. The fact that it's like always, every single time it fails, like, no, we destroyed it entirely. It's gone. And you're like, really? How badly did they botch the surgery? Because apparently the answer is really badly. I probably should check the percentages. Probably was bad still because of the lack of sterile floor and everything. He meant to grab a screwdriver to put the arm together and actually grabbed a hammer. Yep. They honestly might have enough to build all that. It's just my construction... Jaywalker is my construction person. As you can see, they're missing an arm. They got a leg knocked off. They've been our main melee fighter in a lot of cases. And as that happens with melee fighters, they have a tendency to lose their limbs pretty early on. So we're dealing with a lot of that. Unfortunately, Jaywalker can't preach health themselves. We haven't done the fair in a while. Let's go ahead and do the fair. Get everyone in here for a mood bonus. Before everyone gets to bed. Get some more some more ideology points. Wanderer joins. Oh yeah, I forgot that did that. Well, what do we get for a new Wanderer? We got Carol. Carol is an undergrounder with chemical interest who is an amazing cook and crafter. And also doctors. Alright. Thanks, game. So Darth, you're fired from cooking entirely. And you suck at all melee or all fighting types, so we can go ahead and just have you pop down here. I don't think we have any spare guns anymore. So let's just go ahead and grab that recurve bow. It's about the best you're gonna get. And we can go to a work schedule and all that. Oop, that's not the right one. Alright, so who gets to be Carol? And Carol is Conrad. Welcome to the colony. Yeah, so with that, we've got ourselves a brand new doctor who's actually competent, which, you know, means now I actually have 3 competent doctors in the colony, which is actually pretty good. We've got an actual proper cook, which is something we've been doing without. We're almost looking like a functional colony. I need to be careful because we could build up our numbers way fast with that, and that can get real dangerous because the raids do scale very heavily based on the number of colonists you have. So it can be a thing that'll get you in trouble if you are not in a good position tech-wise, and you keep scaling up and up and up and up in number of colonists, and you suddenly find you're fighting equal forces where you got bows and spears and they've got all sorts of fancy, you know, chain shotguns and all sorts of stuff. Alright. I can see putting the high-tech research bench and the fabrication table like that and that. Shove the machining table in where that research bench is once it's not needed anymore. We've always got the disruptor flares. Let's see, so did a tribal star got a pawn with 18 medical, but they're a double melee passion brawler? Yeah, I've had some real bad luck for a long time of always my doctor would end up being my melee pawn and just being like, man, do I get rid of having a good melee pawn and just have them stay in the back line anyways? Heat stroke. Oh yeah, it is 102, I guess. So link, storage, clear, critical, medicine, and body parts. Storage. Delete. Get those on shelves. Alright. And I still don't have air conditioning and all that. That could be really bad for homes because I can't really do much to help them other than caravan them off the map. We still don't have passive cooler because the random research hasn't given it to us. And we also don't have air conditioning because the random research hasn't given it to us. What do I have Strider doing? Yeah, so Strider's mining right now. And then they can fall back on farming. No, would you look at that? Actual lights. Getting fancy in here. And I've queued up too much there. That's one thing we're gonna get paid for. I kind of wish there was... Like, right now you can make those into grow zones. I kind of wish you could put down sand. Like, you know, make it cost materials or whatever. The closest you found is if you do an underground base, you can make it fungal ground, and they'll have a movement speed penalty. So that's actually one of the advantages of doing the cave bases. But I kind of wish there was an easy way to go in here and just be like, I want to make that sand or mud or whatever. I'm sure there's mods that do it, but it'd be nice to have like an in-game way where I can be like, hey, this mud down here, give me some of that mud. Make it very laborious for me to slowly convert that. Versus kind of just having to, like, either you put down the stone and all that. You can also put down hay. But it's not particularly good either. It's good for, like, starting a bunch of fires to cause problems. But see, I really enjoy getting high mates that are good doctors and have them sitting in the back lines during the fight and rushing to rescue the first person that falls. Oh, yeah. Yeah, high mates can be a very solid choice for having, you know, be your researcher, your doctor, whatever, just someone who chills in the back. I actually don't even remember what all the bonuses on high mate is. Yeah, so they're great at social, they can't grow stuff well. And then otherwise they've got, like, just a lot of just generally good social stuff. There are a couple mods that do that. It's very unbalanced. Yeah, like that's the thing. For me, it'd be like, okay, if it's strong, it's got to have a high cost of some kind to it. But yeah, no, having them as like crafters, researchers, doctors, anything like that in the backlines, high make be a very, very good group to the thing. It's just like the genies can also be good for a lot of the same stuff. Get like a genie crafter or researcher or whatever, and they can do some real magic. So that's Reddit's one, and he, like this character in here, kind of likes kind of a purplish color. So let's go ahead and we're going to start doing this thing. Is it important? No. Does it have any real value? No. Does it give a mood bonus? Also no. Am I doing it anyways? Yes. Because it's more interesting than everything being the same, like, beige, grayish, white flooring or whatever, depending on the tile you choose. Okay, cool. So we finally got the electric stove going. So simple meal. Do until you have 20. Saiti forever. Pemmican forever. We will make fine meals 10. Lavish meals 10. And so with that, we can go over here and start taking all the fancy meals off of there. And then just have that be able, well actually, just get rid of it. Just get rid of it, just destroy it. Shut it down. So now we got ourselves an electric stove. Just the tiniest little bit of corner left, and then we're fully enclosed. Then I want to do stuff like make a corner here. Eventually I want to put a sentry gun there. So I can put a sentry gun there just so that when stuff comes in, it gets considered in combat, so it can't pile in and all drop in stacks of 5 or whatever. Where they pop out here and they just go in this big explosive group. When you get to like really, really big groups of tribals or whatever. One downside of the way I've been doing this base is for considerations of the advanced lights. We have not set ourselves up well for it. Yeah, we put that there. That should cover that whole field. Imperial transport crash. Okay, if I don't say yes or people get mad, a psychic shock lance would be pretty good. So we're gonna say yes. They did crash nearby. Not a particularly good angle because I gotta walk the whole way out and around. But we're gonna go ahead and wait till it gets to about 5 in-game hours. We're gonna run down here to assist. Because it could be a way to get a little bit of XP. It could be a little way to get ourselves other goodies and all that. And then if the fight is one that we're like, oh yeah, that's actually a very one-sided fight, we could just walk away. Is it only on construction? Yes, and you're missing an arm and a leg. So, I mean, you have a peg leg. But you get the idea. You've been in a lot of fights and you're showing your scars at this point. So it is definitely not helping our construction cause. Alright, so it's all melee group. That works out pretty well for us. So you can go ahead, and I don't need to stay behind cover, because what's it gonna do? The big problem you run into here is the tendency for your cataphracts to just beeline directly into the enemy forces and then fall over dead, because, you know, they're ranged, and they run into melee for reasons beyond my understanding. I mean, it's just the way the AI works. But, like, they take a very strong advantage they have and just chuck it out the window. And I have to be careful because if I accidentally shoot them, then I lose standings. Would you quit switching positions? Alright, grab all of our ranged. You focus fire on the one that's not in the group. Let's retreat a little bit. Get our melee team in here and ready. I need the range to be a little bit closer because they are in range where they can easily friendly fire the cataphract. There we go. That should be close enough they shouldn't be able to friendly fire. And nicely done. Okay. Ah, I got all excited for him. I was about to be like, I've had once or twice that it didn't end up being bio-coded, which is really exciting when it happens. It's really, really exciting when, for whatever reason, one of them ends up not bio-coded, and you're like, oh, heck yeah, so that can just stay on the ground. But we did get a bunch of meals, that's some components, we'll get some standings. Missing an arm and a leg? Did you fall victim to a loan shark? He's been advised by his legal representation to not discuss the circumstances in which he finds himself. Part of the situation was they were requiring them to sign an NDA. So let's see if we can save this person for a little extra standings. Alright, so we completed the quest. We got the shock lance, which is a good find, so we'll go ahead and haul that. Shock lance can be useful for a lot of things. No. Not injured? They're injured. Rest until... So, I'm not... Alright, well, I'll just patch you manually then, I guess. I don't know why you're fighting me and actually healing you up, but, you know, okay. You mean the legal rep is a lawyer, or the guy behind him with a club? Those can be the same person. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive. You may not realize it, but some of the most common people who go into law are the Neanderthals. It's just a particular thing that they want to demonstrate that they're smarter than people think they are. Can be, and are in this case, yes. Oh, I didn't even realize we had... Okay. So I need an art bench.
Thank you Marcos PLS for subscribing for 8 months. Rules love.
And thank you, Marcos, please, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emote. Why? Oh, because I have the crafting spot. Get that out of here. I don't need you anymore. Alright, so we can go here and say production. Art bench. The shuttle has arrived for you. So go ahead and get you out of here. Yeah, so we need the we need to make the art piece for our faction or whatever. So I gotta go ahead and do that. So I need the art bench. Fertility things. Alright. Okay, so cool. It did choose an actual another research versus anomaly one, so that's going there. But thank you so much for that. You've been subbed to the channel for 8 months. I really do appreciate the continued support. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Cool. And we got ourselves a bit more reputation. So that's good news. And I think that's the first time in forever we don't have an outstanding contract or an outstanding quest of some kind. Alright, so let's look. So Strider's colors that they are dyeing all their clothes is like a light brown? Yeah. So let's go ahead and we'll say orders. Paint the floor. Maybe that one. Light brown. Rongor is kind of a light purple. And Box Fox is a very dark purple. Because that's something I've done for a long time, is I'll take the time to dye all the rooms their favorite colors. It does nothing for them, for the record. They don't get a mood bonus, they don't get anything like that, literally does nothing. But it makes the buildings more interesting than everything being the same color. So you don't know why, but the idea of a slightly better dressed caveman from prehistoric real legal solutions, where we make legal issues history, is awesome. Honestly, if someone made like, you know, a not Ace Ventura, I'm blanking on his name. The one where it's like, objection! Hold it! Phoenix Wright, that's the one. If someone made a Phoenix Wright, but like paleo, I would absolutely, like, that would have a level of curiosity. I would definitely pick it up, just because I would want to know what it would be like. It would be a bizarre enough game. There would certainly be an interest there. Because you could also have fun with it by making it like a whole bunch of like just really weird laws. Because you'd have the obvious laws like don't kill people, like you're not allowed to steal. But like, they wouldn't have concepts of like copyright or anything like that. But, you know, maybe they have rules around like different animals and, you know, how they're supposed to be treated and how ownership of different animals and stuff works. So I could see you having some really fun twists on just presenting law. And obviously it'd be fictional, it wouldn't be based on any type of real meaningful research. But I could see you having some real fun, wild, just out there laws. And like just having some very non-standard legal practices. So you wouldn't have like the ideas we have now about like, oh, here's like the attorney and this one, and here's what you can and cannot do, here's what you can and cannot do. You'd have some like oversimplified versions of it because, again, paleo. And again, not from a realism standpoint, just basically to give yourself like a free license. Those games are awesome. Also some of the best music. Oh yeah. I only played through one of the Phoenix Wrights entirely, and I had a really good time. I don't know about nowadays, but it used to be the big problem for me is they were restricted to console. I think it was only later that they started coming out on computer. Can we just get Judge Dredd? Judge Dredd's boring. Just like, I am the law. Judge, jury, and executioner. I face the fact that I very much face directly in my own situations the immorality of being such in a position, but I do it anyway. Where I hold people guilty of violations of a law trying to defend themselves from their own circumstances, even though it is very understandable in the capacity of the situation in which they find themselves. I.e., like, the guy who hacks, like, the spaghetti machine to climb in to hide from the people who are shooting up the place or whatever it was. Yeah, no, I know there's more than one Judge Dredd, but that was always, like, the thing about the Judge Dredd universe, if you look into it. That was the gimmick, is they do show that in very reality, you really probably don't want that Dredd, but he's constantly in a video call with a judge and a full jury. Like, you very much don't unilaterally want one person calling everything. There's lots of problems with that. And I understand people are like, but video game. And yeah, fair enough. There's actual Judge Dredd games. They exist. If you haven't heard it, Professor Layton and Ace Attorney music, absolutely phenomenal. But yeah. Actually, so I very genuinely I get very bored about single-dimensional characters and all that. So like I think that's probably one of the reasons why I fall out of a lot of the superhero stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, they've done better these days about having characters have way more depth than they used to. But like, when you have this is the bad guy, what do they do? Evil. What else do they do? Bad. And you're like, what actually is their motivation? Well, they're just being bad. No, but like, what is their end goal? What are they trying to achieve? Kicking a puppy. I don't know. Something evil. There's some that are well written, but there's a lot of them that's like, what's this one? It's a mutant. What does it do? It just, look, man, it's a bad person. Just accept it. And there's a place for those types of characters. You think there's too many superhero movies and zombie movies? It has fallen off to me? Yeah, no, I agree. I would also say, I wouldn't even necessarily say there's too many superhero movies. I'll take that back, actually. There's too many superhero movies that have no depth or substance to them kind of thing. That it is quite literally, it's like, what has this character got going for him? And grab the telescope for more recreation. It's more than I need. Even though I don't need them, we'll grab the books too. I do like me some books in the Rim. We're probably at the point I should be picking up components as well. But yeah, so it's like I was saying, a lot of superhero movies, the characters don't have any nuance to them. There's just not enough time in like a 1, 2, 3 hour movie to like really build up a character and have them have like a meaningful backstory and all that for the villains. Like the superheroes, they do a pretty okay job of giving them more depth to them. Sometimes. There's sometimes there as the superheroes, like, what's your job? I'm supposed to be a slapstick hero or whatever. But it is one of those things that, like, you need a lot more to it to keep it fresh and interesting and engaging. But there's a lot of, like I said, there's the characters like, what do you do? Evil. What do I do it? Bad. Why? Evil. And you're like, come on, man. Write a better character. Give me a proper antagonist. Don't just give me a villain. Make me rooting at the end of the movie be like, no, who cares about good and evil? Screw that guy. Screw that guy in particular. But the games like The Last of Us are more interesting because you're playing as the guy that doomed humankind, but you can understand why, and then there is a discussion of if he was right or wrong. Exactly. Or, like, if you are going to have, like, the cartoonishly bad guy, again, at least make them a good antagonist. Make it that character that's just a constant thorn in people's sides. That, you know, you're rooting for them to get their outcome. It's not just that, oh, what do they do? They're a bad person. You're like, Cool, man. It's also one of those things that they suffer from the yes and, or multiverse. Man, I am so tired with, like, so many things being like, you know, they wrote themselves in a corner and they're like, what do we do now? Well, we'll just multiverse it. And we'll just follow a different universe or have another universe go in and knock aside the place where we wrote ourselves in a corner. It's the easy way out. Yeah, it was that one. Before that one, it was time travel. That whenever a series wrote themselves into a corner, they would have some time travel event that effectively reset themselves back to that. You don't like that either? It's like the amnesia trope as well. Exactly. Or where they lose their superpowers for like one episode kind of thing. That's a very obnoxious one after a while. I think that was the what was it? Jake 2.0? I can't remember. There's a couple series that were all similar at the same time. But there's one of them that the entire thing was the guy had amnesia right from the beginning and didn't know who he was. Which, yeah, when you just have them so they randomly have amnesia, it's very boring. But, like, that was the whole thing. He was, like, super duper smart and knew just about any just straight up fact about just about anything obscure. And he had no idea why. And it was actually kind of an interesting story. But they wanted to have the one where he was just a regular guy. So if I remember correctly, I think he was climbing a ladder. And I don't remember what happened, whether someone, like, put jumper cables to it or whatever. But he gets electrocuted or gets struck by lightning or whatever. But he gets electrocuted. And then he's just, like, a totally normal person, and people ask him questions like, oh, I don't know. And it was like, it jumped the shark on, like, season 2. and you're like, oh my god, please. You're only 2 seasons in. You don't need to be digging this deep to just try and find material. If you're only in season 2 and you're already at that stage that you're like, no, I gotta go and do this like ridiculous nonsense. That's really bad. One would hope you start dragging on to season 6 or 7 or 8, and you're like, the writers are like, they've all gone gray, and they're like, well, we could have them do that. It's like, nah, man. Episode 34, we did that. What about this? Nah, that'd be episode 28, Dave. Episode 28, we did that. We actually drug it out for 3 whole episodes. Oh, come on, man. Well, what about that? It's like, nah, man. Right now, that's a problematic topic. We had the other one did it much better than we can with our character. Like, that's when you break out the amnesia episode where you're like, man, we got nothing left. Like, we've scraped the bottom of the barrel, the wood's gone, we're in the dirt below it, and now we're down to bedrock below that. That's when you break out the amnesia episode. Let's see, TV shows and that should not try to be comics. Those are all the tropes in comics that happen when writers are being shaken up, or the comic has been going for a long time and doesn't work well on TV. A TV show's excuse to have a season 4 and they stop being good. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing. And to be fair, it's really impressive, some of these shows that have gone to like 12 and 14 seasons, and they're all gonna have their miss episodes where you're like, look, man, I get it. The poor writers are sitting in some room and just about screaming, screaming at the top of their lungs, going, I don't know what we do next, man. That almost all the ideas they come up with is stuff they've already done, or, either cannot be done for practicality reasons or whatever. And honestly, we got an enclosed pen now, so have a nice time, animals. You're free. So I think I grabbed a female. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves another alpaca. Grab ourselves a male alpaca. That's not how you grab it. Blight on the strawberries. Cool, man. So disable sowing. Cut blight. Go into absolutely everyone. And give them plant cut 1. That you're unconscious, you don't matter. Now what I'd like to do is be able to right click and say, please pull that up. And what I wish the game did by default is they would just stick to it, versus he did one and then he went back to bed. Now good news is Luxray is just trucking through it. But that has always been my complaint with the base game, is I don't want to have to mod that. Very clearly when you have Blight, the player, the decision they're going to make in that moment is they want to remove all the Blight. They're going to tell someone to do it. Don't make me micro it. Just do it. Like, if I right click and say do it, I want them to do it. I don't have to like grab them again and again, be like, no, do the next one. Now the next one. The worlds of the God and Supernatural, is it really jumping the shark if you never come back down? I didn't realize they had that line there, but yeah. That's your biggest complaint with RimWorld. So much of the quality of life stuff is just ignored, and they'll grab it. Oh yeah, no, I would definitely agree with that. And it's like, one thing is like, well, the mods do it. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Here's a hint. I am definitely on team. If everyone grabs a mod to do something, and you aren't deliberately deciding not to do it for like some game balance reason or something, it needs to eventually be added to the game. Unless it's like impractical to do so. Biofuel refining, that's fine. Like wasting Glitter World on a bruise? Yeah. Like, and I get those things cost development time and all that. But like, that's... The Blight is one of those things that's been around since the very infancy of RimWorld. And it's just kind of one of those things where you're like, you know what? All I'm asking is when I right-click and say, hey, get rid of that, they just keep doing it till it's gone, or they pass out, or they have a break. Or someone shoots them in the face. That's fine too. Where do I want to put you? Alright, they're dropping in drop pods. Oh, they're just... Okay, so they're all going up here. Ooh, you are packing real legitimate heat. Okay, I don't like that. Alright, so... You are a decent shot. You're an okay shot. You're a terrible shot. You're a good shot. You don't matter as much. You're a bad shot. Alright. Okay, that was a raid. Okay. So... This is definitely one we want to pull into melee. More to the southwest? Yeah. This is definitely one I don't want to engage on. And the reason I don't want to engage on this... Oh my god. Is they have really good shooting. And... they have a distinct weapon advantage. So what the hope here is that we can draw them into... Here, let's change your zoning real quick. That we can draw them inside our base. And I want to do that because I could probably split them up into smaller groups that way. And then just take my army of melee and start thwacking them on the head. Whereas, if I go the other way around with it, I'm probably just going to walk myself right out into it and just get utterly murdered. Yeah, no, that's, the big thing is it's the numbers. I have too many colonists. Guilty has had me growing my colony too fast. So, we are dealing with a... Well, and we're also playing at a decent difficulty. So we're not playing anything, like, super difficult or anything. But we're not at nothing. But yeah, this is gonna be a rough one. The good news is those groups should go down relatively easy numbers-wise. This group up here worries me. It's got a nice mix of long and short range, and the tox grenades mean I can't just sit on top of them. Like, if the tox breaks off. I also see that they even have the shield stuff and all that. This is a solid attack group. We are not going to try and range versus range them. They distinctly have every advantage on me in a ranged fight. We're going to try and drag him into melee, and then just start slapping the crap out of them. Because the melee, if I get them into melee, we've got an advantage. So the goal here will be probably to grab as many of them into melee as we can, and everyone else who's free, just shoot the hell out of the last one, potentially trying to drag one of my ranged people into melee for the purposes of this. Okay. So, get everyone over here out of the line of sight. Illicit, I need you to begin procedure duck in your room, tuck head between legs, and openly weep protocol. That is the strategy of the children. The children shall pray that the day comes tomorrow. Yeah, there's no big animals. I was hoping... I mean, there's a mega sloth there, but it's not in the right place to do much. You know, honestly, it's only a raccoon, but that might be usable. To split them up? Alright, shoot the crap out of the guy who makes the corner. Alright, going good so far. You're probably going after my my stuff there, and the others are taking their sweet time. Yeah, no, but the whole point of the raccoon wasn't actually to fight them much. You notice what it does, it took them from being one group popping down to kind of separate them out in the small ones, which is where we got to pick off those two real fast. So I want Dusty here to get closer. Stop lighting it on fire. I need you to keep moving. Because you keep moving... Get Dusty. Dusty split out. And that means it's go time. Alright, so we got them. Let's try to take advantage. That one does have a machine gun. Alright, back off again. We don't want to give them the chance to line up good shots. Nah. Oh, we did get him. Nice. Back off again. Cool, you're on fire. Ambush, ambush. And everyone else is out of here. Wait. Oh, it's the animal behind you sleeping. Yeah, so sadly, we're not going to get the other ones, unfortunately. All of you start putting out the fires. This group's got that one handled. Okay, so let's try and snag some of these weapons we can real fast. So Conrad is going to get a minor upgrade from a recurve bow to an assault rifle. Luxray is going to get an automatic pistol to an assault rifle. Ooh, that's bio-coded. That's a bummer. Go ahead and get the bolt action. Go ahead and get the bolt action.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? We can go orders. Unforbid. We want to forbid that one again, and then there should be a bio-coded gun down here somewhere as well. Yeah, so grab the important bits out of here. And you have a tox pack. I don't care about that. You have a tox pack. I don't care about that. None of them survived with enough health to do anything. Oh, and schedule, unrestrict all of you. So you can start dealing with that fire. Revolver to shotgun? Nah. So the good news is that now I'm in a good position to sit back. Oh, Alyssa, you can get out of your bedroom. Very proud of you, and you're being very, very capable of duck your head between your legs and openly weep protocol for when, you know, when the raids come. Very, very proud of the children here. Okay. Yeah, we're doing Cassandra. I normally run Cassandra because, unfortunately, in my experience, I find a lot of times that Randy just goes on vacation for entire seasons, and it can just be one of those things that, like, nothing happens for, like, entire streams because Randy just has taken a nap. And then Randy comes back and then burns everything down by hitting you with 5 different unrelated things that are all awful. Alright. So you start hauling all the bodies out of here. So all in all, that raid went really good. We got a lot of weapon upgrades. I don't even think we took an injury. Because we managed to split up the group enough that we were just kind of picking them off ones and twos. I didn't see what the one that went down this way did. I don't see anything broken. Like, I figured he might go to telescope or these. But I don't see literally anything damaged here. So I think he went down this way and aggroed back up or something for some reason. I'm not going to complain about it, I'm just not really sure what happened there. Yeah, waiting for something to happen for 3 hours is not fun. Look, sometimes you can be fun, but he is like, let me say, for an hour and a half. Yeah, I don't mind. Like, I actually enjoy Randy for when I'm doing, like, an off-stream playthrough. Honestly, when I'm looking for an easier round, I'll play Randy. Because generally the sheer amount he just calls it a night. But yeah, no, his less predictability is what makes him special. It's just, it also comes with a downside. Okay, so we've got the art table. So we need to make the statue here. I want to make one of those. For our cases, please don't waste the steel. Oh, and I need 4 columns. Okay, so structure, columns. There we go. Yeah, and we're doing good on all those materials now, so I actually want to get a lot of this stuff going as well. It's time to get our containment online. And I am going to go ahead and make it all granite doors. We just need it to be as much durability as possible for containment. Stream a Phoebe run? So honestly, Phoebe isn't that bad to like watch. She can be absolutely dastardly in what she does sometimes. But as far as like actually spectating her and all that, yeah, there's a larger gap between the raids on Phoebe, but it's not like Randy where she can go entire seasons without attacking. Like she will keep hitting you. So anomaly. Furniture, lights. Oh, I need to switch those to the other side. Oh, no, that's right. I was sitting there, I was like, wait, is this all not lined up right? I was like, no, it's just the stuff that's under construction makes it not look right. Alright. And then we'll also need lights for in here. Alright. One of your better kind? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, Phoebe will ruin you. Phoebe's one of those ones that's really good about catching you off guard. Because there's enough time between your raids and all that, that you can actually have your wealth change a lot and not realize by how much your wealth changed. Door into containment? Yeah. We got door into containment as well. We'll eventually want to switch those to like the high security doors, but they require plasteel and all that. We're nowhere near ready for it. Alright, so now I got Illicit NZ. Illicit's character is kind of wearing an olive color from the looks of it. Let's go ahead and do that. So something like you. Oh, we got Jaywalker. Jaywalker is got their floors not the way they're supposed to be. Honestly, at this point, go ahead and fill up the hallway too. I'll wait to do the rest of those rooms until that's filled in. Because otherwise I'll just be redoing that. Let's keep coloring the rooms and all that. We're keep gonna put down the flooring and all that. We're basically using up these materials as we get them. We got enough. I could also go ahead and get this room started out and sorted. Alright. Killing all the animals to wild up your pawns leveling super fast? Yeah. That's one of the ways you deal with Phoebe and all that. Shout out for the wall mod. It was it manifested in the base game. Yeah. Like, it was always one of those things that was, like, weird that you had to have, like, a light sitting in the middle of your room. So I am happy they added that as well. I wish we got more of those kind of quality of life changes. That's what we were talking about earlier, is just how many pain points RimWorld has that it's clearly not like a game balance decision to not let you have something. It's just kind of an oversight type deal. And how many of those have been in the game forever and ever. And it's fine if it's a very niche thing we don't really care about. But like, caravanning has been so painful for so long. Blight has been so painful. And I always have someone who will like, you know, scream. It's like, but you can manage it. I'm like, that's not the point. Like, the point is when I say, get the hell off my tile. And if I just sit back and let it run, it doesn't happen if you got too many pawns involved, is a problem in itself. Like, if I say, hey, all of you caravan off the tile, they should eventually succeed. But what happens in practice is one person will end up being, like, hungry or whatever. They'll go back, it'll cancel it all, and half the people stop doing their recreation and all that. And then they come back, and then the one who wasn't getting the recreation has a break, so the whole thing stops again. And you just get into a cycle where everyone starts burning down because it's just one of those things that they could just get into the rotation of breaks, even though you've got more than enough food and recreation and everything you need to keep them at, like, maximum happiness. But because they're caravanning, they just... the AI doesn't do it. You really hope they revisit caravanning at some point? It's almost everything about it's very unsatisfying to work with. Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like the biggest pain points are twofold. The first pain point is just, like, when you're doing big caravans, it's a problem. Like, if it's 1 or 2 people, it's usually just a nothing burger. But when you're starting to get, like, okay, we're sending 8, 10, 12 people out to do, like, a massive caravan to hit, like, an enemy base or whatever, you almost have to do the thing where you send 3, 4 out, then 3, 4 out, then 3, 4 out, then 3, 4 out, then grab your whole force and move it. And, like, that kind of micro, again, isn't a player decision. That's you getting angry and fighting the mechanics not working the way they probably should. And that's just always been a thing. And the only answer I could come up with that is that they do some kind of hand waviness that once you start caravanning off the tile, it kind of wink nudge lets your characters get away with a little bit more than they normally should be able to. Just to kind of smooth it out. Or that you could sit there and be like, you know, have the option to, like, force the caravan to not do anything until everyone is ready, and then it goes, and once it starts going, it just commits. Or on the other end of it, that you can sit there and say, hey, get off the tile as soon as you're ready. A good example of that would be Encumbrance. The pawns pick up way more than they should be able to. Yeah. Right, exactly. So either do, like, some hand-waving that you can get away with doing stuff outside what the pawns can do, or that it has something where you say, hey, caravan off the tile, and you have, like, 2 different versions of it, where you say, like, caravan when ready, and then instead of just everyone standing around the caravanning point, that they would get everything going, but they would take care of themselves, and then once you have everyone is not actively in an immediate need, they would just commit to going off the tile. Like, once it triggers that everyone was ready, it doesn't matter if someone gets hungry or sleepy, they just walk off the tile. Or the other way around, it'd be like, get off as soon as you load up. So you'd have, like, your characters would just kind of stagger out in ones and twosies.
Thank you, Sage Bitey, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Sage Bitey, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you use it here. And I really do appreciate that. So I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you. Hey guys, you're 1 millimeter away from home. Please travel to the last spec. No. You want to sleep right there? Yeah. But that's kind of it. I feel like there's got to be some fudging of the AI the moment you go to kick him into caravan. I'm okay, like, you would have, like, that choice of they all hang here and then, you know, go off that. But so you hang out here long enough to not want to hear ads anymore. That's fair. And for those, if you're subbing to more than 2 channels, don't forget to consider Twitch Turbo. It is more cost-effective than subbing. Obviously, I benefit more if you sub to the channel, but I do understand not everyone's made of money or whatever. Once you start getting to, like, 2 and 3 subs, usually Twitch Turbo becomes the more cost-effective route of going.
Thank you, IWSFT333, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, IWSF, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month, and thank you so much for using that here. And I really do hope you Really do hope you enjoy your advertising previewing as well as access to the emote. We've got the first month locked in. At the beginning of stream, we were at 99 out of 100. I think we should be at 100 now. No, it's still showing at 99 out of 100. It may not have updated though, because I do believe we had a sub upgrade during the stream, so that should kick over and get us into a good place. But yeah, so we should like, I'm feeling very good that we're all set for February, and then I have just March to do, and then we're good. And I am planning on doing a subathon in March starting the 17th, which the way I run subathons here is I do like extended stream hours. I still get off stream long enough to like sleep, shower, eat, and then, you know, start the next day. But it does mean instead of like my normal 9-hour streams, 5 days a week, we go literally every single day of the week. And in practice, they end up being like 12, 13-hour streams or something like that. Just because, like, again, you know, roughly 8 hours of sleep, about an hour between like taking a shower and eating all that, and that's 9 hours already. Well, that means we're down to like 15 hours that is not already pre-allocated. And that usually that like 15 hours, there's like the whole getting to the computer, getting set up, starting stream, getting off stream, and then being able to fall back to sleep kind of thing. But it does mean extended hours. Usually the way I'll do is like for every sub, X amount of time, yada yada. You know how that works. But it's going to be celebrating both my birthday and my 3-year, I believe it is, partnerversary. I'm basically just splitting the difference between those two times and doing a subathon for it. I just realized... Oh, no, you're unrestricted. But let's check that quest again. Okay, so you want to send me a mountain of waste packs for... Heck yeah. Count me in for the Emanator. Like, the rest of these can go out here. Yeah, I'll take your pollution. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go shove that up in a corner and let it rot. Okay, so the best places I found to put these is either one, where the people typically take their breaks and craft, or your hospital. It really is a 50-50 on this, and because of where I position them, if I had put them next to each other, it could have covered both. The hospital's probably the better one. Another good place is right by your kill box. I'm put there for now. We might move it. So let's go to the waste packs. Oh, that's perfect. You just stay there. You can just rot right over there in that corner, and I can ignore that problem. I don't think I've ever had someone tantrum and destroy the Emancipator, or whatever it is. It's not a particularly high value item, so it tends not to get targeted. Like, if we look at this, it is only 1,300, and you almost always have something worth more, like some weapon that's really valuable, or you'll have, like, you know, a mech healing serum, or a pile of components, or whatever. There's almost something always more valuable than it. One of the other things you could do is you could actually bury it in the wall, if you're that worried about it. Like I said, I've never had anyone destroy it, but now you made me paranoid, and I probably will bury it in the wall. Alright. Ooh, Architect Arm. I don't think I can make that happen. It would be cool if I could make that happen, but I don't think we can make that happen, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't make it happen. Alright, get out of here. I would love that Architect Arm, but even if I sold all the books, it wouldn't be enough to buy it. I'm gonna attack a pile of mortar shells? Yeah. Infinity Simplex has kind of a dark brown as the color they're dressing up with. And Jaywalker. Right, Jaywalker is the one who has almost... It's like cream colored, or like almost a beige. It'll be slightly different than the other tile. Alright, Biofairy Harvester. So next up, Proximity Detector. Yeah, no, that's anti-green. Anti-greens, they'll target a lot, because those are also valuable. For those who don't know, Alcid Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely check them out. Plays a lot of Product Zomboid, but does occasionally play other games. So, you know, just definitely check them out for all that. Good times over there. Very, very informative streamer. Alright, so all that's going real well. Yeah, so slightly different color. What is our ideology color? Isn't it like a green or something like that? No, it's like pink. Which is always a bummer. Another ask I have in the game. Give us the same colors here that we can have, like, show up for ideology and our favorite color. Like this area. Like, let me dye stuff the same colors that are their favorite color. Okay. Because while it doesn't really matter, it is pretty annoying that they're like, this is their favorite color. It's like, cool, let's make their clothes that color. No, you're not allowed. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought that's the whole point. To be allowed or not be allowed. But yeah, so anyways. Yeah, to be allowed. Yeah, no, it's just unfortunately they don't have all the colors. So like, our ideology, if we look at our ideology's colors, it's like, it is hot pink. It is Barbie pink. It is like straight up screaming pink. Neon pink. It is the pinkest of pinks. And the closest we have here is we got pastel red or maybe light indigo. Any reason you don't double wall around your base or you just don't have the resources? Oh yeah, no, first you want to enclose it. I think I'll do the pastel pink. Because there's not that kind of pink in the color set. But yeah, so common spaces are being painted the ideology's colors, and individual rooms will be painted the individual's colors who, you know, live in that room. It makes your base have all sorts of colors. Your colonists have, like, a really weird desire for just, like, black and gray and white colors, too. Like, I have a couple of, like, these really bright colors, and everyone else is, like, browns and gray, and I'm like, man, it's not that there's no one with the favorite color brown. That's a pretty rare favorite color. I haven't looked at anyone can romance anyone with any meaningful success. Yeah, you got a couple who are in like the 8%. I'm actually ooh, actually, you have a pretty high chance. 16% is relatively high. Package survival meal. Alright, that's okay. I keep canceling the ones that's kicking over to anomaly. Alright, so with package meals on here, we're gonna go up to the stove here. And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna get rid of the pemmican off the list. And we're gonna do package survival meals forever. Alright, we got our first containment room actually built. So that's good news. And our batteries are holding up. We're just gonna let them keep building all these rooms. It'll be fine. Eventually we'll want to expand this perimeter probably down into this area. We don't want to make the base way too big. I'm gonna need to have room for the ship though when we get to that point. We will also likely want to double wall. Another thing I should also start working on And this isn't intended for traps or anything, to be clear. The entire point of this area is I just want them to go by there where I'll have a sentry gun. And what that'll do is it'll cause them to go in one by one to kind of let me control the rate they get fed into my area. And then from here, we just put a bunch of columns. And then the reason for those bunches of columns is every time they step on and off of a column, it slows them down. If you add way too much, the AI won't be able to path. Like, they'll just hit your wall because it'll be just too long of a path. Or you can run to situations where it just takes them so long to get through your path that you're dealing with your own people getting all crabby from not getting their needs met and all that. Alright, so you've got... those set up. So I'm just trying to deconstruct all the torches. I need to get that hospital expanded and get sterile floors down on it. So you do shell storage right next to your mortars? Yeah, no, usually that's what you want to end up doing. Alright. So you've got a Deathbreaker Persona Sword, which has kind thoughts, which will be supportive and whispers kind thoughts whoever... So improves their mood. Will naturally meditate, helps the wielder focus psychic meditation. That is a really strong sword. The downside is... it's a plasma sword, which means it just constantly lights stuff on fire, and I find that to be kind of a pain sometimes. That said, it's a toxic spear, which is usually a pretty easy event. Yeah, no, 99% of the time when I get those, they suck. I mean, I honestly might take it even if we just sell it. Alright, so let's accept. Okay, so it's like literally right next door. So I'm gonna send a caravan, send it back. This is not gonna be a big team. So we're gonna send Rongor in there, and we're gonna send Luxray in there. So real small in and out kind of team. Meanwhile, you know what? Sure. You can have the psychic weapon. Oh wait, do I want to get to Jaywalker? I mean, Jaywalker's missing an arm and all that. Yeah, let's give it to Jaywalker. So Jaywalker is our moral guide. So they're probably one of the ones I want to be one of my strongest pawns. So let's give it to Jaywalker, who's just using a wooden mace or whatever. Alright, Psychic Bond, because that should also help, because that'll keep Jaywalker from... Oh, right, everyone is, Toxic Spewer. Did you get out of here yet? Please get out of here. Please get out of here. So everyone's got masks and everything, so they should be pretty resistant to the toxic. So you can go ahead and run them out here real fast. Deathbreaker, you're doing great. Keep up the good work, champ. No, it's just like, nah, man, it's lovely art. You're just being too hard on yourself. No one's gonna notice that mistake. It's fine. Trust me. Draconic Dork has almost like a bluish purple. There's nothing even remotely close to that color here. Not even remotely close to that color here. I'm going to give you the muted purple. It's the closest you're getting. Conrite. I'm not sure which color. You got two. So you got like a tan. Like a leather tan color. That's unowned. And Luxray. Luxray's got like lime green. And unfortunately, I've got nothing remotely close. So you're going to get pale lime because it's about as close as we're going to get. Someone saying, trust me, is the most suspicious thing that exists. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Alright, so jump to location. No, don't reform. Don't stop. Cancel. Zoom in. Okay, so there's a proximity activator, but as long as I don't accidentally hit those, we should be able to destroy that and not have a problem. So let's get over to this side for a couple of reasons. It's weird that you have a building up here. Ronger's gonna go look in that building because I am very curious as why there's a building up there and that's not in it. So let's try and get as far back as we can. You okay, RimWorld? Oh. Run. Well, no, it says they woke up. But they're still asleep. Oh, nope. It just needed a second. So I don't care about the fog machine. It's not actually affecting me. This is why we're here. Is this thing. That's the reason I was all confused about. I was like, why do I have two devices on here? First we go back here. I don't have fog. RimWorld's just having a moment with this. I don't have any mods that affect any of this stuff. Technically, I could go down from this angle and destroy it, but there's a good chance I'd get messed up doing it. It's not worth me messing with that. We'll just leave that alone. We're here for the toxic spewer. We're gonna grab that and we're gonna get out of here. Please give me that. And this while we're here. And we just walk away off this side of the map. And that's not my problem, is what that is. Yeah, that's one of the nice things about this style of event. 90% of the time, or plus, you're going to be able to go in, destroy the one thing, and get out. About the only times I don't run into that... Hey, get out of here. About the only times you don't run into that is I have had it once or twice where the building is like wedged into a mountain and then they have a proximity sensor in front of it. And that's usually one of those ones where you're just like, nope, and you walk away. You take one look and you're like, alright, can I just like knock this down or do I have to feed myself into their guns? Nope. Why do you still say... Okay, there it goes. I was like, why do you still say toxic spewer? I did destroy it. We're good. It just took a moment to figure itself out. Before I forget, we will say no more than 8 alpacas at any time. And also, no more than 2 adult males at any time. Alright, so that'll be a lantern party? No. Every 14th, you can do a special celebration. Begin the ritual with the following. Any gathering spot. What? Do I have someone here? Oh, Holmes is a different ideology. Wait, can I just go ahead and convert you while you're laying down? Oh, bully. You're getting bullied so much. That's the problem, is we got someone here who's not part of the winning team. Hey, Holmes, let's start getting to work on you and that ideology. You're probably getting up soon, aren't you? Literally today. Okay. Should have been working on that for a while. I have very little faith that Holmes is going to be surviving, by the way. They are 92 and have just about every health problem you can have from age. So, I am tempted to crack the Ancient Danger. We don't have armor, we don't have EMP, so if it's mechs, that could get real sloppy real fast. But if it's just flesh beasts, we'll probably just walk over the flesh beasts without too much of a problem. Alright. Void provocation. Geothermal. Alright, so we've got air conditioning, which means I could build a freezer. So what might end up happening is it might expand down this way to enclose the geothermal and this. And then we'll build the freezer somewhere in this area. I have no idea where. We'll figure out a way to like wedge it in back there. It'll be nowhere near convenient for filling up, but I don't really have a good spot. Well, actually, you know what I could do? Don't go down this way, because I can just put the geothermal in case, and we'll just make like a little tunnel between here in case I have to deal with it during a fight. Put the freezer up here. That'll be better positioned for our purposes of like what we got going on. And then I can also potentially start working my way to getting that inside our perimeter. Yeah, like I could literally put the freezer like here, have a hallway that goes up here to encase this, so that I can run to that without leaving my defenses for when we go to do the anomaly finale. We still have that control spot there. There's not any other geothermals that are particularly good for me to use. Like there's one way over there. There's this one. That one's good. There was 5 on the map. There usually is, but I think the other ones were like really up against the edges of the map, if I remember correctly. We can go like this and say Steam. Yeah, so edge of the map. That one's okay-ish. Edge of the map. That one's good. Alright. Have you gotten that made yet? Okay, so. What were we even looking at again? There's something. Right, the freezers. So we need to get the hospital, the freezer, and we can also work on expanding this up here. I'm trying to wait till we get that built before we branch off to the next thing. But yeah, because then we can get the geothermal hooked up. Eventually I'll tear those down and probably leave just the geothermal. We can expand our power. That I just need to use the, that'd actually be another thing. Forget rebuilding the hospital up here. Leave that alone. Go up here. And we can put, like, the hospital there. The freezer over here somewhere. That way the hospital's right by the kill box area. And then again, try and get this inside our defensive perimeter. Just even if it's just, like, a hallway that goes up here and then, like, a little box around it. The big point is that we can run to that while everything is going to hell during the finale. And not have to run out to where all the enemies are going to be running around smashing my walls and everything. Plus, there's ways you can use that to make the Revenant all easier. Hunter, there's Holmes. Holmes is up. And Holmes is a really not good pawn. I will be giving Holmes a shotgun. I guess Holmes is here long enough that I will name them. Alright, so we have Red X Raven. I will, like, so I'm not going to just kill your character. But they are going to be dealing with a very uphill battle. Because they are 93 years old and not doing so hot. I do have a bionic spine if I can start de-aging them all that. There's a good chance I am going to need to do quite a bit to get them into a better state. I'm gonna add that there. Time for anomaly stuff for him, I guess. Yeah, we're probably going to go after the ritual stuff. We're probably going to go that way anyways. Because right now, if we look at the anomaly stuff, I'm getting the proximity detector. After that, it'd probably be void provocation and start going down the chronophagy and all that. I don't know where I'm going to put the ritual room, but we'll figure that out when we get there. Yeah, so let's see here. So if we were to go orders, planning, we could put the hospital here. Well, do I? No, actually, that might still be a better place for the hospital. So we can plan for the hospital to be... that big down there. We can put the freezer here, so it'd be probably like this. I think realistically, I'll put the doors over on this side. We'll close that area off up there. And then we'll make a little hallway that goes up here. And that'll be what takes care of that. Let's see. You like to do the entity containment in halls branching right off your main ritual room just because the monolith of its convenience? Yeah. That could even be what happens over here. We could plan to have our ritual area over there, and like ultimately we could put our ship down there when we get to that point. That's not for a while. Kin fusion because dementia. Yup. That checks out. So you're still building that, so let's not get too much into it. We still have a lot more limestone we can put down. So let's go ahead and go to floors. Limestone floor. I will put limestone floor in the middle hallway there. And then we're starting to get to the point of limestone other places. So let's go and try and take some of these places that are obvious walking paths. Let's actually wait till they get the other stuff done. We'll put like some walking paths between like the major locations. That should help out. I still need more lights, because if we have the Noctil event, it's going to be a real bad time. Yeah, just the way I built that. Yeah, so we can put a light here. That room's all lit up. Let's go and put a light there. Put a light there. I don't need to worry about that back hallway. Put a light here. Put lights there and there. Yeah, the way I've arranged this is not particularly conducive for being a good setup for any type of lighting. That is definitely something I did not plan out well. Okay, and that's all under the advanced light there. We will need to replace the lights in there. I'm going to worry about that when I get there. Let's make sure we have lights along here and down here. So that way when we're running people to the hospital, we're in lights the whole time. Let's see. Base game, does the pawn being hit in a lit space make them easier to hit with range? I believe it's where you are shooting from that determines the chance of hitting. Not the more logical where they would be kind of thing. Put lights there and there. I think that covers all of the places I need to worry about lights. That's going to be a lot of power on lights. We did finish the art, which I'm going to go ahead and install in that corner over there. And that should get that negative sorted out. Oh, you don't have power there, do you? We have a bunch of that, aren't I? Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna have a lot of that area we're gonna have to deal with where we're gonna need lights everywhere. Light removing affected combat was removed years and years ago. Yeah. Like, that was, in vanilla before Anomaly, the only thing light was really important for the longest time was it does give you a minor movement speed bonus when you're in a well-lit room. And that's kinda it. I don't remember how much. It was something like 5% or something like that. Which does, don't get me wrong, over a period of time does add up. Oh, did we really actually... Oh, cool. We did actually trigger infestation on that. Yeah, 0.05. Yeah, so 5%. I'm fine with that. Go Frenzy. Alright, so let's go here. I'm going to go to Zone, Expand Zone, Manage Zones, Safe, New Zone, Danger. Okay. So go to the well, actually, yeah, you can go like this. So this is the Danger Zone. Now you go Zones, Expand Zone, Manage Zones, Invert, okay. Schedule, and all of you are now in the Danger Zone. So that way no one goes over here. We just let that be its problem, and when some random unfortunate raid or caravan pops in there, they can deal with that problem. And I can ignore my troubles and make them someone else's troubles. This would probably also be a good spot for me to set up if we ever do get mortars online and all that. Put them up there. Bulk trades, I was waiting for them to immediately run into the bugs. Alright, so I mean, the colony's coming together pretty well. We definitely have a good start for it. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here. We can go ahead and sell them the trace little bits of leather we've been piling up everywhere. We can also sell them some of the alpaca wool for extra money. Forget the alpaca wool, take that back, thank you. Do you have anything I want, though? That's the real problem. Not really is the answer. You don't have a big pile of medicine. You don't have components. You got some fabric, but I don't really need it. Give me back the rhinoceros leather. Alright, actually, here. We're gonna do it this way. Take the leather. We're good with that. Take the alpaca wool. Accept. And then don't go anywhere. I'm gonna gift you a giant pile of drugs. And, have a nice day. Get some free reputation and get rid of some wealth. Alright, so any of these, we can collapse that. I don't really care about that right now. The rest of those are probably fine. Okay. So we're still, like I said, we're waiting on that to finish getting constructed. We are continuing to get stuff built. A lot of that is boiling down to the point that right now we should probably be dragging these all in. Let me go ahead and queue up a bunch of these. And just let them slowly drag this all into the base. Because we got tons of stone laying on the ground all over around us. So as we have haulers who don't have anything else going on, they can start bringing that back. Go Frenzy. So that a person cutting brick doesn't need to go nearly as far. They don't have a big area for the brick. It's just this little sliver here. But that should be plenty. Corrupted obelisk. Okay. So we are going to want to suppress it and study it. I can never remember which one is which. I can't remember. I think that might be the one that heals/mutates us. But I always mix up, because there's one that clones, one that mutates, and one that teleports you. Okay, and that's in there enough. If that is one of the ones we care about, I could do some goodies with that. Alright, so Void Provocation is next. After that, we're going to try and get to the de-aging thing and start working on that. Confusion cause dementia. So we're going to start trying to rapidly de-age red. Which does mean I need to expand more. I got a couple of these built. Let's go ahead and start the plans for the expansion up here. Then I got a door that they can go out there to do that. Let's get the outer wall built. Okay, so I can go here. Paint that room. And go here. Paint this room. I'll try and get all that up. Because like I said, then we can potentially go over here, make a ritual area just so we can start trying to de-age red. Because if I can knock a bunch of these off, like you bring that age properly down, that'll be good. We will definitely have a lot of upsetty spaghetti people as we do that. But that'll be what we do from raiders from now on, who we're not going to take. Well, once I have it. Sad vagabonds. Well, if I say no, our people get upset, so welcome. Welcome to the colony. I actually don't really have a place for you to stay, so I hope you're cool with that. They do have children, so I don't have to worry about them betraying. Let's make sure none of them are cooking and poisoning us from just being bad at it. Honestly, don't bother with any of that. You're really bad at all of this stuff. Yep, so you know what you do here? Manual labor. Let's actually take the children, though. Or child singular. You stay in the safe zone. Oh, and you go and stay in the danger zone. Alright, so for the time being, I need to find a place to shove them. So you are no longer a prison. So that's one of them. And the other ones get to sleep on the floor. Cool. Alright, so we can go ahead and get that stretch in. And that'll be good. So unfortunately, until I get something in my colony for, oh man, illicits at 19 social?
Take a
Dear
sip.
goodness.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. Minor break risk on red. Because of conversion resentment. Child assigned to recreation. Oh yeah, we're putting a stop to all that. Okay. So let's go ahead and begin a conversion ritual on red. We have a pretty good chance of a good outcome. So we're gonna knock that out because we need to Do with that. Use this as a hotel. Unfortunately, these are almost mostly full. You're probably better just shoving them in a small barracks. Luckily it's only one, like just over a week. Ineffective. Well, dang it. Cool, man. That's fine. Oh yeah, I forgot Red's actually decent at construction. The other Red. I gotta keep in mind I have two people who are Red. Yeah, so most of our place is lit up. We need to expand this area. I don't care about lighting up the inside of the kill box. That's fine. We do have pockets of areas that aren't lit up over here and all that. One thing I could honestly do is after our next raid, let's put a couple granite doors to the outside to have a little bit of a faster route, because if they're granite doors, the enemy won't try and run up and light them on fire. That's the reason most of my exterior doors are stone. They're much slower, which is really kind of annoying, but at the same time, it's really annoying when someone runs up, they light the one door on fire, and then they all pour in afterwards because now it's free. Versus otherwise, the only stuff that tends to go through your walls are breacher raids. One thing I'll also probably want to do. Okay. Attacks immediately. 10 people, all melee. So let's get everyone in here. Grab all of you. It's time to earn your keep. Because we're getting more and more melee heavy as time goes on. At least now we got some guns to back it up. You're gonna have to hustle, Hummingbird. Yeah, that's the reason is like I really probably should put a granite door down there somewhere. Who's the one who's supposed to be over there? Ah, that's fine. You can go over here. Hummingbird is just like, oh god, everything's behind me. Now the real bad thing is we do have fog. You know what? Ooh, do I still have time? I should not be standing this far back and trying to hold him this way. It's probably too late, but what I want to do is I would want to, because we don't have anything to keep them from bunching up in there. And as while we do have a lot of firepower, I do think it is gonna... Oh, man. So I should have just choke pointed them. It's a little too late now. Let's go ahead and... Where are you? Well, I hope they still fight each other, because otherwise this whole thing is about to go to heck. Alright, we got one that's gotten through. Okay, the refugees are fleeing. Back off. Don't get yourself killed for no reason. I said... Okay. I say, don't get yourself killed for literally no reason. Okay, so you survived. Greedy pessimist, kindly go die in a fire. Unfortunately, we don't have the ritual stuff up, so there's no de-aging them or anything like that. We also... Actually, we do have a room available. Would you look at that? How old are you? Oh, you're so young. Don't worry, buddy. Maybe you will get to stick around a little while. I spoke too soon. Hey, go ahead and, just get to your room real fast. Don't worry about it. So who got beat up? Alright, so you got shredded pretty good. You took a pretty solid hit. Honestly, not that bad. Our melee, no surprising, in a Neanderthal fight, did get a... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, why... Don't run away from the child. It's fine. Oh, what about you? Oh, no, you're probably not savable. Where are you and what are you doing? So you're tending to people. Prisoner, we'll go ahead and convert you just for the sake of it. So we're going to work on our rituals. I do not intend on keep... Well, actually, worst case, we might be able to patch them up and send them home. Because they might, once we patch them up, they might give me standings. Can I save you? 3 hours? Hey, try your best. Are you actually patched up? No, you're not, game. Yeah, so, again, the game's like, it's fine, don't worry about it. They don't need medical attention, they're just bleeding out, it's fine. Who really cares? Yeah, so you patch them up enough. I capture them. And we might be able to get ourselves some standings back by patching them up and sending them on their way. Because then we can put a stop to the Neanderthal raids. Because Neanderthal raids can get pretty dangerous. Yeah, so I don't care about actually keeping that person. They're unwaveringly loyal. Okay, are you actually... So, you're patched up, you're patched up, you're patched up. Okay, cool. It appears that everyone is patched up. Medical emergency on you. That's because you were... Why? There we go. We will release you immediately. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and release the both of them. That's an extra 24 standings. The investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information is an architechnological device that seems to interact with an organic creatures at a distance. It is probably a piece of much larger architect structure that was destroyed or broken apart long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action remain a total mystery. If not suppressed, its activity level will increase over time. You can't tell what will happen if the device fully activates. Cool. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and get these two out of here. Just grab them, patch them up, send them out. And that should go ahead and give us some bonus faction that maybe we can get the Neanderthal raids out of our list of concerns. And then if we could do that, then we'll be in good order. It is a bit of a shame that the refugees did do betrayal. It surprisingly it did the betrayal thing, because basically they got fought. they fought the Neanderthals. I don't think we friendly fired any of them, but maybe that is what happened. Because that'll trigger that. But sometimes it's just that they get downed. It's a thing they've done in the game over the years because people would figure out cheesy ways like accept the refugees and then cause them to get down where it's not your fault. And then, you know, bad things happened. Disease infection on Rongor. Okay, go back to bed. Tend to them immediately. Where are you? %, 10, that's pretty good, and you're all fed. So that should be fine. When Jaywalker's good to go, we might preach health. Just to make sure. Poor Jaywalker really needs that peg leg replaced. And the arm replaced. And all the other things. Poor guy needs some hardware. Poor guy needs a lot of hardware. I guess in the meantime, I'm also going to start queuing up the hospital. Get that properly online. Let's also change what side the door is on. You can put the door right up there. And we'll slowly swap all that down there. I guess it's probably also time we move the butchering table. I'm just going to bump that over there so it's right by storage right now. But what we are going to want to do is slowly... Okay, so Lurcy here went berserk. And then attacked a hare and got hurt. Is it unwise to add 2 doors to buildings? No, not necessarily. Alright, I guess we're gonna just capture you all over again. Because apparently Lurcy went berserk, beat up a rabbit, so... It's okay, welcome back, I guess. How's Rongor doing? Yeah, you got like a 13% lead on the, on infection. Yeah, no, it could be worth it. Like, all these places, for example, have multiple doors. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Depends on, like, what the room is, where it's at, what your purpose is. Sometimes it's worth actually having only one way in and one way out of a room. It just depends on what that room is, what its purpose, and all that. There can be pros and cons to a lot of those decisions. Alright, 46% is still probably plenty. Especially with as strong of a lead as we've got. Yeah, it's a 20% lead. That rabbit had it coming? Oh, almost certainly. Shambler's Approach. Okay, how many? Only 4. Alright, we'll keep Rongor out of it. And honestly... the rest of you can just take care of business pretty easily. Yeah, so once I get a little bit closer and some of our people are a little bit patched up, we can knock down 4 of those really easy. It's a little fluffy tail irked him. Oh, yeah. The way is just like a little lopsided. It's pretty unreasonable for him to feel that way, but you know. Mysterious cargo. Okay, I do want to accept that. We're gonna wait till the sun comes up and it's not raining. We're gonna kill those 4, and then we're gonna accept the mysterious cargo. Because no matter what it is, I'm down for it. It could be the unnatural corpse. It could be a revenant spine. What else can it be? There's another one it could be on there. Cool. You're in the clear, and how are you doing, Jaywalker? So Jaywalker's gonna stay out of the fight, but everyone else will be there. Wait, you're already dead? Why are you already dead? Okay, I guess. Sure. Usually those things last at least a couple days. Oh yeah, the cube. The cube can actually be rough. Mysterious cargo. You're willing to give me a Psylink Neoformer, a Shard Shock Lance, and 5 Mind Numb, some Uranium and Hyperweave. I do want to start collecting the uranium. I actually want this just for the cargo, by the way. So what'd you bring me? What's for Christmas? Ah, Revenant Spine. Bring it on in. There's ways you can manage the cube. I mean, one thing you could do is you could genuinely just take a caravan off the tile and dump it. There's ways to make it all work. $110 strike. There's a good chance I am going to have to do a shard inhibitor in here. I had like 3 overlapping things there. Okay, so Revenant reformed. You are at... So you should be able to escape once every in a long while. So cool. We can go here and we will want to go to Anomaly. I will want a Biotech Harvester. And let's go ahead and put a Shard Inhibitor in there as well. That way we can start getting Bioferrite to start getting our stuff all sorted. Because we actually already do have the bench and the research for flares. I just need a source of Bioferrite. And now I've got one. How much longer till you're alright? A little while. And how good are you at construction again, Red? You're relatively decent. Let's have you prioritize building those before worrying about more rooms. Because I want to get those flares online, as well as a nerve spiker. Because we get those sorted, the Revenant gets way easier to deal with. Please don't botch that. I don't have a lot of those materials. What's your manipulation? Alright, you know what? You don't do that. You just go back to doing your thing. I'll just wait for Jaywalker to be up. I don't got many shards, and I can't have them be wasted on stuff that's not gonna get stuff done. Alright. Bulk goods trader ship is coming by. Alright, let's do like a trade here. Okay, so let's see what we've got that we can depart with. I've got... Actually, don't have a ton of extra stuff there. We can go ahead and get rid of that. We can get rid of the side T. Let's go ahead and get rid of a bunch of the wood. Because they've got way more than I could reasonably should have. Let's see there. Is there anything I want from you, though? I can get components. I still got a bunch of those on the map. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to start buying up a bunch. Let's just go ahead and get the components. Jade? What? Oh, right. To sell Jade. Yeah, we should definitely sell the Jade. You're not wrong. At first I thought you meant, like, buy Jade. I was like, why would I buy Jade? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, Jade's usually a good one to get rid of. Ah, you got another scar on you. Man. I still don't know what's going on with Sakura. Sakura's been here for a very long time. And do absolutely nothing is, I don't believe, a normal outcome you get. You get the one where they do nothing and then they leave, but I would have expected them to have left by now. So it is kind of making me do a head scratcher in that regard, that I would have expected something to go down by this point. Alright, in the meantime, I did mention I want to get a couple of doors, so let's put a door here. And then we'll put a door... Just that second. We'll put a door down here. I'll put a door up here. Put a door over there. So we got a couple ways to circumvent them. Alright, so let's go here. So we got that. So now we can start working on getting our anomaly research for doing that. Cool, so now we are extracting bioferrite from them. I need you to... You're missing a shard. It's right there, man. Just go get it. Paul, let's let Jaywalker build it. You've been botching too many things recently. So right, you haul that back. We'll have Jaywalker build the shard inhibitor just to make it so Revenant doesn't break out quite as fast. Cool, and now with this, we can go Bills. I will want one Nerve Spiker, and always keep one Flare Pack on standby. We're gonna start really trying to give everyone flares. Cool, so that should help keep that thing in there for a while. Yeah, so 1.3 years is the expected breakout rate. I was gonna be betray these guys, but honestly, life here is pretty good. Yeah, it's like, man, I thought these people sucked. They actually know how to live. Like, we're in this absolute crap hole of a planet, and I mean, they got good food. They've, like, everyone has their own bedroom. When does the suspicious gray flesh start? Oh, if it would have been Sakura, that would have happened a long time ago. You usually get like one piece a season or something like that, give or take a little bit. So it's definitely, I would be really surprised if it's Metal Horror. That's the reason I'm confused. I'm guessing he is just going to leave after a while, or she's going to leave after a while. She'll be here for a certain period of time. She'll be like, thank you for, taking me in, and then just leave. That's the most likely outcome for what we're dealing with. That's the only one I've had them stay this long and nothing else go bad. Okay, so you've almost finished that. When you do get up, I'm gonna maybe prioritize one of those doors. They do occasionally stay, that is an option. There's a chance he just joined to stay. Yeah, but usually they almost always have something, some negative, like organ problem, the crumbling mind, that they're gonna betray you, that they do just leave. There is an 8-sided dice. Yeah, I honestly haven't had hardly any of them stay. I guess we should name them. They've been here long enough. I'm feeling pretty good that they're not gonna do that. So let's go ahead and welcome Donkey Duck. Now watch, it'll be like 2 seconds later, they'll be like, thank you for letting me stay. Deuces. Probably the auto pistol's the best I'm seeing in here. We need to do a proper clean out of this place. I need a weapons merchant to show up so I can just dump all this crap on them. Alright, Jaywalker's getting that done. We basically got containment for the most part done. Apparently I missed the light in this one room here. Hidden complex, not worried about that yet. Raven's starting to expand our territory, so that'll be good. That'll be the big one here, is some of these bedrooms, like almost waiting for stuff to think. It feels like some comedy movie where half the colony is spying on her to figure out what her plan is, and she's just living life. Yeah, it's like, clearly she's up to no good. I.e. the boring plot of like almost every Hallmark movie, where it's like, what's the problem? They didn't communicate. How could it have been prevented? They communicated. Oh, it's one of those. That's honestly one of the tropes that I've gotten really kind of burned out on over the years, is just how many different series that's like the entirety of the plot. It's like, what is the plot? Oh yeah, this thing went wrong. Why did it go wrong? They didn't talk to each other. Why didn't they talk to each other? Because it wouldn't have a good plot otherwise. And you kind of stare at them and be like, come on, man. It's a fair story. You're not wrong. But also, I could use different storylines if you don't mind. If that ends up being one of the obelisks I care about, because I like 2 of the obelisks, the teleport obelisk, nah, I don't care. But like the one that clones and the one that like regenerate limbs or whatever, I like to keep those 2. I am absolutely down to sit there, and if that's one, we'll just, you know, again, we can make a tunnel, put a little room there. There needs to be a good reason for the lack of communication. Most of the time, the plots revolve plat character passing the idiot ball. Yeah, or it'll just be like, I thought you'd be mad, and just like, come on, man. You're not wrong, it's a realistic plot and all that. But come on, man. You there, video game protagonist. You're doing the wrong thing. However, I will absolutely refuse to explain why until 25 hours and 3 plot points from now. I still think my favorite kind of one with those was from Path of Exile, the after the endgame content kind of thing. That there was Zana, who was just like, she was the way you'd get introduced to like the map system and all that. And she has this whole thing where there was Cirrus was the big bad guy, and you would defeat Cirrus, and she had this whole kind of heart-wrenching line that, because in that story, basically the main bad guys are you from the previous one, that you just got addicted to going into these maps and getting more and more powerful and wiping out more and more places. And then you go and fight those past versions of yourself. And so you defeat the main bad guy, and she's like, okay, it's done. It's beaten. So you're gonna stop going into the Atlas, right? We're done? We're good? And of course reality is, you're absolutely going back in the Atlas because that's the entire video game. But it's just like, literally you just kind of feel bad. You're just like, yep, but just gonna go ahead and slide that next map in. But I also like her intro. She just start beginning messing with stuff, and she's like, Exile, you idiot! Like, dang. Be gentle. We got weird things going bump in the night through, like, the thing. Shaper's a goofball, though. Shaper's funny. I will say, for as much of that, Path of Exile storyline, with some of that stuff can be fun, but, like, the main baddies get pretty silly. It definitely... Oh, I thought you were going to trigger those after all this time. It definitely is a game that can suffer from the whole thing of what feels like, you know, the 10-year-old coming up with a story. It's like, yeah, yeah, so they kicked you out, and you want to get back at the guy who kicked you out. And then, you fight the entire church, and, then you fight God himself. But then there's more gods, and you fight them too. And, then you fight space gods. And then you fight the space god's interdimensional super god. And then there's the interdimensional super god's bigger, like, little sister. And then they're bigger brothers. And it feels like that one, we're just like, alright, come on, man. Hang on. I'm gonna need you to bring that back a little bit. Love the game, but it's definitely one of those games that you look at a lot of that stuff, not the 10-year-old makes a better story than most Disney. Hey, you know what? I actually like a lot of the Disney stuff. Like, very, very genuinely, I do enjoy it. Like, some of it, don't get me wrong, there's some weak stuff in there. But, like, you know... I mean, I guess it's better than the old Disney stuff. I guess, to, like, alright, like, take it back a little. Like, a lot of the modern stuff, they do a better job of having some kind of interesting story. Some of them, like I said, there are definitely weak ones in there. But, like, you go back to the older stories, I'm like, you didn't come up with a new idea. You just straight up lifted someone else's storytelling and just, you know, gave it a little hand wash to make it a little bit nicer and just rolled with it. The old Cinderella and Pinocchio's like, that wasn't your IP. You just straight up went, hey, public domain, let's go. I could take other people's ideas all day. But if PoE isn't that, would it be with the ridiculous power scaling of the characters thing? Oh yeah, like, for the record, I'm not upset about it or anything. It's just one of those things when you step back and you look at, like, Path of Exile, and it's definitely one of those things where it's like, it's the story where it's like, well, you fought the big baddie, and then you fought, like, the president of the big baddie, and then you fought, like, the super big baddie, and then you fought the big baddie's god, and then you fought the big baddie's god's god, then you fought the big baddie's god's boss, and then you fought the big baddie's god's boss, you know, really irate and not entirely together cousin. Like, I've loved Dragon Ball in the past, but it's another one that suffers from the same thing. Because it's always those things, you gotta make the next thing, like, a scarier villain. And there's a certain point where you're getting, like, so cartoonishly high up there, you're like, alright, hang a sec. I just gotta circle back here a second. So we are fighting the god of the multiverse, who's the leader of death, who is also in charge of this multi-dimensional cult that's actually in charge of the super government that also has Cthulhu backing him up, but the multiverse of Cthulhu. And you're just like, alright, hang on. Okay, I think I'm caught up. You think Dragon Ball had a poster child for this? Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's what happens. Like, when you have it that they have to always one-up themselves and one-up themselves and one-up themselves, there's definitely a point you cross a line where you step back and try and be objective about it and just go, hang on, wait a second, what am I watching right now? I say this again as someone who's very much enjoyed that series, but there's definitely one of those ones where you step back, it's like, okay, so it's robots from the future that are more powerful than everyone because the main character died of a heart attack, of like this new strain of heart attack or whatever, and that they were so powerful that you actually need to go back in time. But they really weren't the most powerful one. It was actually this other one that was the most powerful one, but you didn't really know about that. But that's okay, because later the more powerful one would come by and deal with all that, and you're just like, oh my god, please, hang on. I need a flowchart. Oh, I had a pet hare? Okay, I totally forgot about that. You think so many people don't freak out? You think it's so people don't freak out when they see it in real life? I'm missing the context there, sorry. What are you just talking about? Just like, you know, the old trope in like a number of series where you always have to yes and one like you gotta get like the tougher and tougher and tougher and tougher bad guy until you're eventually getting down to the point where like, alright, okay, let's sit back and actually evaluate what this bad guy we're fighting right now is. You know, it's something like absolutely absurd. Alright, so you can go ahead and move that up there. Because this should work out well. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do here is if we remove that segment of wall, I can put the light there. I can replace all the stuff in this part of the hospital up here. And I could tear down all the walls but the middle wall on this side of it. But yeah, no, it is a very, very common thing in, like, it's in games and movies and books. It's just, again, you kind of write yourself into a corner that if every time the bad... Alright, well, I'm going to prioritize real fast that you tear apart that wall and you put a light in there. So we can get things switched over soon. It's just you very easily can write yourself into a corner. Okay, so go over here, tend to them. So it's Luxray, Donkey Duff, and Conrite. Where is Conrite right now? Get to bed. Where are you going? No, Luxray, where are you going? Go to bed. You have the plague. Alright. Oh, you didn't get set back to release. That's on me. Get out of here. Alright, so we got a bunch of people here. They've all got plague. We're going to keep an eye on them, and whoever starts losing the fight the most, we're going to go and give them a preach health. You don't take antibiotics after... Well, no, that's not true. You do take antibiotics after you get it. My bad. I was mixing up. Sorry. My mind was thinking of the penioxylin. I was like, no, you gotta do that first. Alright, so you're the one who's losing by the most. So let's go ahead and play the safe. Preach health, Donkey Duff. That was Donkey Duff that's losing by the most? Yeah, Donkey Duff is the one who's like doing the least amazing. I do actually have some industrial medicine. Let's go ahead and for right now, let's play it a little on the safe side. Let's lean into the industrial medicine real quick. This does kind of screw me because I don't want to go and tear this place apart while I'm currently dealing with some people with plague. But we'll get there. And in the meantime, we are starting to build where we can kind of control the flow of the enemies a bit more. Work thing, we got doors to get in out of the perimeter now. And like I said, I chose to do stone doors, that way they don't just get destroyed. Oh, right, you're doing... Yeah, so we're still doing that. We almost have our serum sorted out, so we can go to the advanced stuff and all that. Yeah, that'll be good. Get that in there, because that'll help us funnel the enemies a little bit more. Alright, so let's get the Mind Numb Serum. Mind Numb Serum is really good stuff. It's perfect for when, like, everything's going sideways. You could just have him take a hit in the Mind Numb, and you are good to go. So we'll grab this team. It's just a turkey. Just gonna run out here real fast. Could you actually hit it? It's a turkey, man. And I wanted to do that way I kept, like, my sick people and all that from dealing with a bunch of stuff. Okay, so you're doing really good. You're at almost a 20% lead. You, even with the preach health, are only about a 5% lead. You're at about 14% lead. Alright, so what might happen is we might shift them from these beds to those beds once they get the light on in here. And then, like I said, I'll just tear down this whole side of the room, build it all in stone, then we can tear down the rest of this. We can get rid of that corner now, though. And then we can go and put down the sterile floors and all that, and then we get ourselves a proper hospital. I'm surprised. Normally by now we would have gotten someone to trigger that one. I think that's the one where we teleport. Oh, right. You don't need any of the other stuff. Yeah, so you're 6% lead. Almost a 20% lead. Getting close to 20% lead. I mean, I'm sitting at 22. Let's just play it safe. Let's not be frugal on our medicine. Regular industrial medicine isn't that hard to come by. It's probably good that we do use on stuff that's dangerous. I'm sitting on almost 300 herbal medicine and all that. I've got spare medicine for like little scratches and bruises and garbage like that. I'm going to preach health you because you're the one who looks like they're gonna have the most struggle. Part of it is that's a really crap 10 quality. %. Alright, you go in there. You go in there. You go in there. And now I can have you build that light. Cool. And so with that, now I can go over here and say, hey, tear down all of that. We leave the one spot of wall intact. Build it all in with granite, tear down that wall, and then we're good to go for making that hospital covered, because that should cover the whole room there. Are you not in bed? You're worried about your recreation. Oh, you're recovered. That's fine. Lynx hunting Jaywalker. I mean, honestly, I feel like at this phase, Jaywalker could probably solo that Lynx. Jaywalker did solo the Lynx, in case anyone was wanting to keep score on that. Did get a head scratch, though. But had backup just in case I needed it. Alright, so it looks like everyone's gonna get through the plague just fine. Yep, so we've almost got room for the expansion and all that. Like I said, we'll make a room up here for the rituals. This is going to be where a freezer is going to go. I'm going to do the internal freezer thing where you tuck like 1 or 2 freezers here and they just leave the roof off. The poor guy can't not get some kind of injury. Yep. What are you building there? Oh, it's a column. Right. The column. I forgot about the column. I was like, why are you blocking up the door? That's while missing an arm? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. If we can get ourselves some, like, bionic parts to replace our missing limbs and all that, I feel like Jaywalker's gonna become a pretty nasty contender to deal with in a fight. What are you... Oh, don't take apart the hidden conduit. Don't do that. There we go. Alright, so... Geothermal. Cool. And again, that's an anomaly one, that's an anomaly one, that's noble apparel. I don't want noble apparel, but that is an actual technology. Alright, so... We are going to want to get the geothermal online, because geothermal is amazing. I'm going to go position that. I'm going to reject building it right now. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is going to go ahead and go like this. And like that, I'll put a door up here. I'll go security. And then the reason I'm doing it this way... Alright, we got Shambler Assault, so that's worse than the other one we had. Because, like, weirdly we had earlier, some Shamblers showed up, and then they just didn't do anything. That is a lot of Shamblers. That is a lot of Shamblers, which is usually what the Shambler Assault is. Now, the really big bummer with the Shambler Assault is they do have a tendency to ignore your people, which sounds good on paper. But in practice, what it does mean is they just walk up to your walls and they start smashing them and completely ignore you. So what I'd like to do is try to initiate on a lot of them. Because, really, they're not that dangerous by themselves. Alright, so we got that side cleared. Keep rolling on. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, in practice, you almost always have to go out to them. Or wait for them to tear through half your walls. Yeah, so we're probably gonna break through on this side. Unless a Royal Tribute Collector takes care of that side for me. I wouldn't complain about that. One thing the Shamblers are really good for is a lot of shooting XP. Come on, get over here already. Okay, so they breached the defenses. Okay. I got a couple left. Oh, I forgot that you're in there. Illicit, go hide in your room. You drop down to this side to get ready to cover that flank. You ready to drop in this side in case that one gets past my... Alright. Alright, so we've got all of them killed. Meanwhile, you go ahead and grab... Oh, that's a Gore Hulk. Okay. I didn't realize it was a Gore Hulk. I thought that was... Oh no, it's a Shambler Gore Hulk. So it is a Shambler. Weird. Oh. Did you just get back up? Yeah, you just got back up. So let's have you run away. Don't worry about that for a minute. How badly are you all roughed up? You are all pretty roughed up. Okay, problem solved. Alright. So 10 to you. You found that if you set up, the Shambler Horrors are pretty good at overrunning mechs. Oh, yeah. Well, it's because they take a lot of abuse before they go down. And so they're great at just closing the gap on mechs. If you got a bunch of the Scythers, they tend to hold up pretty well. Alright, you need to get to the hospital because you're bleeding everywhere. But yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff. That's actually... I feel like a lot of people don't take as much advantage of a lot of those things as they possibly could. That there's a lot of the anomaly stuff in here that are actually really, really good rituals and all that. But there's just a handful that most of us, including myself, use. But we tend to ignore a lot of the other stuff. Alright, so all things considered, pretty minor injuries. Just a lot of scrapes and bruises and that kind of stuff. Oh, let's also make sure we go in and go to assign. Get you back down to your regular medicine. And then we need to get back to trying to convert Donkey Duff over. No, I'm sorry, Red X Raven. Get them converted over to the same ideology as the rest of the colony. One thing we can do while we wait is the sterile floors don't need to wait for that side to be done, because we can keep it a small hospital while we wait. It is functional right now. Yeah, so we can go through there. Honestly, build on both sides. We still are working on that. We haven't figured out what its deal is yet. There's the 3 obelisks, and I always forget the names. Was you a little surprised by the lack of mods focusing on the DLC itself? I'm not super surprised by that, because unfortunately, the Anomaly DLC was, as far as reception, a very mixed bag. I really liked the DLC, but there was a lot of people, I would say, it was one of the more... Of the DLC is the one I felt like the most people who were like, oh, I don't like it kind of thing. There was a lot of people that kind of the spooky SCP sort of esque thing about it was a major no in their book. For me personally, it's my favorite of the DLC. I will say it does not have as much replay value as a bunch of the other DLC, but I would say it's my favorite. Let's go ahead and also put... Yeah, no, I actually got a door there. We already hit that. Okay, we should be starting to get some people with some flare packs going on here somewhere. Now, the big thing is that Revenant is my only source of Bioferry, which is going to be the big holdup on those. Alright, so it is the duplication one. So we did get a duplicate Infinity Simplex going on in the colony. Most likely, they can have a couple different conditions. The duplicate can have, they be given a situation where they will have mind crumble. It could be a situation where they'll have organ failure, or they can have a thing where one of them has to die. Or we have to have, like, mech healing serum or something like that. I do want to keep this, even if I can't fully take advantage of it right now. So I'm going to plan to wall that in. That could also be a place for mortars or something. Yeah, so let's get rid of that door. Honestly, we just get rid of that door. There doesn't need to be a second part to that statement. We just get rid of that door, and that's just an open spot. Alright, so one of the things I'm going to want to do to be pretty aggressive is once we're healed, I will most likely turn around as fast as we can and get our people into the Ancient Danger. Because whatever is wrong with the Infinity Simplex clone, unless it's the one where they both start deteriorating gradually, then we'll do that. You've learned more about the obelisk. It is a device that powers the duplicate intelligent creatures. In theory, it could produce duplicates without limit. The obelisk appears damaged and unstable, so its energy level rises unless suppressed. It will fully activate. It would go into a duplication loop, chaotically pumping out large numbers of flawed human duplicates. Fox Merle thinks that it might be possible to safely shut down the obelisk, but this will need significantly more study. You can now intentionally provoke a response. Okay, but once people are healed, I do want to go up here. The Ancient Danger is way up here on the edge of the map. I do want to poke the Ancient Danger, because there is a chance, depending on what's wrong with Infinity, I might want to toss them into the cryo freeze and all that. Oh, right. I need you to rebuild that hole in the wall, please. Nope, I know it walked through there. Nope, I know they walked through there. Yep, keep working on it. They'll keep doing it. There you go. Do the same down here. Inspired taming, not super worried about that right now. Alright. They're just giving people just enough time. Because regardless, the Ancient Danger might also have a healing mech serum. It might also have a whole couple other things. Other goodies. But I'll want to be in good health for that, because we don't know what's in there. Honestly, the easiest thing would be just like your regular flesh beasts. This team has way more enough firepower to just knock down the flesh beasts. The mechs would be potentially really dangerous, because the chance of me being able to lock them all down is pretty low. Which does mean if we might have like a pikeman or a lancer free firing on us, which is bad. It's real bad. Crumbling Mind. Alright, let's just go for it. How badly are you hurt? Your leg's in a little danger. Alright, everyone, let's go. Let's overcompensate and just go with this with everything we've got. Because with Crumbling Mind, I do want to get Infinity Simplex on ice as fast as we can. Alright. So, what we're going to go ahead and do I could get down to 1 hit. And the rest of you all be ready. And then depending on what pops out and how we deal with it. Oh! Well, that's just easy. Alright, I mean, sure, I'll take a freebie. Okay, melee team. Let's have the fresh ones take the point. You two hang back. Jaywalker. Deal with this. Jaywalker, get... Oh, come on. Where is... I kind of wish you could click on the one there and just see who's going where. Oh, I see. It's... No, it's not you. There we go. Alright, just pile on in the room. Okay, alright, everyone out of here. Infinity Simplex, have a nice time. Go have yourself a sleep. Alright, so Bio, Undergrounder, who's got some basic stats, not super worried about it. Bio, Tortured Artist, got some stats. Yeah, so realistically, I can't save all of them. But well, I mean, we might be able to. Alright, so let's see who we got here that's downed. Alright, so... Who's our doctors? So we got Infinity. We've got Second Infinity, who I forgot to set your priorities. We'll put you on 4 for Hunt. Literally, you're just going to be the same schedule as Infinity Simplex. Alright, so. Change of plans. So 10 to them. 10 to them. Who else is a doctor here? 10 to them. And you're just fine. Gourmand, you'd be an amazing pawn if it wasn't for Gourmand. And go here, and you open that. Alright. And then we can go structure, granted door. Okay, so let's have you grab... No, let's have you grab the heavy machine gun, submachine gun, whatever. Throw him back in there. Well, that's the thing. I can patch him up. And as soon as we do, we'll get Infinity Simplex in one of those. The others, I actually don't care if they walk off the map or whatever. That's fine. Alright, you get into the cryopod because you're the one who is going to die, or you're going to lose your mind otherwise. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that's not great positioning. Alright, all of you, just get over there as fast as you can. We've done what we can. Oh, wait. I'm a liar. You go to sleep. You don't worry about this. This isn't your problem. Yeah, so there's sappers. They're going to go through our wall. Right now, I'm just trying to rally our people because we're scattered everywhere. It is an Impid raid. What are you bringing? All melee? Oh, yeah, all melee. All right, don't wait for the others. Just get out there. Pop this door. Just get out there and start opening fire. The others will catch up when they catch up. You got bolt actions. We can make some work happen. Yeah, see, we can't split them up. Okay, just everyone miss. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Shift over a little bit more. We can shoot them while they're picking at our wall. Care. Apparently they really don't care. I'm shooting at them and hitting them. Okay, there we go. Alright. So, spread out a little in front. And then for the range team in the back, spread out as well, because there is going to be fire. Alright, just rally them all so they don't spray fire all over each other, so they don't shoot it past each other. Okay, so you three, go get them. You all, do what you're gonna do. Do we care about these? Bloodlust, torturers. It's a shame they died immediately. Alright, so let's see what we got up here for people in there. So we got a couple people are still bleeding. So Infinity Simplex, you... Trying to decide who I want to send doing what. Alright. Yeah, so Donkey Duff, yeah, you're suppressing. It's fine. How hungry are you? You're pretty hungry. I'm gonna let you finish your food and you're just do your best to save who you can up here. Finish your food, please. There you go. Alright, go over there and try your best to tend to them. Strider, this one is not actively dying. So go rescue them. You need to be patched up. Box, you go ahead and tend to them. And then we got you patched up and you're walking off the map. That's fine by me. Oh, right. You know what You're not associated with anyone else, are you? Yeah, so we're gonna take the gear off the rest of them. Because I should have done that, because that is a lot of really good stuff that we're not getting right now. Okay, so did you catch the person, I'm guessing? Yeah, you got him. Good job. Because otherwise it's just going to tear through all the walls in our base. Meanwhile, let's check. Only one person who's actively bleeding right now. Yeah, no, go ahead and rescue them. Rescue them first. We'll tear the gear off at home. Alright, so we'll definitely need to get a door on that place. But that does mean that this Infinity Simplex with the Mine Crumble, they're currently on ice, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. In the meantime, so you're over here. Please start doctoring. And then strip, and then strip. Where's Strider going? There was 3 of them we brought in, right? Oh, you just dumped them on the ground, I guess. Okay, that's certainly a decision. Okay, we got both of them, got their stuff off. Because what that's done is that's given me a bunch of armor and all the good stuff. And advanced components and all that. I totally forgot about how much they often will carry. Go ahead and strip their clothes off. Yeah, so we got ourselves some armor. Alright, so we've got an opportunity for one of our ideology things. At the moment, I need to get people patched up. Once everyone's patched up and no one's bleeding out. Now, some of those might join me on their own. If not, that's fine too. I believe we'll get a morale bone or a mood buff from saving people because of our guilty. All right. But if I remember correctly, they don't even get upset about us stealing their clothes. Alright. Start working on trying to get red converted. Yeah, so that's a lot of people to patch up. But yeah, that went pretty good. Okay, so Jaywalker's fully healed. What I am going to do is I'm not going to have you work on that. I want you to build that granite door. I'm going to make just the walls here. And that home zone. I don't want the rest of that to be home zone. I will claim these walls. And that way we repair them and try and keep that protected. Later on, we'll definitely want to move caskets to not be there. But right now, that's... If I didn't do it that way, we would just basically have Infinity Simplex and eventually have... everything. Alright, so Gray got better and decided to leave. That's okay. I really just wanted your equipment. Like, very genuinely, you had a bunch of plasteel and recon armor and all sorts of stuff. I just wanted your gear. You gave us some gun upgrades. There's still more in here. I mean, there's still a couple more in here we could do stuff with. Go ahead and deconstruct all of those. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct that. And you. And you. Basically reducing the possible things that we target. Did you do that thing where you built all but one tile? It's fine. We'll let them get patched up and then we can get that last tile built. I just want to enclose it as best we can. Oh. Well, build it. Alright, I need you to do that. If you rebuild that spot, rebuild this one. That's honestly the worst part. Bat joins. Okay, so what do you got going on for you, Bat? Nimble Teetoler, who's a slowpoke. Okay, not my favorite, gonna be real. Slowpoke is pretty awful. Pretty awful indeed. Cool man. That'll certainly help. Maybe. What am I gonna have you do? What am I gonna have you do? You don't actually have much talents. No, you really don't have much going for you. You know that, buddy? I'm gonna give you a gun and let you fight. Yeah, that's basically what they are. Is they're gonna be a hauler and a janitor. But Slowpoke... Why is everyone joining? Tortured Artist Night Owl. You know what? Honestly, we don't have a Night Owl in the entire colony until now. So I'm willing to take a Night Owl. Just to have someone on the opposite schedule. Because I believe it's, what, 11 to 17? We'll just have them share the rec time. Alright, so what am I going to have you do here? So you are good at hunting, but I am going to make you another dedicated growing person. You can help out with this as well. Actually make that lower priority. You know what? Actually, I take that back. You can help with the mining. Cool. Alright, so we got 2 new people. Did you have any strong preferences? So you definitely have a preference towards range. Bat can go either way. I'm probably going to make Bat range because we already have a lot of people with our stuff. So who is that bio-coded to? Oh, good. Go get your gun back. And Bat, go ahead and just grab one of those. And go... Okay, so Red's already on that. Did you finish that door, by the way? Yeah. Okay, so at least with that, we can keep that a little bit protected. Major break risk on you. Oh, you're not going to get all the way up there. Alright, go back, get your food, get yourself sorted. So Gray's leaving. Who is the jogger in the group? That's fine. I would be like, oh, let's make sure we keep them. But very genuinely, I have a lot of pawns. I have a lot of pawns. Go ahead and make that into a normal room. We're definitely going to need to have people romance to reduce our room requirements. Okay, in the meantime... Where did your gun go? Oh, someone already hauled it home. That's even better. Let's go find your gun. It'll be the... heavy submachine gun. There you are. It was bio-coded to you, so you are using that. Alright. Did you get that wall hole filled? No, you didn't. I keep prioritizing it. I know, basically what happens is every time they path through that, it'll cancel the whole thing out. Which is really kind of screwing me here, because that's what they're doing, is just going like this again and again, as demonstrated. And as demonstrated, it cancels it out. Okay. Purple's insects. Okay. So, we can accept a Hellcat rifle of legendary quality, or get ourselves a good Zeus hammer and a pile of money. We'll go and get chronophagy. So it's 7 hives. That's actually really big, and it's without question going to hit there. Like, there's zero question about that. That's probably the only place it could hit on the map, because none of this is indoors at all. I haven't really mined hardly anywhere else. So it could hit there. Technically, it could hit here, but that's like a 99% chance. 7 hives is a really, really big one. That will be putting the Infinity Simplex clone in danger. But at the same time, a legendary Hellcat rifle would certainly be a really good win. The Zeus hammer would also be a good win. I'm leaning towards the Zeus hammer mostly because I just don't care about the legendary spear. And Zeus hammer's stun. Oh, 10 heavy archers will be placed. That's just a freebie. That there is what we call collateral. That we could just put them in the way and all that. But legendary Hellcat. That is a tricky one. I'm going for the Zeus hammer. I just like the Zeus hammer too much. So, how long till they show up? It doesn't say. Confusion. Hey, a whole army of archers. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is real fast. Don't worry about why. We're just gonna go ahead and put a bunch of bedrooms up here for our archers. Oh, who would have thought? There's a good chance Infinity Simplex dies in there. If we're lucky, they won't just because they'll be downed. But there's also a really good chance that everything else... So you're on your last limb before you flip out. Let's grab everyone but you. Get you up here. But yeah, they're gonna tear that whole place up. Most likely the Infinity Simplex clone is dead. Because they're gonna tear up the things in there before I can get into position. But yeah, so the idea is I'm gonna basically choke up the door with all the archers and have my people behind him and just throw rounds into it. Because this is gonna be a very big infestation. But with that much meat shielding and all that, it should be okay. If we're lucky, they won't hit those. If they hit those, they're going to start exploding. Pick up the pace. Oh, illicit. Go to your room. I'm a little scared by that path. Okay, cool. Alright, you two will just have to be late to this party. I'm worried the longer we wait, the worse this is gonna get. Alright, so, plan. Melee team, get back here. Range team of people I actually care about. I mean, the reserves. The reserves, that's what I meant to say. You're back here. Okay. And then the rest of you, if you can just, like, really mush in there real fast. Get you a little closer. I'm worried about the friendly fire. Oh, well, Dinosaur, you really shouldn't have stood there, friend. Colonist needs a rescue. Why would you say that? How possibly could the colonists need a rescue in this situation? The walls, as predictable, are starting to fail. Oh, you're not done here. Get back to the front line, soldier. Cool. Alright, so for the rest of you, you go ahead and get out of here. You did your job. Get out of here. You all just get into that middle of the room and start breaking all those hives. Okay, let's also go to the wildlife. So I got 3 of those to finish off. And 2 of you. So someone who I can just... I don't even want to deal with it. Let's just unassign them from all this because they're just going to leave. We can go ahead and put them on hunting 1. Copy. Paste, 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 paste. Paste. And grab all of them. Except you. Alright, so let's check the downed. Okay, so you. you're probably not gonna make it. You do your best to tend to them. You do your best to tend to them. You do your best to tend to them. Are you doctors? Don't know. Alright. And handled. Let's cancel rebuilding those 2 tiles. And instead make them granite. Alright. Oh. Okay, the pods arrived and we just abandoned healing anyone. Alright, well Conrad is okay as a doctor. So do your best. Do your best. Do your best. Because he might be able to get some reputation out of that. Are you gonna make it? Probably. 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 Oh, you're just dealing with dementia. Okay, in the meantime, let's go have you grab that Zeus hammer. Yeah, let's see if we can't manage to save any of them. There's not a whole lot of value in me tossing them into cryopods, just by the fact that I gotta break them out and put them in. Like, I could run Menacin up there and make it a little bit better. But we'll see. More than likely, a lot of them are gonna die. Did you not replace the door? Oh, no, the door made it, because it's open. Alright. Yes, I would say that was definitely worthwhile. Alright, so we can go ahead and take you off there. Yeah, so Dinosaur didn't make it. Not a real surprise. Darth isn't one of our doctors. We just had him try his best. Okay, so you're not bleeding anymore, so rescue them. Nope, they're already getting infections stacking up. Because we're just tending them without medicine on a ground that is nothing but utter annihilation. And rescue them. Okay, well, surprisingly, they didn't go after that. They started chipping away at the walls a little bit, but I don't think they got through them. Because normally what I've had in the past, when I've had an infestation, they'll just start hitting everything in there and destroy everything in the room. And if they would have ended up targeting any of those pods, they do explode when they get low enough damage, or low enough life, and they are near enough to damage each other. Pen is non-enclosed. Why are you non-enclosed now? Because I left the door open. That's fine. We're gonna have to have people pop through here to suppress that in 2 seconds anyway, so it's fine. Alright.
Thank you Achitenmo for subscribing for 13 months.
Thank you, Chitenma, for the tier 1 sub. That's 13 months you've been subbed to the channel. If I'm not mistaken, that should be plus point 100. So we should be locked in for the month of February and not have to worry about it. Cool, so we did get the security door, and it has chosen smithing. Disease infection on Busto. Cool, you're already being treated. A lot of these ones are probably not going to make it. Because that's going to be a lot of infections and a lot of injuries for us to juggle for the people. That said, they were a thing. Did you say that before? Yeah, but it didn't seem to update the number. So my guess is it actually accounted for like the day or two before. It was already included. Because it is those things that it counts when it goes into effect kind of thing. Yep, it's 100 now. It does show 100 now. But yeah, so it's those things that, like, if you subbed, like, 2 or 3, like, it refreshed, and you didn't announce it or whatever in the channel, it doesn't, like, we wouldn't see the announcement until you announce it, but it does count when it refreshed. Alright, so let's go ahead and talk to the bulk trader, see if we can get rid of some junk. Insect meat, please take all of it, we don't like it. Let's see here. We've got some more fabric to get rid of. Get rid of some of the alpaca wool. Actually, let's stop getting rid of the alpaca wool. I'm noticing we're not getting a bunch of surplus. There's probably a good chance that as many people as we have, we're just tailoring and using it all up. Let's get rid of the luciferum. That's just money as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, don't worry about any of that. The clothes are all fine. The gold is fine. Is there anything else we want? There's a decent amount of money here. I would like it if they had uranium. I would take that. So I guess for right now, I'm going to snag the components. And that should do us well. Okay, schedule's all fine. Yeah, because we still haven't triggered that, the waste pack infestation. Not super worried about it. Yeah, well, actually, you might actually make it. Let's see, what the heck did you want? 70 herbal medicine. That's actually fine. I'm sitting on like 300 something. So they're doing me a favor by taking that herbal medicine. Hey, I'm trying to bring you things if you quit walking farther and farther away from me. Because that'll give us all a mood bonus. Yeah, no, it looks like you're gonna make it. I figured he was gonna die to those infections. I don't think we'll get standings with them for that, but we'll see. Because we get reputation, that's always a win. And then meanwhile, because we helped them, if you look at here, beggars help, so it's another +2 for I think 8 days. Get happy youngsters. You're probably getting close to aging up again. Oh yeah, Listen and Z is aging up well. That should be really good. I'm really hoping to get Jogger, because they already have Industrious. Getting Jogger to toss in there as well would be a huge, huge win. Meteor of Silver Ore. Yes, please. I like free money. And everyone's trying to just clean up the mess. So Jaywalker, we're going to keep trying to convert our last colonists. Last colonists, I probably have a few. So it's doing hydroponics next, but we do have smithing. And after that becomes the machine table. And once we have the machine table, suddenly I can start moving on to making art. Well, I mean, I technically can make helmet with smithing. But I usually skip the that one for the flak stuff. But once we get that, we can start making some level of armor for ourselves. Which will be huge. Alright. So we can't do the full-on conversion. Oh, we can still do the fair. Oh, wait, did we miss our chance? Yeah, alright. So we need to do the Sky Lanterns, because that's about to run out of time. Because as you can see, when you do the Sky Lantern thing, because you have so many people who are all trying to prolicize, they do just chip away at anyone there who's not part of the group. It ends up being a good way of knocking down a good, like, 10% thing. Alright, beautiful. Cool. Alright, so next thing is we can begin the fair. We'll actually deal with that in the morning so we don't get disturbed sleep on literally everyone. We can do the next festival in the morning. You are gonna go bother Red about their ideology. Because they gotta keep chipping away at you. Get you converted, because you're one of our actual colonists. Because what's yours? Yeah, because I got 3 people who are transhumanists in the colony. And I cannot satisfy that need right now. And with the random research, I don't have enough control to be able to satisfy that need in a timely manner. So I need to just get them converted. I wonder if I want to leave the wall intact here. Like, separate it out into segments. There's value in having multiple sections to your base. That way, like, if you have, you know, a drop pod raid in one area and you have to do a rolling retreat, you just duck through the door, close the door behind you, it buys you a little bit of time till they can go so you can reposition and all that. I don't usually do a lot of that, but there's certainly a decent amount of justification for it. Yeah, so they're both gonna live. You're idle. What do you normally do here? You research. Oh, you know what? We're probably at the point I need to, we need to get the advanced research bench going. I still haven't built it, just because we had all the other research, and I didn't want to not get the other research. So it was a deliberate choice to put off building the bench. Yeah, so I position it here. I'll have enough room later to put the multi-analyzer there. This will go away. We can shuffle things around a little bit to make room for the fabricator over there. It's going to be a pretty crowded crafting room. The base looks good? Well, thank you. Coming along. The colony's growing too fast. That's my genuine concern. The colony is growing way too fast for what we're getting tech level wise and all that. Alright, so we can lock that door open now. No, we can't. That's not true. That's not closed yet. Alright, so the other thing we need is a proximity sensor. I don't have the bioferrite for it, but that's going to go there. I'll need those anywhere I have a door that lets people into the base. Which I am deliberately not having that many of places. Yeah, so I've got one up here. I'll have one down there. In the other place. Like you're seeing, I won't probably have the ability to do that soon. Alright, so that'll give me the wire to the geothermal while we're at it. That'll get that. And you already have that one up there. There's no doors on this side yet. We'll want to put one up here as well. I'm going to wait to build that one till we're ready. And that's to watch for site stealers and all that kind of stuff. The other thing I'm going to go ahead and do with this, I'll go ahead and tuck the wire straight in. We will add a box around each of them. And that's just a way of controlling that, you know, if something comes in to attack me, they don't just pop those things real easy. That's the reason why that one's enclosed. But that's going to require shards, which is going to be more anomaly stuff. So we're getting all that cleaned up still. Alright. Okay, so last of them are getting out of here. So that's cool. We've almost got that all enclosed as well. We've got more than enough granite now. Let's start restricting how much they craft the rocks and all that. So let's say granite's the highest priority, and do until they have 1,000. Never make more than 1,000. Limestone's the next priority. Do until they have 1,000, and then we don't have to worry about the other blocks. And probably just remove the anything. So that way we don't endlessly cut up blocks if there's no need for any of it. To make sure we bounce between the different crafting tables as needed and all that. Because how's our tailoring doing? Tailoring's fine. Alright, never mind. It's weird that you're saying that you're working on that when there's not clothing there, so we can cancel that. Oh, bat sleeping on the floor because I need more bedrooms. Alright, so we need to do some matchmaker here. Because we're just getting too many people in this place. So let's see if we can start pairing up some couples here. Ooh. So Infinity has a really good chance with Bat. Alright, hey. Do your best. Because if that works... Nope, it failed. I was gonna say, if that works, you can start pairing them up. And just basically needing less bedrooms. Alright. Okay, we're officially hitting the point where I'm doing more things with power than I can keep running. Right, because that bench, I have to toggle the power off on this bench right now. But we're getting the geothermal online soon, so we can just wait for those to recover, and then we'll do it again. We do want to get that high-tech bench running, though. It's just my 2 wind turbines aren't going to cut it. So is the space utility thing not a romance? Yes. Because we already have a bunch of bedrooms, I kind of don't want to have to expand to make yet another block, because that's those things. You notice we've got a pretty decent-sized base here, and I'm still going to have to cut out a place like that big or so for the ship when we got to do that ending. And so you're already kind of looking at taking up a good chunk of the tile. Plus, there's always the possibility, as we get the more obelisks and everything, and making more like little outshoots like we've got up here and all that. Hydroponics. So they're researching long blades. We got Manhunter pack of 7 wargs. They should be able to navigate through this area. So once I can get that to get off my screen. Alright. I think we can handle the wargs alright without like having to slam close the door, because I actually didn't make it with that in mind. And go here, assault rifle there, assault rifle here. Put the MP5s there, and there. You here. Oh, well that's... Strider's probably dead. Yeah, that's unfortunately really bad luck that Strider got caught up there by themselves. What I'm gonna try to do is once things engage over here, I'm gonna try and have Illicit slip in the back and grab them real quick. You ready? Will he survive? It's pretty... Where are you Why are you just standing there? Don't go down there. You need to be down here. I need you already down here. You're drawing them all up to you, and I need them in the kill box, because Illicit needs to get up there. It needs to get up there quickly if they're going to save Strider. because I don't want to just run out there and engage with that. They will probably overrun and murder whoever's there. Are you just not going to find your way in? Okay, I think they're figuring it out. We don't have much time, though. It doesn't look like any of them stayed up there. Alright, come on. Okay, they're going in there. No, don't go that way. Why would you do that? Alright, Alyssa, you should be in the clear. Go up there and rescue Strider. I didn't miss any. Alright, new plan. Do we have them all? There is one still up. Oh, that's not hostile to us, so that's fine. You carry on, Warg. So go ahead and do that. You find someone who can actually hunt them. Someone here can certainly hunt them. Someone at all. Literally, can anyone hunt them? There you go. Meanwhile, in Phase Simplex, new plan. We're not going to worry about them. 10 to Strider right now. You don't worry about that. You hunt the Warg, you hunt the Warg. You hunt the Warg, just so they don't get back up. Alright, Infinity, you gotta go full speed. I don't think we get there in time. That's... Yeah, that's just unfortunately, Strider was up in this corner and the Wargs appeared back here, and I just didn't realize Strider was up there. And we had just done a raid where they smashed holes. If I would have caught it fast enough, I could have had Strider hop into a cryostasis pod. But it was just kind of one of those things. It's probably not looking good. Let's really hope that your tending is amazing. You are my best doctor. You might have it. I think we got it. Okay. Yeah, I was expecting it to take longer to tend. Now, we are probably in decent risk of infection, but honestly, all things considered, the fact that Strider got caught entirely by themselves and is potentially going to survive. You go bring their gun back. Oh, hey, you missed one. Make sure it's dead, please. Okay. And they're bringing back all the equipment and everything. Disease infection, that was very predictable, considering that you were laying out in the dirt for a little while. I really don't want to use my preach health on you. I want to keep the conversions going. And let's play it safe. I really wanted to save the do the conversion, but I'd rather make sure we keep someone alive. We can work on the conversions over time. With everyone being a prolicizer just about in this place, it should be one of those things that we can make happen. Alright, let's go ahead and do a ritual here. We might be able to bully some of the others into having a little bit better... Like, we might be able to convince a couple people to switch ideologies and all that. Just chip away at them by just raw numbers. Not seeing many ideology hits. Because a lot of times with these, you'll end up having like 4 or 5 hits if you got enough people when you got prolicizers in your group. Oh, right. I forgot about that. That makes people join. I need to not do that. Abrasive. Cool. I genuinely actually really don't want... You know what? Just get out of here. Sorry. Just get out of here at this point. I can't. Yeah, no, it's I already have too many numbers, and then an abrasive colonist is just going to cause a whole lot of fights. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Alright. So, we've got some real good choices here. So already industrious. So let's go ahead and add crafting. We can go ahead and add medical. And I still have one more. Let's just go with the whole thing that you're just going to work the tables and all that. But here's the thing that's a hard choice. We got Quick Sleeper. Quick Sleeper is really good. Fast Learner is really good. Neurotic is really good. Industrious and Neurotic together do stack and is really strong. Because that's 35%. Plus another 20%. That's going to be a 55% bonus to global work speed. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm leaning between Neurotic and Quick Sleeper. Fast Learner is also really good, but just letting the people take the time to work, they will get there anyways. Versus the Quick Sleeper and all that's forever. Yeah, that's exactly. When you're having long playthrough, Fast Learner, usually you overtake it. I kind of want to take Neurotic, but Quick Sleeper is definitely worth considering. I'll do Quick Sleeper. I really like having Neurotic and Industrious together. Like, very Neurotic is what I actually want. Yeah, no, it's, I think that's good. Alright, so it's done. So with that, when it comes to sleep schedule, I believe I can go and scrape off an hour on either side. And it'll be fine. Do I have anyone else who's Quick Sleeper? I have lost track. So we've got Industrious, Jealous, Jogger, Nimble, Tough. You are Quick Sleeper and Neurotic, so let's go ahead and go to Strider's schedule. I probably could have done this a while ago. I have so many people with all sorts of stuff. Let's see, do you even need to remove sleep time? Won't they just wake up when they max out the bar? No, sometimes they'll still just stay asleep. Have you reached the point you can reliably survive forever, or is dying still a threat for someone with your experience? Oh yeah, no, if I take the time to like lean into any of the meta strategies, yeah, I've had colonies that you max out the threat. Because there is a limit on how difficult the threats get. The scoring they get, I mean, and all that. We're nowhere near that in this run or anything like that. Because I want to say, isn't it like 500,000 or something like that is where you start peaking at? No, I think it's more than that. It doesn't matter. I don't remember. The point is, there is actually kind of a ceiling on how rough it gets. I was going to potentially keep this as separate rooms. I don't think I am, so I'm going to go pop a hole there. And pop a hole there. And pop a hole there. But let's start getting this in line. Go security, granite, zone, do not build roofs. And I know there's an easier way to do this. I'm choosing to ignore it. I messed with it a bit recently, but we'll definitely need to run power through here for lights and all that. Do you cover the entrance there? All but one tile. Let's just make it redundant. Same with here. Alright. Do you even need... Yeah, so I've found that sometimes they will sleep after they're fully rested. If they have sleep schedule. I don't know how much they do and don't do it. But it's also one of those things that you leave them on anything that they can sleep during that time too. It'll be fine. You can end up microing it way more than you need to and way less than you... Like, it's pretty flexible. Yeah, so we've officially gotten to the point that my wind turbines just aren't adequate. We're trying to get the geothermal up. I just don't want to build it until I've got the wall around it, because otherwise the first raid that comes is pop it, and then that's a lot of good resources there. It's rare for a colony to become completely safe. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can get to the point where you can handle the maximum threat events, but being able to handle a maximum threat event is not really the same thing as being, like, safe. Alright, so let's get power up here. Because again, when we have the Noctil event, I do want to make sure we can move around in here and not just fall over dead. So we do put a bunch of lights in here. But yeah, so it's going to be waiting for that. We've got the components. The steel I'm a little lacking on now. We should have plenty of steel still on the map. I haven't remotely mined it all out. You have to take all the goodies. Start marking them all up. Telling them to mine it. Need them to get up there to plug that up. Looks like steel's gonna be a problem soon, unfortunately. That's not surprising. That usually does happen at some point. Normally the solution, all you do is you get the scanner and the drill, and then you're just set. Oh, schedule. So we've got long blades, and now they're working on plate armor. That's good. We're almost to the point of getting, like, actual armor. Because of the plate armor researched, and we get the machine table, then we can get flak armor, and then we're gonna watch a lot of materials get deleted. You just said, 3 hours sleep start, and then let them wake up whenever? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Have, like, this is bedtime. I don't care how long you stay asleep, but this is bedtime. Yes, I've got this enclosed. I just need to get them finished building it. You do have a lot of people at your research level? Yeah, no, it's one of the negatives of Guilty. Guilty definitely has a tendency to cause you to balloon your colonies, because you get punished for turning away most people. So yeah, no, I don't disagree that we're playing with a certain level of fire here. Alright, so where did your bolt action go? I could search for it if we need to. What I need is a weapons trade ship or a weapons trade caravan, so I could just be like, hey, take all of our junk. There you are. But yeah, no, we definitely need to keep our tech moving along, because running around with this many people and the only armor we have is stuff we've smuggled, like, not smuggled, stolen off of people, is not a great thing. Did I get the doors built? I know the auto doors can absolutely just burn resources. I don't usually build it that way. Let's go ahead and do the double doors wider. Alright, we have a functional freezer. So we do have an obnoxious amount of limestone. So you can start making all of our furniture out of limestone. Mad alpaca, I will deal with that in a moment. Do I want to... You know what I'm going to do? I don't usually do this. With as much junk as we're doing, I'm going to do the thing. For those who don't know, you only take the movement speed penalty when you step onto and off of stuff. Sorry, onto, not off of. That's not how it works. So I am making the deliberate decision to make the room absolutely solid with shelves. It just means every single time someone walks into here, they'll take a movement speed penalty. But after that, it won't matter. Apparently my whole playstyle fits guilty. You try to save everyone. Oh yeah, and that's basically right in line. Oh, Mad Alpaca. That's right. Well, I guess you're fighting it. Don't let it sass you. Start sending help just in case you get bad art. Nicely done, friend. I was gonna say, you're one of my best combat fighters in Melee. You should be okay. But it's always worth being ready to have people to back you up, just in the off chance that, like, the alpaca runs up and gets, like, a lucky hit directly to your head or something like that. Alright, so you've got all that. This is gonna be, as you can see, this is gonna be our freezer. Now we still need the ritual room. Did we get that ritual? Okay, so we're about to get chronophagy. Yeah, no, that's there's things you could do like min-max where you have like the ingredients go on this side, meals go out that side, that kind of thing. Cool. Real helpful. I appreciate that. Could you, like, rescue them, please? There you go. Yeah, so we're just waiting on our construction people. At least we have more than one now. Alright, so we got a siege, and of course we just had a social fight. An EMP launcher. So we got 2 bolt actions, an LMG, 1 MP5, or whatever it is. So honestly, let's start moving. They're gonna be a siege raid. So I'm gonna try and do is we do have the range advantage here. My hope is that we can initiate on them. Oh, let's back up. It looks like they're coming the whole way around. Oh, you're gonna go behind cover there? I could work with that. Because what I can probably do is pick away at them a little at a time from over here. Okay, you're really slow. Strider's gonna be really late to this party. Okay, what is your aim at? Are you someone I gotta worry about? Not really. Let's just go ahead and do it like this, where you just spread everyone out real fast. And try and give a couple of them some cover bonuses. Okay, all of you, focus fire him. You gotta get way closer. Yeah, you took a hit. Torso shot that's actually pretty bad, despite you being behind cover. Let's drop you back so you're not getting picked at more. You go and take the cover. I'd really like you... There you go. Okay, so we're just picking at him. Alright. Yeah, and you're one of the ones with the bolt action. So I'm gonna have you patch yourself in the meantime. I do appreciate they are just letting me just pick at them. They should eventually turn on me, but it does seem like they're just not using their mortars yet, which I am A-okay with. They just want to keep doing their thing over here. Because we've injured all but like 2 of them. And a lot of them are actually substantial injuries. So even if they go to attack us now, there's a good chance we'll just mop the floor with whatever comes at us. Go ahead and scoot you over here. Get you in the front. Let's get you leading up here a little bit more. You might be able to get some shots in here. Okay, so they're starting their assault, so let's go and collapse people back. Grab our melee. So what dangers do we have shooting-wise? We've got the heavy machine gun. We've got that bolt action over there. The rest are basically not that big of a threat anymore. There's a good chance they're going to go down pretty quickly. I was getting ready to back up in case. All right, let's shift over here. See if we can't snag that machine gun on its way out. Yep, we got it. Let's try and get Blackjack over here. Okay, so who do we have here? They unfortunately clearly have died on arrival, but they do have stuff I would like, so we are going to take their clothing. Alright, you got into a social fight and got your butt handed to you. And then got downed right as this all went down. Okay, so we got all that sorted out. We can go ahead and unforbid all of that. Go ahead and claim you. Reinstall you. I have no idea where I want to do this right now. Reinstall you down here for right now, maybe? And then we can go up here and say orders, deconstruct, 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 take that apart, do that. We have a heavy submachine gun here, so Bat can grab that for themselves. We've got a full-on machine gun here. Red can grab that for themselves. The EMP launcher will be a nice thing in an emergency. We could use that a little bit. You got a couple more bolt actions in here as well. As nice as those are, I don't think that's a priority. We've already got a ton of them in there. And we're getting to the point that's starting to be a little bit more on the damage per second is going to start being a main consideration. Let's see, you like to collect the mortars? Yeah, no, it's usually good to grab the mortars. So what I am going to need to do is make a dedicated place for keeping the actual mortar shells. Oh, you know what we could do? Use that spot. That's a perfect spot for all this. So grab this. We can run down here. It'll be fully enclosed, which should make it relatively safe. We can say zone, do not build a roof here. And then what I could do from over here is we can make like a little spot. Or well, actually, I could probably just leave shelves. Just put shelves in like a little like canopy roof over wherever. This Infinity is in cryostasis because they have crumbling mind, so I'm gonna leave them in there. That's actually the reason they're way over here on the right, is that I'm keeping them out of the group. If we get an opportunity to fix it, we will, but until then. Okay, we can go zone. So build a roof on those tiles. But yeah, so what we can do is put the mortars up on that shelf.
What's the worst that could happen?
Ooh, do I do a distress signal now? The amount of things that are useful I can get from the distress signal are way lower than they were. I could get a shard. It almost certainly give me a shard. Maybe two. But, like, as far as weapons go, sure, I can swap out the bolt actions for some assault rifles. But genuinely, we're doing really solid there. I could definitely send an away team. It's just a matter of who I would want to send. Because a lot of it's just, like, letting the base build up. Alright, days... Night Owl during the day. If I did send people, I could send Rongor and Draconic with their Zeus hammers. And we could back them up with like 4 or 5 people. We did just have a siege, so now probably is a good time to do it. Yeah, let's do it. There's an opportunity to get some goodies there. Alright. So yeah, so for our melee team, I'm going to go ahead and send Draconic and Rongor. For the range, let's send Luxray. We can send Conrite. Probably Bat and Donkey Duff. And I think, yeah, we'll send Strider as well. That's probably overkill, but that's fine. And we'll grab a pair of alpaca for extra cargo and get them on their way. With that said, chat, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're just had an ad break. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to pause the game, and I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
No, 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 no. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too, and I got. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 Actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Alright, and I am back. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to stream. Right, and so we were caravanning off the map to do the distress signal. Because it's like, okay, I don't really need much from the from that one. But it's kind of one of those things I'm like, okay, but we could still get, like, you know, a couple of shards, some bioferrite, maybe get something else to lock in the room back there. Maybe we score an assault rifle or two. There's some goodies we can get that certainly be worth considering. That said, I'm not expecting to get much out of it, but if we roll in there with a big group, we should be able to knock it down real fast and move on. Let's see, did you see the RimWorld Muffalo stuffed animal on their page? It's adorable. You guess they saw how the product Zomboid had with their Spiffo and decided to try it? Well, they also had a Thrumbo and everything. I know people had pretty mixed feelings about the Thrumbo. Like, because people do love Thrumbos, but, like, just the way their thing looked kind of, I guess, didn't really please a lot of people. Yeah, no, it was like weird that it had like a perfectly normal one, and then there was just this one spot that had like just like a bit of fur stuck on it. Yeah, that's exactly, like it was generally people had mixed. There's some people who really liked it, and there's a lot of people who are like, this is not great. No idea on the Muffalo though. Alright, get out of here. Get out of here quick. I did send Donkey Duff, but they should be about better. Confusion, are you in the away team? You are not. You love stuffed animals, it's your weakness? Yeah, I don't have many plushies. The only ones I have I've gotten mostly from, like, the devs sending me stuff from different games. So we do have a Spiffo. I've got, like, the little Spiffo with the backpack. So, you know, I do have that one. And then it was one of my very first sponsors on the channel was a game called The Tenants. And they didn't even tell me they were going to be sending a plushie to begin with. They were just like, hey, we want to send you something. What's the address? It's like, okay. And so they sent me the address, the plushie for, I think it's Uncle Steve. That in the game, The Tenants, you're basically a person who builds places out. Like, you buy like a condo or whatever, and you like clean it up and make it nice, and then you rent it out to people, and there's a whole bunch of stuff like that. So you're basically a glorified landlord. But you can like pay a professional to come out and fix stuff, or you can like just send Uncle Steve to do it, who just happens to be, you know, someone who's a little bit handy. You know, and if you hire a professional, they do extremely good work. Uncle Steve is a bit more hit and miss with it. You also missed the little spire from Web. That one you saw, you're super sad about? Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of, like, the time-sensitive kind of thing with those. Where it's like, you can only get it this week only. I understand why. It's really good for the marketing, for the sales and all that. But also, just from working sales as part of my background, like early teenage jobs. It's very much when I hear the high pressure pitch and all that and time sensitive, it's just like, nope. The moment, it's one of those things. I do the same stuff when I get approached for sponsorship stuff, and they're like, okay, we're gonna do this, but only if you can sign up in the next 2 weeks. If I don't know who, or like in the next like day or two, and it's someone I've not heard of or anything like that, I'll usually pass. Now, if it's someone I've worked with, like, you know, Hooded Horse or something like that, where I know they're on the up and up, then like it being short notice, like you understand. Sometimes you're like, hey, we got more budget we want to throw at this. We just don't have the people. That's okay. The skip abduction was an anomaly one, which I have to reset. Did you ever name Bat? I did not name Bat. You are correct. So let's pop over here. I should have 2 people I need to name. Yeah, because I've got Bat and I've got Banst or whatever it is. So let's grab Bat. So Bat will be Lardine. Very last Lardine. And you are a nimble teetotaler who's a slowpoke, but you are a good fighting person. And then we've got Banista, who is basically a night owl tortured artist who's doing a lot of planting stuff. And Dragon Repairman. Uncle Steve mess up your mom's would probably get trained to it. Yeah, no, Uncle Steve definitely represents the person who's like, yeah, I could totally do that. You know, someone who's probably in the real world genuinely a bit handy, but like also not the kind of like, they're the kind of person who'll be like, yeah, I can totally weld together a frame. I'm not done. I can figure it out. And sure, they could probably do it, but like actually well and all that is very different things. This one doesn't look too bad. I got a couple of little guys here. One of these will trigger a bunch of enemies coming out. That is a lot of free batteries we're gonna get out of this. That is a lot of free batteries. There's one of those holes. Oh yeah, no, so these holes, we will eventually get ambushed from them. And it just basically, it's a way of spawning enemies on the map. Let's move over here. Ooh, we want that. Because with that, I can cause the enemies to, not like all separate out. Or I can cause the enemies to separate out. So honestly, with this one, with how bunched up, I might just plow through this wall here. As opposed to walking the whole way around. I just don't have a good path. So we cut a hole right through the middle. We can see what's in these rooms. There's the ambush. Alright, so it's gonna come from below. Alright. Realistically, we're not gonna be able to limit it too much. So let's go ahead and try to drop back so we got a bunch of people bunched up here. And then we're gonna go ahead and put you in the way. So that way it'll make it harder for them to circle around. That is a lot of splitters. Oh, I did not bring a single one of my people who actually had the, Okay. So slight adjustment, you scooch over there. We're gonna try to keep them from circumventing. That is so many more, it's fine. They die really easy. Well, that's Mind Numb Serum. Let's go ahead and get advanced stuff there. Okay, so what damage do we actually take? Alright, so we did get some people who got pretty sliced up. The best doctors we got are Draconic and Conrite. So Conrite, you work on them. And Draconic, you work on them. You know, you two shift back down here. and get back to start working on clearing this all out. And Strider, you go support them. Oh, are you gonna stay down? Yeah, you'll stay down. Alright, so I'm satisfied there's nothing I gotta worry about down there. Okay, can we actually hit that from here? No. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so you're good there. So you start tending the other way. So I got a couple of enemies. If I can get them to draw straight in front of me, we will, but we're going to wait on the rest of the team to be not actively bleeding. Alright, I'm down to just hit you twice and just let you not care. That's absolutely fine by me. Alright, it's about to go down. Are you still bleeding? Yes, so you two gotta stay out of it. You two are just gonna have to be fine for right now, so Rongor, get down here. And Conrad, get into position. Alright, go finish the job. Alright, so you're on target finally. It seems weird that they keep engaging me and they keep backing off. Like, you see them aggro and then they get hit and then they walk away. Alright, here they come. How are you doing? Still bleeding? There's a shard. Okay, so we've got 2 more enemies left on the map. Come on. 1 tile up, buddy. Alright, come on. Notice me. There you go. And Ronger's pretty messed up. Okay, so what we're going to do really fast is, before more happens, we're going to pop into that door. We're going to pop it... Well, actually, you start patching up Rongor. Strider can go pop in this door. And Lardine can go pop into that door. Because it does need to peek in, see what's in here. You... Lardine, how hurt are you? You go ahead and start dealing with this. Alright. So you just pop these two. And once they do that, we should be able to get all the goodies here. And then we can just caravan out of here. And then they'll patch themselves up on their way home. We got a lot of stuff in here to take. Alright, so world. Reform caravan. Go here. Accept. Okay, so let's see what we got out of here. We got the shard. We got the hyperweave. We got a couple of guns I probably won't use. We have apparently some steel armor that's actually good. A low shield pack that's not tainted. We got some fermenting barrels, which I'll probably never use, so wait on those. We got standing lamps I'll probably never use. We got a stack of batteries. We got a number of the turrets. We got fire foam poppers. Let's see. Can I get another fire foam popper in there? I need to lose 1 kilogram worth of weight. Hey, you know what? That's pretty good, though. We got ourselves 8 batteries, 3 turrets, some fire foam poppers, and we are fully loaded. We got ourselves a low shield pack. Yup, that was worth. That was definitely worth. Oh, anomaly project? I didn't realize I didn't queue another one up. You have... Oh, I must have accidentally unqueued it. Alright. Yeah, so we definitely got a little scratched up in there, but all things considered, we're bringing a lot of goodies back. So you got a lot of batteries that could shove in here to take advantage of all that. We could go and put the turret up there to cause the enemies to not come in as like one big ball, like force them into combat so they separate out. So those are 2 really big wins. We got some fire foam poppers, so I could chuck one in this room, chuck one in that room. Probably put the last one in the rec room, maybe? That's gonna be put event. There are no if you do underground cables. Yeah, no, when I saw there was 8 batteries, like, holy crap. 8 batteries. Genuinely, we might sell some of those batteries, potentially. Or heck, might need to just disassemble them for parts. Because they will occasionally, need to have components replaced. Alright, Night Dweller. You have yourself a good day. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, looks like we got this resealed up. So that's good news. It looks like another situation where I'm going to want to flame this wall so that over time as things get hit over there we can repair it. Caravan ambushed. Oh no. We have our entire force here and one guy with a Molotov showed up. Whatever we're gonna do, chat. This feels kind of touch and go. Gonna be real with you. This guy's gonna get absolutely wrecked. Are you actually get close enough to use it? What are you wearing? Just absorbing all the hits on me. Okay. I guess I'll take your drugs too. Oh, you two social pot, that's right. Alright, that thing's probably gonna break out of here relatively soon. It's every 1.5 years, and we've had him locked away for a good while. Alright, caravan is home. Now to watch them dump everything in this place and have no idea where to put any of it. I guess we can go down here for right now. Storage, clear. Where are you? There's like buildings. There you go. They start dumping all that crap over there. Alright, fire foam popper. Put one of them there. Fire foam popper. One of them here. Battery. Tuck you there. Battery. Yep. Battery. Better believe it. Another fire pump popper, which I will put... probably in the hospital, just in the off chance that a raid goes bad and they get pushed into our hospital. Because usually if it's going to be something like that, it'll be something like impids or whatever. Confusion. Meanwhile, I can grab one of the turrets. Now, I don't actually need that powered up or anything like that. Just it being there should be enough to keep the enemies from doing a bunch of stuff. Alright, cool. Alright, so back to what we're doing. So we're working on getting the generator online. That is closed up, so I can get the generator hooked up, and that'll help her power. We can also turn around... Goes turn around to get the, I mentioned up here I want to get our ritual room going. So build ourselves like a little ritual room, get that all set up, because we got people to de-age and all that. I see that they're putting all the bricks in there. I'm going to choose to ignore that until that room's done. And then when the room's done, we can really worry about it. What's our stuff set to? Yeah, so it's all set to danger. Yeah, no, it's our construction people. It's gonna take time. Emergency descent. Okay. So, we can get a book I don't care about. Uranium I do want. Some honor or some goodwill. I honestly want the uranium. Because we can make better containment with that. Alright, so you're right up on the edge of the map. That might actually work out well for them, or not, depending on what shows up. Because you have the infestation stuff right there. So if it does aggro up here, they might run through, and then all hell will break loose. Well, that's unfortunate. So that's going to actually hurt our morale a little bit. But we probably do want to run around and deal with that mess. Trying to get that out of the way so I can actually see what I'm doing. Get better positions. Let's deploy a flare real fast. Alright, is that all of them? Okay, you gonna die? Yeah, you're all good. Alright, how about you? What is your situation? You gonna make it? You're not even bleeding. Are you a wimp? No? So they're all bio-coded. Yep. Orders allow everything. Go ahead and disassemble that. Schedule, there's no reason to restrict them anymore. They disturbed the nest. Meanwhile, Infinity, go ahead and try and rescue that person. Because we could potentially still get some reputation out of this. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance those are all dead. They don't have to deal with them anymore. Oh. You're just gonna walk away? That's cool. Yeah, no, I was surprised they actually aggroed them. I figured they were far enough away, but whatever. I was expecting the first raid to go through and trigger them anyways, and just have this, like, absolute melee of, like, 3 different factions fighting, with me just picking off everything from the sidelines. But hey, you know, whatever. I'm fine with how it turned out. Someday we'll get bionics. Why are you not treated? There you go. Shame that would have been fun. Yeah, no, I do enjoy when you get those ones. There's a couple clips where I have like a 3-way fight going where it's just like me sitting there watching going, man, I can't tell who's winning this fight. Like, you know, you're just sitting back kind of spectating as the whole thing, you know, goes to hell. And you're just like, yep, no idea. Yeah, so it's good to not have everyone under restriction. The only one under restriction is the only child in the colony. He's doing really good at growing up. And I think like the next age up might be the last one. No, I can't remember 13 if you have one. I feel like you have one more after 13. But regardless, even if we didn't, this is already a really good pawn. Industrious, quick sleeper, and all that. With all these passions, that's already a really good pawn. Alright. I'm noticing our food is potentially going to need to be increased. That's been a while since I had to think about that. So let's go over here. Set you to corn. To increase our food yields. I'm going to shrink you. Come on, there we go. Make that corn as well. And that's just because you get way more nutrients out of corn for the same amount of, like, for the amount of effort and all that. Corn is very efficient, it's just very slow. So don't keep the... Where are you? Don't keep the packaged survival meals there. Alright. 15% chance. That's fine. 1.8% chance. Like, no one likes each other in this colony. Like, it's all very low chances. 9.6% chance, 5% chance, 4% chance, 4% chance. You're a child. Normally I end up having, like, everyone is hooking up with everybody, and it's kind of good and kind of a problem. Because so many kids happen no matter, like, if I'm not taking, like, surgical intervention. And so it ends up being a thing where it's like, cool, like, I really don't have to worry about too many extra rooms or anything, but yeah. Nah, it's got bruises, nothing else. Okay. Yeah, so you are having them mine out all these areas. Get the components, all that. So pretty soon they should be able to build this. That's waiting on steel. I'm actually short on steel of all things. Not used to that happening in my colonies very often. But as much as Strider's mining, I'm surprised... Yeah, no, we have the steel already mined out. We just have to have people go up there and get it. It's just our construction people are busy on all the other projects that are backed up, which is fine. They'll patch up those few holes, we'll get that all sorted out. They're getting all these shelves built, which will be good. And then we can get that all set to food. It is unfortunate that our kitchen is nowhere near this. That's fine. We're working on the first one. We're getting ourselves pretty well set up. We have been making good progress towards the anomaly stuff. Yeah, so we actually were probably, what, one from being able to awaken the anomalith? Yeah. So one more and we'll be able to awaken it and get it to the second phase. It's just with our random research, no research, it is going a little slow. Oh, I see what's happened. I see. Alright, we'll get to turn that on. It chose an advanced research, and that was after I turned off the table, so... We're just not getting what I need from it. Alright. You're doing fine? Well, I mean, as fine as you can at 93 years old. You don't have to sweat about that. All of our outside doors are stone, so it can't even really hurt us. There goes Pain. That was the one of the people who got roughed up over here when they triggered the infestation. Oh yeah, I need to go out here and do this. So they don't end up trying to put out all those fires when they can't hurt me. There we go. Maybe build the thermal? Oh yeah, no, I've got it. We're waiting on the steel. But they should get that taken care of soon. They're down to one shelf, one chunk of tile there. They've got to build the thermal. There's no lights or anything to build up there. So basically, they're down to building that and moving stuff that's sitting around is pretty much what the construction people are down to. There it goes. Oh, I'm sorry. They've got like 2 barricades. But you get the idea. It should be up any time now. It looks like we did get the proximity sensors set up back here and here. Yeah, so we got our proximity sensors set up, so that's good news. So if we do have a Revenanter, I think, pop in, I've got my sensors. I'll also need one of those up here. And there. So that way, again, if we have a Revenant show up anywhere, it doesn't matter where, we're just good. Yeah, so should be putting that together any time now. We got the materials, it just needs to be assembled. And like I said, there's not many crafting projects still out there. Alright. They're about to get chronophagy up. Which is where I want to get, you know, like up here, get the ritual thing set up. So we can at least start doing the chronophagy when we knock down raiders to try and bring down. We've got a couple people who are getting pretty old. And RimWorld is very, very unkind to people based on age. Harvesting heal root. So what are you working on? You're building the conduit. So you're willing to send a bunch of mechs at me for stuff I don't care about. That is a bunch of mechs for stuff I don't care about. Get out of here. Yes, that's all done down there. Oh, I goofed with that one. That's fine. And I don't want to tear that down yet. Let's give an alternate route around there. Yeah, we'll want to get rid of that wind turbine. It's not doing us any good. Yeah, when I put that in, I blocked it off. I don't run the wind turbines very much these days. They're good. They're useful. Early game, they're one of the really good things to have. But yeah, I don't run them barely ever. So it's just that's being blocked by a little chunk in the corner, and I don't want to tear down those walls. It's fine. The moment the geothermal gets put online, that'll be a not issue. And then eventually we'll get to bioferrite generation as another fuel source. And it's a very good one. How are we doing on getting our packs, by the way? We should be starting to gear up to get a lot of those. I mean, we've got a handful of them. Alright. Oh, right. We also need to be working on our conversion rituals. Keep trying to convert those last 3 that we end up getting recruits from. Because very genuinely, that's going to cause us a lot of grief if I don't get that done, because they're all transhumanists, and with random research, I could literally get the ship launched before I get, you know, what they want. Effective. Effective's good. And I missed what the other one was because the message clicked. Oh, components? You just want to give me free components? I'll take free components. Thanks, man. Wondering why they're skipping that one shelf and one segment of wall. They'll get it. Alright, so advanced rituals. You don't have anything to show there, so let's get the Revenant thing. Alright. Yeah, so he's getting the last of the conduit built for all this. I don't think you have a shard to build that one. Oh, that doesn't take a shard. I'm sorry. That only takes a component. That's fine. Siege boom. Okay, we got another siege raid coming in. Same faction as last time. Let's get everyone rallied and ready to move out, just in case it's another one that we can do reasonably. Because last time they didn't show up with enough long-range weapons and we just rolled them. And this time was even worse for them. Alright, let's get everyone in position. Because they only have, like, medium to short range. So it should be another one that we can kind of hang back and just throw a lot of ammo at them. And the idea is to soften them up. They do have one of the shields we stole from the last group, too. Okay, who's got all the bolt actions? Need someone who's up in the front lines to see what the range is. Okay, so we gotta go about 5 tiles farther forward. They keep inching back just by happenstance. Alright, we got them. Okay, so they began their assault. We probably don't want to just fight them out in the open. They already dropped their shield belt. We could probably toss our own up. They didn't have much for melee in their group. We might be able to retreat back here fast enough and force them to go to our kill box. Oh, I forgot you have a bad back. That's not gonna happen. Alright. Yeah, we're better off just standing and fighting. I should have gone down there. There's more cover down there. So let's get in position as fast as we can. We will pop the shield when everyone's rallied. That was a headshot from friendly fire, not from enemy fire. That's bad. I heard them get the throw off. Okay, I wasn't sure if that would cover or not. So that's not going to hold very long. And we just threw ourselves right in the middle of it all. So let's go ahead and drop that down there. Drop yours up here. That is bad positioning on my part. Let's have you. We don't have any animals nearby, do we, that are worthwhile? Let's grab some attention. What's my shield looking at? Got 13 seconds. We need to do a lot of damage real fast with this. How did Strider die? Was exploded by Hoink. Oh, I guess you're just too close to the edge. Okay. So the problem is the shield's about to drop. And we are just in the sea of them. So let's get you all shooting back this way to clear the path back here. Because we need to retreat. The shield's already down. That's really bad. We may have killed a whole lot of people here. So those aren't going to be off cooldown, are they? 11 seconds, which is an eternity in this. Because they all have better cover than I did. We misplayed this whole thing because I pushed on there and then forgot that you had the bad back. So I don't think I have much more we could pop here that'll help. We can pop the smoke. And you all rush that guy. The rest of you start running. Because you're sitting ducks where you're standing right now. So you rush that one. The rest of you, again, keep trying to retreat back to forcing them to chase you. We've got more range than them. Please drop them now. Okay. Melee team, back off. You should have another smoke to pop. Okay, so they did trigger to kidnap, so let's reverse gears. See who's going for the kidnap. Okay, so Belly's going for the kidnap. You turn and shoot Belly. You just try and drop the flare. Melee team, get on that grenade. Range team, just do your best to get down here and do what you can. Shock lance him. Actually, okay, so first, you shoot there. You shock lance him. Try to save our people. Pop our smoke. Get back over here. Dragon Repairman just went down. Belly's gonna get away. Conrad was kidnapped. And they're in retreat. So that was not a good fight. Misplayed a lot of things because of our person with the bad back. And then I let them sword the shield, and when I realized kind of like what I had done is like, I'm surrounded. And we did what we could with the smoke to save as many people as we could. We did lose, was it 3 people? Yeah, we got 2 killed, 1 kidnapped. So that was a bad engagement. Just all around a bad engagement. So you go try to rescue them. And then we can go ahead and have... Might be able to get the faction up. Yeah, so it's now an unowned room. But honestly, considering the wealth and all that we've been building and how many colonists we have, it's surprising we haven't had one like that to this point. So you have flak pants. Alright, so Infinity Simplex is doing that. Very last Lardine. Strip them, then capture them. Luxray, capture them. It's gonna be grabbing, you know, grab them and grab and release kind of thing. We can go ahead and grab your mortar here. Don't do that. Reinstall that. Grab that mortar. Reinstall that. Go over here, order, deconstruct, deconstruct those and those. You were supposed to capture that person. Alright, well that's a bummer. We got a lot of people to patch up. Some of them are probably going to be pretty seriously injured because that was a lot of grenades. Okay, so who do we have still up for doctors? Draconic. Go to the hospital, man. Don't worry about your meal. Yeah, so Infinity and Draconic are the only ones up. Infinity's only mildly hurt. So I'm gonna have not doctors chipping in here. We got a lot of people are hurt, and some of them are gonna be bleeding out real quick. Okay, so you're actually not in that bad shape, so we're going to prioritize. Okay, so you're already tending to the right person. Get over here, Draconic. Alright, go rescue them. You're in bad shape. You go rescue them. You get to bed and get to sleep. You get... I'm just gonna have to patch up who we can. Where? Okay, so Jaywalker is how bad? You're fine. Don't worry about Jaywalker. Get this one. Draconic is in serious danger. Thomas needs rescue. Get to it. Don't worry about beating anyone. Right now, you just need to patch up people as fast as you can. Not helpful, Infinity. Alright, who's going to take over your responsibilities for the time being? Oh, good. I don't have... Oh, wait, you can doctor now. Hey, small child. Have you ever wanted to have a trial by fire on tending people? Because it's time to learn to be a doctor. Because the actual doctor basically went, I'm not paid enough for this, and has decided to dig up a grave. Alright. So you still have medical treatment. Medical emergency on who? You're already being treated, though, so you'll be alright. Starvation on Draconic. Feed Draconic real fast. Alright. Chronophagy, okay. So we could skip abduction. And he put it on the dining room table? Yeah, that's what they always do, is they almost always will put it on the table in like your dining room or rec room or whatever. Okay, so are you patched up? No. So get to work. Alright. So haul that back. Okay, they're already working on hauling everything. Where did Strider's body go? That's not showing anymore. Dragon Repairman, but I don't see Strider's body anywhere. Like Strider. Oh, you know what? It may have just gotten destroyed between all the grenades smashing the shield. That's actually very likely what has happened to Strider's body. Is it's just annihilated by the explosions. Okay. So you're getting back up. You're gonna start reading your book. Where is the... Go grab your Zeus hammer. Well, actually... Okay, so none of those are bounded. So you grab that one. You grab this one. You got a disease infection and went down immediately. So we're gonna go ahead and rescue you. We will want to hit you with better medicine. Let's not fuss around. Yeah, no, I misplayed that fight. It's honestly good that it wasn't worse. Because it very well could have been a lot worse with the way I misplayed that. Like, the picking at them to begin with part was fine. The part I messed up on was it wasn't paying that close attention to the fact that we have, again, Red here, who's got a bad back and is elderly, and wasn't going to get away. In hindsight, I probably should have just let them swarm Red and maybe not they make it. And I just keep running. But I was trying to not just have them die. And that probably cost us more, because then I held my ground with the shield and we just didn't have enough damage output to, like, really capitalize before they went there. Alright, so you have our rituals. Draconic here did go down. Has a minor infection. Where's your... Go grab your Zeus hammer real fast, because I'm gonna lose it. You got 100% 10, you should be okay. No, don't worry about your package meal. Go back to bed. I'll have someone else bring you food. Okay, so let's check on what our work schedule is, because we're sure we're missing something. So we do have a cook in illicit. That's at least something. Construction we're covered. Growing we're covered. Crafter we're covered. Okay. So we did lose people, but at least we have a little of everything. And colonists left unburied. That's just what we'll have to deal with. We can do a funeral. That'll help with everyone's moods once people are back up and able. Because that's what we'll need to do, is we'll want to do the funeral, then the ritual, then the other ritual, just ping-pong between stuff to try and give ourselves as many mood buffs as we can to work through it all. Okay, so you're in solid shape. Alright, so let's do that. We can go over here. I can't do it on that one. Begin true burial. We'll do that real fast. As far as you, prisoner, release. We're gonna get faction standing or something for that, right? Yeah. Hopefully to get them to stop attacking. Heartwarming. Cool. So we've got that. Apparently we can actually reform it. I forgot about it, so let's reform real fast. Next. So... what do I want to give you next? I'm not just going to give them research fast. That feels like it's too easy. We can't add another role. I apparently can add yet another ritual. I'm going to keep adding lantern parties. I like lantern parties. Oh, good. And they're all on schedules. Alright. So we'll do that for a moment. Starvation on you. Let's make sure to pay Simplex. Or Illicit and Z. Yeah, so you're feeding them real fast. So I'll feed them real fast. Everyone's got a mood break because ravenously hungry and a whole bunch of stuff. We'll give them a second to try and sort themselves out. And then once they're sorted out, we will do the next ritual. Entity Slayer. Alright, that's fine. Have a good one. Go kill yourself a Revenant. It's fine, I'll just put it right back in. Medical treatment needed on you. Go to bed. When you have an infection or plague or something. Okay. Good job. You killed the Revenant. Capture the Revenant. Oh, good. We captured a Revenant. Please don't do that. Leave it to a doctor who's not got, like, no manipulation because they're horribly, horribly injured and sick. Okay, so you're back up. So we actually retrieve all those weapons, they're still laying all over the place down here. Because the fight was right down in this area. Equip that. All that. Were you buy code now? Blue Bannister? I don't remember who that was. Like, I know he renamed people, I just don't remember which one was that one. Was that you? Yes. Okay, so the point is that all my biocode weapons are now on people that are dead. Or belong to people that are dead. Oh, it's telling me I don't have someone to mine. Ah, that's gonna have to be like that then. Oh wait, you have a passion in this now. So let's get you to have crafting after that. You can also warden. Extreme break risk on you. Because recreation depraved not. Blame home. Okay, we haven't had a chance to recover from our last raid. But it's time for our next raid. They are going to take a little while to get ready. So we are going to go ahead and let you get back into the perimeter real fast, Red. We're going to give people a chance to recover for a couple of seconds. Schedule. Everyone will now stay in the safe zone, which I need to adjust. Because now it needs to include this area, and that area, and this area, and that area, and you, and you. Cool. Alright, keep everyone in the safe area. They should push into the actual kill box. So we're really just wanting to give ourselves as much time to recover before we fight again. And then after this, I'm going to want to do another, we could do our Sky Lantern party before it's too late. Alright, there goes the attack. Alright, team, are you ready for a fight? The answer's no. Are you gonna fight anyway? Yes, you are. So I grab you, drop you here, drop you there. We got our bolt actions. Everyone who can fight is ready to rock and roll. Medical treatment needed on you. It's not a good time for an infection. Cool. I mean, you're probably one of my worst combatants, so at least of all the people to have a break going into the fight, at least we chose the best one for it. Oh, we didn't get the amputation space. So one of the downsides is we are dealing with... Okay, so they... I don't know why you stopped. We are dealing with rain, so... We are going to have some who are probably going to get past just because of the penalty to accuracy. Okay. You don't have any armor or anything because you're impids, so I'm not going to worry about it. Cool. So that went pretty smoothly because we have our whole thing set up well. So that was good. We took a couple of hits here and there. I don't think anyone took anything serious. Red took a couple of... Yeah, so it's basically red here took a hit or two. Mostly got caught by the fire and otherwise was mostly fine. So that's some good news. As a schedule, let everyone back out except for the child. And I need to deal with the body. So we've got Dragon Repairman needs to be buried. So let's go ahead and assign that to Dragon Repairman. And Lardine, if I can have you do me a solid and bury Dragon Repairman so we stop whining about that. And then when we get back up, we'll go over here and Sky Lantern Party. Like, meanwhile, this poor person's out here bleeding out and everyone else is partying. Look, man. Would you calm down, Cassandra? Just give me 5 seconds. It's a small, tiny little gazelle attack. It's nothing actually that dangerous. It's just really annoying. Please finish with the lanterns. Alright, so someone's got to break out of here. Hey, Rongar, how you doing? So you're going to leave the party to deal with our gazelle friend. There you go. Can you rejoin? Nope. Like, everyone else have a good time. Rongar's like, fine, I'll deal with this. Beautiful. Cool. So that's another mood bonus. Yeah, so if you look at that with all the different things we had go wrong, why are you still complaining about a colonist unburied? They should all be buried now. Yeah, so you'll lose 9.6. Everyone else is already converted. Medical attention needed on Jaywalker for bruises. Alright. We definitely need to get that built. Because now we're actually properly suffering because of the power fluctuations. We built too much to not have her power online. But fortunately, all my builders are currently either having a breakdown. Psychite Addiction? Where did you find Oh, you got Psy T? Ah, Psychite Addiction is so terrible. Alright, cool, man. We'll just add it onto the pile of your health problems. It's fine. It's cool. I didn't want to deal with that or anything. Oh, let me guess, you triggered a Psychite binge? Yeah, that's why. That's fair. Well, the good news is, despite having 3 colonists lost, we have managed to do enough mood bonuses to offset the worst of it. It keeps telling me that the colonist unburied. Oh, wait. Oh, because Tapir got dug up. go over here and deal with it. Because otherwise we're going to deal with that. Thanks for the Psychic Soothe, Cassie. So we'll assign that to Tapir. And then we can go over here to bury them real fast, and then we'll take away that -10. It's a shame that all the Harbinger trees have been like way over here on the edge of the map. I kept chopping them down. They keep coming back way over here. Versus like anywhere like over here or something like that, or up there where I can put them to better use. It's fine. Once we get that on, I could even potentially build a smelter or something, like, or the cremation machine and just start burning the bodies. But at the moment, we finally got our poor Jaywalker. Jaywalker's one of our original melee pawns. It is just a ball of scars and injuries now. Just one big walking callus. Okay, so everyone's almost back on their feet. Yeah, so we got the last 2 or 3 tiles of hidden conduit. Well, we got the last little bit of conduit and all that. That should get sorted out soon. What are you working? You're working conduit as well. It's fine. It always amuses me. Revenants are my favorite one of the ones to take, the Revenants are my favorite ones to take it here. They give you really good research, they give you a lot of bioferrite. They're great for when your people go on Entity Slayer, they're a freebie. And then on top of all of that, they also are just one of those things that early game, they can be rough. Once you get past early game, like this team here, they have enough damage. They can probably knock the Revenant down in 1 or 2 passes. Warg, Hunting, and Facebooks don't be separated out. Okay, so you're way away from that Warg. So let's go ahead and pop over here. Yeah, if it would have gone after Lardine, that would have been a major problem. But going after Infinity... Oh, wait, you have a rifle. Yeah, but going after Infinity, we have Tans to respawn. So you took a couple of hits. Got shredded up by the Warg. We need armor. We need it badly. I'm getting little, like, bits and pieces we're looting off of the corpses and all that. Or not corpses, looting them off after they get down, but before they become corpses. Okay, I don't care as long as someone's doctoring. Meanwhile, I need to go to zone. Get rid of that. Yeah, so I need to go through and set so it stops home zoning. You were that one. So that way it doesn't automatically home zone, because otherwise I end up with weird stuff like home zones out here that I don't care about. Let's make sure I don't have one down here. I do. Cool. So I got most of the mortar set up. We're still working on the batteries and all that. That's fine, we'll get there. Yeah, it's always a good sign with your colony when you can suffer some pretty bad losses, like lose like 3 colonists, and cool cucumber. Everyone a day or 2 later, they're holding it alright. Now granted, they're gonna have that for a while as a penalty. Is there anyone who's really... Okay, so you're jealous of Luxray's room. Hey, sorry, Lux, buddy. What's your room look like? Why are you... Oh, because these are probably legendary? Yeah, masterwork. Hey, sorry. So I hate to say it, Luxray, but, unfortunately, Rongor is jealous, so they get what they want. Oh, wait, don't do that. Unassign you. The more of a nuisance you are, the more you get. That's the motto of the colony. It's a really bad motto. Don't engage in that motto in real life. That's not how any of that should work. Okay, so cool. We are going to go to you, link, storage, clear, critical. Mortar shells, yes. So we got our mortar shells, we got our mortars. That'll all be good there. We got plenty of people who can haul stuff, we got people who can cut brick and all that. We're mostly waiting on our construction. Oh good, they're building the geothermal. It's happening. They're finally exhausting their projects. And I know the whole time we could have manually intervened and then forced them to do it right away, but eh. Yep, that's you because of the research benches and all that. Yeah, so we got skip abduction. And hospital bed, there we go. Yeah, so once a geothermal comes on, we should have stable power. And then this one we'll get rid of, because it's not doing anything, it's blocked. Actually, I don't think we need that one at all anymore. Yeah, so we're bypassing it now. Yeah, so just deconstruct that when it's blocked. We're not going to worry about it. What I am going to start doing is for the anomaly research, we will start pushing towards the bioferrite generator. One revenue is not going to be remotely enough to support that. But as things go on, we will be capturing more and more stuff. Ideally, more revenants. But, you know, the heart thing would also be good, as it sprays out all sorts of gross meat. Pretty cool. It also doesn't put up a fight, as long as you suppress it and all that. So 9.6, 9.6. Where are you at? Alright. Keep trying to convert you. I'm surprised he hasn't died of a heart attack yet. Usually when I have someone that old, they don't last long. And jaywalkers have to do really long runs with one leg, so that's the whole thing. How are we doing on limbs? I haven't been paying attention on that. So jaywalker is missing an arm and a leg. Like, we got a peg leg and all that. You're missing an eye. You're missing a finger. Honestly, not that bad. All things considered, with all the fighting we've done, to only have one pawn who's actually missing a limb is genuinely pretty good. Especially with how much RimWorld does like to absolutely... Did you fail the construction? Please, buddy. It's honestly bad enough that it takes you that long to carry it all there. Let's check our research. Where are we at with this? We don't have machining yet. Yes, we got the Harbinger trees. Like I said, they just keep reappearing over here. Ooh. Who are you, Biocode? Oh, that's not one of us. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that was one of the Empire. I just saw the biocoded one, and Jaywalker has a biocoded one that's really good. Alright. Cool, so we have hospital beds coming in. I'll worry about those once we finish the construction of this place. I'll leave the regular beds, we'll get hospital beds down there, then we'll delete these beds, then we'll build, you know, hospital beds up there. Because they do take a bunch of components and steel and all that. It just takes time. I just realized our construction people are the person with the bad back, and then the person who's missing a leg. Cool, man. Real helpful. And almost all of the artillery are incendiary. Not the most useful. So major break risk on you. Oh, because you used a drug? Well, I mean, that's your own problem, buddy. Alright, well, let's go to you. Go to your assignments. I mean, that's because your ideology. I'm honestly willing to just leave you like that until you get mad about it. Like, till it causes you to break, because we're just going to convert you anyway. And the drug they use was like Psi-T. Okay, so I got one more of those to figure out where we're going to put. So we got one in the hospital, one in the storage room. Oh, right, you're supposed to be right there, because that's all going to be pretty valuable on stuff, so let's go ahead and get that hooked up. These shouldn't matter at all in our run. You can low-key use the turrets almost like portable landmines, where you can just plug them down and the enemies will attack them and get themselves killed. That might be worth doing. Right now... Nah, no, they're gonna go install. I'd say for right now I could put them like on some of these corners, and sometimes the AI will be like, ah, it's the range with a mini turret. I should avoid that spot. Obelisk study complete. That's only now been obelisk study completed? Okay. We've been studying that thing for a long time. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The moment red becomes a usable pawn, it's over. Red's dead. Just straight up, there's no way red survives. The moment red is even remotely usable is the absolute second that the game's gonna decide red needs to die. We will need to add a light here. I'll probably... just, uninstall that. We're gonna need to run power over here. Okay. Make sure it's not dark over there so we don't get hurt. Oh, you, yeah, so we'll need a light over here. Alright, so geothermal is online, the power is stable and building up. Finally. We're going to deconstruct our crappier bench now. And use our high research bench and all that, so that'll help. That should free us up to finally getting this deconstruction stuff happening. I've been trying to knock you up more construction to let the deconstruction play out. Why are you out here while you're injured? Oh, social fight. You were probably in the middle of that. So it'll be good to see... There's a couple more hidden conduit. You don't think that'll matter? I'm just kind of telling them to install them in places, because it does seem like even unpowered, I've had it where the enemy will try to avoid places that you put the turrets if they're the ones that are, you know, smart tactics or whatever. Okay. Alright, so it's finally time to go like this. Which is say link, storage, preferred, clear, food. Alright, get it out of here. And then meanwhile, storage, don't carry food. So we start putting the food in the freezer and then getting all the not food out of the regular storage. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Cool. We got a freebie of conversion attempt. So that should help. Loving hares. They will give us a set of 4 hares. They're willing to give us a masterwork long sword made out of steel, a legendary harp. Honestly, in this case, I might take the goodwill. The plasteel's good and really worth. Let's go for the goodwill. Normally, I try to keep my goodwill up. I already have a harp. It's not legendary or anything. The low shield pack's a one and done. The plasteel will be the thing I want the most out of that. So I'll take them. Make sure we have enough beds. Because they also have that disease that'll... I appreciate the rabbits coming in here by themselves. But yeah, so give us practice for medical. So even though they don't make it, that's whatever. Okay. And everyone is fully healed again. So that's good news. You've been doing good in your growth tiers. So that's the thing that's... Oh, actually, there we go. Let's actually have them set to save. I didn't think rabbits could leave that area. I don't take rabbits very often. There's not much reason to do so, normally. How is our wealth, by the way? It's probably getting obnoxious. Yeah, it's starting to get there. It's not bad yet, but it's definitely more than nothing. All right, let's get those out of here. Do you have anything I want, is the big question. All right, change of plan. We're going to keep those drugs, because what's going to end up happening here is I have a bunch of garbage I need out of my life that you probably don't want, nor would you in real life have the carry weight for. But I keep getting more and more and more garbage weapons in here. And I feel like you, my friend, are the kind of person who would like really, really garbage weapons in your life. That you wake up every morning and go, man, do you know what I want in my pocket? Garbage. Literal trash. Literal garbage, trash, junk. Okay. We have to change our plan a little bit on that. Some of those weapons actually do have value, apparently. Okay, we'll accept that. Don't go anywhere. Do you like charity? Because here, you can have those drugs anyways. And the seed. And let's get back to throwing a whole bunch of these weapons at you until they make you happy. Honestly, I'm not going to probably use the pistols anymore either, so we'll get rid of those. Yep, that'll do it. Also, how would you feel about having, like, 180 of the, herbal medicine? And we are allies. By 1 point. Perfect. Just delete a lot of crap. Hey, look. This room is not as full of junk as it was. It still is, because it's absolutely full to the gills with trees, apparently, of wood. Which I really don't need. When we get a bulk caravan, we'll just dump all the wood on them to be rid of it. Okay, cool. So they have started taking apart the walls and all that. Yeah, there we go. That has been a long time coming. So go ahead and close that off. I just realized you made that outdoors. That's my fault. It's okay, though. No one's in there. So get that built real quick. In the meantime, I need you to pop up here. Because let's see, if we go to Anomaly, I'd want to set it here. I can't, like, ghost place or whatever. Colonist needs a rescue. Did you get food poisoning? Oh no, you're dealing with drug withdrawals and you have a bad back and everything else is wrong with you. That's fair. Alright, let's go back to this. Cool. So now I should be able to go... boom, boom. Boom, boom. We don't want to actually make it the exact size, do we? You know what, it's fine. I'm not going to use the shard things anyways, I don't think. So you're 5, so 5. 5. Boom, boom. And a wood door. And then when they're done, we'll have our ritual room. Shamblers approach. Schedule everyone into the safe zone for a minute. How many shamblers look at? That looks like a lot of shamblers. 18 shamblers. That is a lot of shamblers. And you are very smart that you walked off the map that direction versus going any higher. Maybe don't just leave them laying on the ground, crawling to safety. Yeah, so we got a lot of people getting food poisoning. I don't really need to go outside the perimeter right now, so I'm probably just gonna let those shamblers do their thing and ignore them. If they push our luck, that's fine. If a trade caravan decides to kill itself, that's fine. If a raid comes in, that's fine. Not super worried about it. We could also go here. Get rid of that. Make sure we don't have power line underneath that. Cool. Oh, you know what? That'll actually work out for us. Let's go ahead and cancel this part of it. And what I could do, go down here to 1, 2. We can cancel this. 1, 2. And that will make it big enough I can put the little things that make the ritual work better. That I can't think of the name of right now. Which is fine. But with that, we'll be able to do the chronophagy to hopefully get Red to not be 90-something years old and on death's door as far as RimWorld's concerned. Now we just need some volunteers. Yeah, so they'll slowly work their way across the map. As long as we don't go outside the perimeter, they'll ignore us. It would be worth fighting them. We'd probably get some decent bioferrite, maybe a shard or two. But honestly, with the fact that I only got 5 people with guns to try and thin out the 18, not really what I'm going for. A group of friendly tribes have arrived nearby. They're moving to help immediately. You really should have brought more friends. I'm down to throw down if you want to bring in that many people, but you're literally still outnumbered. And you're gonna feed yourselves in 1 or 2 at a time. So let's try to get in here and split them up to give our allies a better chance of not getting absolutely decimated. Because then we can potentially get goodies out of this. Not much. Like I said, it'll be probably just a bioferrite, maybe a shard or 2, but I actually am in the department of wanting a shard. I'm also figuring we might be able to pick up some of the ones that get knocked down that are friendlies. Patch them up. Alright, let's be careful. If we shoot our friendlies on accident, we will get penalized for it. Get out of here. Okay, you go ahead and capture the, Okay, it is dark light. So you can capture dark light. We could go down here. How badly are you messed up? Try to rescue them. Oh, we can go schedule, unrestrict these people. No one else is downed over here. They're just all hurt. Okay, we can go to orders. Allow. So it looked like we got, I think it was 2 shards out of that. So I'm going to watch for more of them to go down to see if we can't send people to potentially grab them and start patching them up. You took one stab to the leg, which is pretty bad. But yeah, so we got a bunch of food, we got some shards, we got some bioferrite. We might even be able to get some standings out of it. Set up wood coolers in the bedroom. I don't have the cooler recipe. We're doing no research, random research, so it hasn't given me that recipe. Which means I just gotta live without. Eventually, it'll probably roll it. Cool, so we did patch up you. What are you doing? Don't consume the meal. Ooh! Yeah, go for it. 76% chance? Why is it such a high percent chance for you to succeed at that? What is going on with your social that, like, Lardine thinks you're the greatest thing since forever? Rescued you and had a lot of deep talks. Doesn't patch you up. Just hooks up and says, "Catch you later." You're like, "Thanks, Doc." And then goes back to his room and is like, "Hey, Doc, I'm still the blood doc. Please, Doc. I really need this to not be this way. I need that blood inside my body as much as possible." Okay, so you're all good, you're all good. Schedule, you can... Yeah, you're already unrestricted. You're super upsetty spaghetti because you observed a lot of corpses. And then recreation is unfilled just because you haven't taken the time to fill it. We've been busy. Yeah, so allies, real useful. I didn't really need to fight that fight, but it was just Will's ones that now I've got a couple extra shards. And I'm gonna get even more reputation. For free. Because that'll probably, most likely when they walk off the map, they'll give me some like 12 reputation for that one, since I saved them. Well, I don't have to worry about any mood breaks from Red there. Because of all their health problems, with the addiction withdrawal, they physically can't stand. So it is a non-issue. You're gonna need to be uninstalled again, because we have to run power through there. Alright. Yeah, because I'm gonna need to Just a precaution. Put a light there. Put a light here. And here. And then we'll see what we put elsewhere. Because we got space up here for something. Like I said, I think we're gonna try and avoid making our base any bigger than it already is. Oh, go ahead and build a copy of that for the Shambler. Won't give me nearly as much, but like, it's almost never gonna break out, so it'll just be a little bit extra fuel to the fire. Sad wander on Rongor from observing corpses. Yeah? That's fine. That is one of the downsides of the lot. That might be what I end up doing for like the next meme or whatever. Just get something where they don't get upset about the corpses. There's unfortunately not many. Sight Stealer revealed on Rongor, who is in the middle of having a break. That is not helpful. Now the good news is it's probably only one at this stage. And Rongor did defend themselves. But we will want to get everyone back inside. But capture that Sight Stealer. And then schedule as soon as you're inside. Yep. So I need them to get back inside. Unfortunately, Rongor won't do that right now unless I arrest them, and I don't think we're that urgent. So let's go schedule everyone to the safe zone. Rongor will just have to fend for Rongor for a minute. And the reason we're doing that is those second and third waves of Sight Stealers, they can be pretty gnarly, where you end up having like 20, 30 different enemies dump in. And unfortunately, because they are invisible, you don't really get to gauge it much. We can also build a copy of that. Not there. So tend to that real fast. Hey, Rongor, buddy. I don't mind that you're wandering. This is not the place for it. Raze is pregnant? Who's Raze? Oh, it's one of the rabbits. Oh, goody. I'm gonna get rabbits. I don't actually want that, really. But, you know, it's cool, I guess. Rongor, please get sleepy or hungry. Yeah, you're about to be hungry. Yeah, you got the munchies. You should go inside and get a snack. Yeah. Go get yourself a nice snack sound. There you go. You can still have your mood break, just, you know, do it inside the defensive perimeter. Now, because I've got these sensors on almost all sides of the base, we should get a nice warning. Oh, you're connected? Yeah, it's fine, whatever. It doesn't use that much power. Yeah, we should get a warning on that one as soon as the stuff gets closer, if not one of the other ones. Because that is always one of the things I found with like Revenants and all that. Having this kind of coverage where all my doors have those keeping an eye, even if we had the Revenant break out, I could see what door it went out. And all that can make it real easy to deal with a lot of stuff. Alright, so tend to Rongor. Okay. So a cloud toxic fallout could hit my home for 13 days. We do it. We can get ourselves a mega screen TV, which is pretty slick. That would definitely not been a whole thing. Now the downside is we are... Oh, here's one thing we should also do before I forget. My side of this should have a roof over it. So that way if I'm doing stuff like in Toxic Fallout and all that. So we could do that. The downside is that'll potentially penalize our ability to fight because it'll be toxic buildup. We do have masks on literally everyone, which is pretty solid. Let's shift you over. Which is pretty solid. Sight Stealers are also not the most dangerous things in the world. They don't do a lot of damage. Their big thing is you don't know how many there are and where they're coming from or when they're coming kind of thing, so they can catch you off guard. I got plenty of food, so we could definitely just let the crops go. How long do I have to decide? I have 7 days to decide. Okay. Let's let the next Sight Stealer wave trigger. Then we might do it. Oh, but there's gonna be... Alright, wait. How long do we have left in the rabbits? 19 days. I don't need the TV that bad. The marriage is on. Very last Lardine has proposed marriage at Infinity Simplex, and Infinity Simplex agreed, and they're now engaged. Aw, let's go ahead and put them next to each other here so you keep track. And you should be able to share... Oh, wait, you're one of the ones who's a different ideology. Ah, gross. So keep converting you. You don't build it back up while I'm not paying attention. We can begin our fair to get our people to have more mood bonuses and all that. Potentially push to get a couple more people trying to get them converted. If we get Lardine to go that last little bit over the side, we have the potential of bringing more people in. We do need our people who can clean to make that happen. Proximity detect sensors. Okay, so we got multiple waves. Okay, we had a fun fair right before we go in. We have detected them in here, so they are entering the maze now. I mean, they're entering whatever you want to call it. They're entering that path. So we are just going to grab everyone. We're going to bunch them all up. Come on. Stop being weird about your position. It's fine. I'll just do it one by one. Stupid game. I want you to straight line. It's pretty straightforward. Go here in a straight line. There's enough room for everybody. Okay. So they should all be entering that little path there. And that's the reason I put those, because we got the warning that they're coming from here and there. It looks like it's probably a really big group of them, though. Let's preemptively do this and drop the flare, so that as they walk in here, they'll get revealed. Apparently I'm wrong. So they are feeding themselves in there slowly. I'm just ready in case we get a big group at once, because the invisible enemy sensor is still... Where? What? Why would you do this, rabbit? That's not part of the home zone. That shouldn't be in the safe zone for you to be allowed up there. What's going on with that? Yeah, see, that's not the safe zone, rabbit. Don't mess with that door. That might be the last one, because I'm not seeing any of the other sensors tripping. And because it's revealed, it's not doing that. Did you actually get hurt? Okay, so one invisible again. Okay, so we're probably alright. So with that, capture you. Capture you. Sight Stealer howling, so we'll have another wave of them. And how are you doing? You'll be out of here soon. You're gonna tend to Sight Stealer. You can tend to Sight Stealer. You put more of these in place. Because as we get more and more of those, we will be able to get more and more bioferrite happening. And we'll be able to get the bioferrite generators online. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We've almost got that enclosed to get that sorted. We will want to go and build a light on the inside of that room as well. But they still got to work on that. Yeah, so we're getting a bunch more things that go bump in the night. We'll end up throwing out the Sight Stealer and all that later. If we look at what we get out of these, it's really not much. But it is those things that right now I got the vacant rooms. Might as well put them to use. Alright. Well, honestly, this does make that drug withdrawal way easier. That's at least one good thing about that whole situation. That I could just let Red sit there and do that. And then we can work out the de-aging thing. But do you wonder if the rabbit could trap the door open at the edge of the zone, even though it can't enter it? Like, it can eat things at the edge of the zone, even though it can't enter the square? Well, because I didn't have the door itself in the zone... Okay, it's time for the next wave. We got detection down here, so there's Sight Stealers around there. So same deal as last time. No one got hurt the last time at all, so they should be plenty good to go. We also didn't get any sleep, really, but that's what it is. But yeah, so because it can't enter that, it can't eat more than 2 squares out, and things can't grow on that. So it shouldn't be able to go into that door. Because it'd have to be able to go into the door to eat the grass on the other side. And I believe that slows them down as well. You still get invisible creatures there. For some reason, they're not revealing until they're like literally on top of me. But at the same time, we've got way more than enough damage to knock down Sight Stealers. There's still more. I got my sensor there. Till that light stops blinking, I know we're not done yet. Okay, so it looks like we're good. So, same as last time. Go capture that. We only had one survive this wave. Now, I believe usually they only do 3 waves. So you got some bleeds and some bruises. And surprisingly, you didn't get killed. Why are you so slow? You're at 100% moving speed. Okay, I guess. And more bioferrite coming in. We can also go over here and remove that. Go to bed. Infinity can deal with the tending of the Sight Stealer. Alright. Cool. I think we're all in the clear now. There wasn't the shriek afterwards. And we haven't had any more warnings about invisible creatures. So let's let our people back out of the restriction. And that should be fine. We've almost got that all sorted out. And then that'll be nice and good. Get our ritual going and all that. Still waiting on them to get back to construction. The big problem is poor Jaywalker just needs prosthetics. We did get a prosthetic arm at one point, a biotech arm, but unfortunately we botched the surgery. Which kind of just ruined that whole thing. Alright, so with that, once we get those trees down, I can drop this down. And with that, we could start doing stuff to instigate various things. Such as when we get a raid that's like a normal, boring raid, we could turn around and take the people and maybe take advantage of how young they feel and how young we could feel. Cool. So with that, we do actually have the ability to do like Chronovagi, provoke the void and all that. I probably will provoke the void once we get the lights on, just in case we get the Noctil event. Okay. So with all that, we should be able to start putting down other flooring and all that. Let's go ahead and get floors here. Because I'm sitting on all that good stuff, so we can go ahead and go like this. Get our ritual room to have nicer floors. Don't worry about this spot. Can't reach it. So get all those interior spaces to have floors. We should go in here and not necessarily get all of it. But since I got the limestone, get our area over here all floored. Get a path between there, and there, and there, and there. Okay, so we got a drifter that's approaching. So let's see what we've got. They are a genie who's an ugly, perfect memory, industrious wimp, so ridiculously high stats and everything. That is one of the ones that can like betray you or do a whole bunch of different stuff. Like I said, we had Donkey Duff join us, and nothing ever did go wrong. So let's see Scape here. I usually won't name them until like they've been around for a while just to see. Alright, so you have a weirdly looking drifter stretches her legs. She seems very tired. She asks to stay in your colony for a while, at least until she's recovered her strength. She is skilled in everything to an unnatural degree. Regardless of the subject, she has mastered it. In addition, her work ethic is remarkable. She appears to be the perfect worker. She may be useful, but you censor something she's not telling you. Cool. Welcome. Alright, so this person we can't trust. There's a lot of things that they can do, is they could be bringing in a metal horror, they could do a whole lot of things. So we just need to assume that they're bad news. So even though they are a 15 doctor, which is amazing, we're not going to let them doctor. Even though they're an amazing cook, we're not going to let them cook. We will, however, let them help on literally anything else they want. Actually, let's not have them bother with this. And the reason for that is one of the possibilities they could have is metal horror. And the issue with that is if they're cooking and they have a metal horror, that's a really bad time for us. So we are going to let them do that. They also could just straight up betray us. They are a genie, so it's very unlikely they'll be that big of a threat. I will give them a weapon, but I'm not going to give them a good weapon. I also need to go and take some of our people running around with the bolt actions. Got some better guns in here. Yeah, let's go for the medium long. Well, actually, we have the LMG. Let's grab that. Because I want to lean towards like the assault rifle range of things. So scoot you over. What am I going to give you? Unfortunately, that one's bio good. I will give you the bolt action. Okay, and how are the injuries you just got from your social fight? Already patched up? Okay, so the shameful one, that's a Sky Lantern party, correct? Yeah, begin Shameful Advent. So again, trying to use that as a means of slowly converting people by just having them all socialize and chip at each other. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Yeah, there you go. Chip away. Only one tick, which isn't that good. Unforgettable. Cool. Yeah, so we're still getting that all wrapped up. That's fine. You get all that floor down. That'll be good. We'll definitely want more, because like I said, I'm going to have paths between all my major places so we can run really fast between them. It'll help out a bit. This area will probably completely pave for the people running back and forth for the motors. Oh, you can have more corn area. How much excess do we have? A lot. We still don't have the machining table yet. Waiting on that. We're about to get skip abduction. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to use skip abduction. It's an interesting way to deal with like the different factions. One of the weird things about skip abduction you can do is you can kidnap someone and then just release them for factions sometimes. So it's a weirdly inefficient way of getting factions, since I think you have to use bioferrate or a shard to do it. I know bioferrate was at least one, but it might be a shard. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so Escape is now actually someone who can do construction really effectively, so it could play a lot of catch-up. We don't know how they're, let's see, if they betray, they're gonna die really fast. Oh, yeah. I mean, if they betray, I'm gonna try to get them to stay by other means. Alright, so we got the skip abduction. We'll go for the electro harvester so we can start going for the bioferrate generator. Because as we're getting more and more things that go bump in the night, then I can go and put some like bioferrate generators up here or down here or wherever. They're very, very good power. The big catch is you gotta feed them bioferrate, which means you gotta keep stuff locked in the cellar. But yeah, so all those are giving me bioferrate. I'm surprised they're not hauling... Oh, right, we have that not set to unnatural bodies. We can go here and say corpses, human-like, entity, yeah, Tri-Spike, Tough Spike, Sight Stealer, Gore Hulk, and Finger Spike. Go ahead and chuck them in the water. Yeah, so already they almost got this whole area paved here. Like I said, that'll make them way faster run around here. Alright, so that's another area I'm seeing them path a lot. So get that spot. Yeah, that makes sense. That's where the hospital is. Yeah, so get that area. Basically trying to watch the areas where I see them pathing a lot of the time. And get those set up. Yeah, need to be here as well. Because of the doors and all that. That'll probably be like that. And then that. Then across. Oh, don't do those two spots. The ritual, we probably won't go up there enough to matter. I probably will want to put a path going up to this area. It's something to do with all that extra limestone. Now, one downside of what we're doing here is this will add wealth. It's not a ton of wealth, but it does add up. Each one of these tiles will be like a couple of bucks each. And that is enough that like you start getting 100 or so of those and they start adding thousands onto your wealth. Now, with all that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time that, you know, usually I wrap up around now, and if I don't start wrapping up the stream now anyways, you're going to get stuck with another round of ads, and I don't want to put you through that. So, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching over on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and all that stuff. I haven't figured out the whole thing about hosting out and all that stuff, but I will try and get that figured out soon. But thank you again so much for tuning in over there. And for those over here on Twitch, what's going to happen is I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop ourselves a raid on tonight.